Chapter 1 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 1, From the Battle of Actium to the Foundation of the Principate. Gaius Julius Caesar, the triumvir and the founder of the Roman Empire, was the grandnephew of Gaius Julius Caesar, the dictator, his adoptive father. Originally named, like his true father, Gaius Octavius, he entered the Julian family after the dictator's death, and, according to the usual practice of adopted sons, called himself Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. But the name Octavianus soon fell into disuse, and by his contemporaries he was commonly spoken of as Caesar, just as Scipio Aemilianus was commonly called Scipio. The victory of Actium, September 2nd, 31 B.C., and the death of Marcus Antonius, August 1st, 30 B.C., placed the supreme power in the hands of Caesar, for so we may best call him until he becomes Augustus. The Roman world lay at his feet, and he had no rival. He was not a man of genius, and his success had perhaps been chiefly due to his imperturbable self-control. He was no general, he was hardly a soldier, though not devoid of personal courage, as he had shown in his campaign in Illyricum. As a statesman he was able, but not creative or original, and he would never have succeeded in forming a permanent constitution but for the example of the great dictator. In temper he was cool, without ardor or enthusiasm. His mind was logical, and he aimed at precision in thought and expression. His culture was wide, if superficial. His knowledge of Greek, imperfect. In literary style he affected simplicity and correctness, and he was an astute critic. Like many educated men of his time, he was not free from superstition. His habits were always simple, his food plain, and his surroundings modest. His family affections were strong, and sometimes misled him into weakness. His presence was imposing, though he was not tall, and his features were marked by symmetrical beauty, but the pallor of his complexion showed that his health was naturally delicate. It was due to his self-control and his simple manner of life that he lived to be an old man. The successes of Caesar had not been achieved without the aid of others. Two remarkable men, devoted to his interests, stood by him faithfully throughout the civil wars, and helped him by their counsels and their labors. These were Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa and Gaius Cilnius Maecenas. As they helped him not only to win the empire, but also to wield it after he had won it, it is necessary to know what manner of men they were. Of Agrippa we know strangely little, considering the prominent position he occupied for a long and important period, and the part he played in the history of the world. From youth up he had been the companion of Caesar, and he was always content to take second place. His military ability stood Caesar in good stead, notably in the war with Sextus Pompeius, and on the day of Actium. He had first distinguished himself at the siege of Perugia, 41 B.C., and subsequently his victories over the Germans beyond the Rhine established his military fame. His success was due to his own energy, for he had no interest, and belonging to an obscure gens, he was regarded by the nobility as an upstart. He was not, perhaps, a man of culture, but his tastes were liberal. His interest in architecture was signalized by many useful buildings, and Gaul owed him a great debt for the roads which he constructed in that country. In appearance he is said to have been stern and rugged. In temper he was reserved and proud. He was ambitious, but only for the second place. Yet he was the one man who might have been a successful rival of his master. Maecenas resembled Agrippa in his unselfish loyalty to Caesar, but his character was very different. Like Agrippa, he did not aspire to become the peer of their common master, but while the heart of Agrippa was set on being acknowledged as second, Maecenas preferred to have no recognized position. Agrippa's excellence was in the craft of war, while Maecenas cultivated the arts of peace. Agrippa had forwarded the cause of Caesar by his generalship. Maecenas aided him by diplomacy. it will be remembered how the latter negotiated the treaties of Brundusium and Misenum. During the campaigns which demanded the presence of Caesar, Maecenas conducted the administration of affairs in Italy and watched over the interests of the absent triumvir. Until his death, 8 B.C., he continued to be the trusted friend and advisor, in fact the alter ego of Caesar, and he had probably no small share in making the constitution of the empire. But he always kept himself in the background. He was content with the real power which he enjoyed by his immense influence with Caesar. He despised offices and honors. It is characteristic of the man that he refused to pass from the equestrian into the senatorial order. He could indeed afford to look down upon many of the nobles, for he came of an illustrious Etruscan race. In his tastes and manner of life he was unlike both Agrippa and Caesar. He was neither rough nor simple. A refined voluptuary, he made an art of luxury, and it was quite consistent that ambition should have no place in his theory of life. When affairs called for energy and zeal, no one was more energetic and unresting than Maecenas. But in hours of ease he almost went beyond the effeminacy of a woman. Saturated with the best culture of his day, he took an enlightened interest in literature. Of the circle of men of letters which he formed around himself, there will be an occasion to speak in a future chapter. Such were the men who helped Caesar to win the first place in the state, and who, when he had become the ruler of the world, devoted themselves to his service without rivalry or jealousy. Agrippa became consul for the second time in 28 B.C. with the triumvir for his colleague, and his friendship with Caesar was soon cemented by a new tie. He married Marcella, the daughter of Octavia, Caesar's sister, by her first husband, Gaius Marcellus. The Battle of Actium decided between Antonius and Caesar, but it also decided a still greater question. It decided between the East and the West. For the Roman world had been seriously threatened by the danger of Oriental despotism. The policy of Antonius in the East, his connection with Cleopatra, the idea of making Alexandria a second Rome, show that if things had turned out otherwise at Actium, Egypt would have obtained an undue preponderance in the Roman state, and the empire might have been founded in the form of an Eastern monarchy. Caesar recognized the significance of Egypt, and took measures to prevent future danger from that quarter. It was of course out of the question to allow the dynasty of Greek kings to continue, but instead of forming a new province, Caesar treated the land as if he were, by the right of conquest, the successor of Cleopatra, and of Ptolemy Caesarion, whom he had put to death. He did not, indeed, assume the title of king, but he appointed a prefect, who was responsible to himself alone, and was in every sense a viceroy. And, as the lord of the country, he enacted that no Roman senator should visit it without his special permission. The first prefect of Egypt was Gaius Cornelius Gallus, with whose help Caesar had captured Alexandria. The inhabitants of Egypt were disbarred from the prospect of becoming Roman citizens, and no local government was granted to the cities. The treasuries of Cleopatra enabled Caesar to discharge many pressing obligations. He was able to pay back the loans which he had incurred in the civil wars. He was able also to give large donatives to the soldiers and populace of Rome. The abundance of money, which the conquest of Egypt suddenly poured upon Western Europe, helped in no small measure to establish a new period of prosperity. After many dreary years of domestic war and financial difficulties, men now saw a prospect of peace and plenty. But above all, the booty of Egypt enabled Caesar to satisfy the demands of 120,000 veterans. Immediately after Actium he had discharged all the soldiers who had served their time, but without giving them the rewards which they had been led to expect. These veterans belonged both to Caesar's own army and to that of Antonius, which had capitulated. Seeing that they would be of little importance after the conclusion of the civil wars, they made a stand as soon as they reached Italy, and demanded that their claims should be instantly satisfied. Agrippa, who had returned with the troops, and Maecenas, to whom Caesar had entrusted the administration of Italy, were unable to pacify the soldiers, and it was found necessary to send for Caesar himself, who was wintering in Samos. The voyage was dangerous at that time of year, but Caesar, after experiencing 2 severe storms, in which some of his ships were lost, reached Brundusium safely. He succeeded in satisfying the veterans, some with grants of land, others with money, but his funds were quite insufficient to meet the claims of all, and he had to put off many with promises. He thus gained time until the immense Egyptian booty gave him means to fulfill his obligations. The greater number of veterans were of Italian origin and wished to receive land in their native country. As most of the Italians had supported the cause of Caesar, it was impossible to do on a large scale what had been done 10 years before, and eject proprietors to make room for the soldiers. But the veterans of Antonius, who had on that occasion been settled in the districts of Ravenna, Bononia, Capua, etc., and sympathized with his cause, were now forcibly turned out of the holdings which they had forcibly acquired. They were, however, unlike the original proprietors, compensated by assignments of land in the provinces, especially in the east, where the civil war had depopulated many districts. But the land thus made available was not nearly enough, and Caesar was obliged to purchase the rest. In B.C. 30 and B.C. 14 he spent no less than 600 million sesterces, about £5 million, in buying Italian farms for his veterans. We find traces of these settlements in various parts of Italy, especially in the neighborhood of Este, or Este. After the conquest of Egypt, the Antonian troops were transferred to the south of Gaul, and settled there in colonies possessing jus Latinum, for example in Nemausus, or Nîmes. The wholesale discharge of veterans, as well as the losses sustained in the wars, rendered a reorganization of the legions necessary. The plan was adopted of uniting those legions which had been greatly reduced in number with others which had been similarly diminished, and thus forming new double legions, as they were called by the distinguishing title of Gemina. Thus were formed the 13th Gemina, the 14th Gemina, etc. The greater part of the year following the death of Cleopatra, August B.C. 30, was occupied by Caesar in ordering the affairs of the Asiatic provinces and dependent kingdoms. Herod of Judea was rewarded for his valuable services by an extension of his territory, and several changes were made in regard to the petty principalities of Asia Minor. There was probably some expectation at Rome that Caesar, in the flush of his success, would attempt to try conclusions with the Parthian Empire, and retrieve the defeat of Carrhae before he returned to Italy. Virgil addresses him at this time in high-flown language, as if he were the arbiter of peace and war in Asia as far as the Indies. But Caesar deferred the settlement of the Parthian question. In the summer of 29 B.C. he returned to Italy, where he was greeted by the Senate and the people with an enthusiasm which was certainly not feigned. There was a great feeling of relief at the end of the civil wars, and men heartily welcomed Caesar as a deliverer and restorer of peace. The only note of opposition had come from a son of Marcus Aemilianus Lepidus the Triumvir. The father lived in peaceful retirement at Cercae, but the son was rash and ambitious, and formed the plan of murdering Caesar on his return. He did not take his father into the secret, but his mother, Junia, a sister of Brutus, was privy to it. Maecenas discovered the conspiracy in good time, and promptly arrested Junia and her son. Young Lepidus was immediately dispatched to Caesar in the east, and was there executed. But this incident was of little consequence. Caesar's position was perfectly safe. The honors which were paid to him would have been accorded with an equal show of enthusiasm to Antonius, if fortune had declared herself for him, but there is little doubt that Caesar was more acceptable. The Senate decreed that his birthday should be included among the public holidays, and it was afterwards regularly celebrated by races. His name was mentioned along with the gods in the Carmen Salieri, and it is probable that, had he really wished it, divine honors would have been decreed to him in Rome, such as were paid to him in Egypt, where he stepped into the place of the Ptolemies, and in Asia Minor, where he assumed the privileges of the Attalids. But though he had become a god in the East, Caesar wished to remain a man in Rome. He already possessed the tribunician power for life, but it was now granted again in an extended form. It was also decreed that every 4th anniversary of his victory should be commemorated by games, the ludi actiaci, and that the rostra and trophies of the captured ships should adorn the temple of the divine Julius. Triumphal arches were to be erected in the Roman Forum and at Brundusium to celebrate the victor's return to Italy, and a sacrifice of thanksgiving was offered to the gods by the Senate and the people, and by every private person. The triumph of Caesar lasted 3 days, August 13th, 14th, and 15th. The soldiers who had been disbanded returned to their standards in order to take part in it, and all the troops which had shared in his victories were concentrated close to Rome. Each soldier received 1,000 sesterces, about 8 pounds, as a triumphal gift, and the Roman populace also received 400 sesterces a head. The triumph represented victories over the 3 known continents. The first days were devoted to the celebration of conquests in Europe, the subjugation of Pannonia and Dalmatia, and some successes won in Gaul over rebellious tribes by Gaius Carinus during Caesar's absence in the east. The triumph for Actium, which took place on the second day, represented a victory over the forces of Asia. The trophies were far more splendid than those won from the poor princes of Illyricum. The poet Propertius describes how he saw the necks of kings bound with golden chains, and the fleet of Actium sailing up the Via Sacra. Among the kings were Alexander of Emesa, whom Caesar had deposed after the battle, and Adiatorix, a Galatian prince, who before the battle had massacred all the Romans he could lay hands on. Both these captives were executed after the triumph. But the third day, which saw the triumph over Africa, was the most brilliant. Cleopatra had, by destroying herself, avoided the shame of adorning her conqueror's triumphal car, but a statue of her was carried in her stead, and her 2 young children, Alexander and Cleopatra, represented the fallen house of Egyptian royalty. Images of the Nile and Egypt were also carried in the triumphal procession, and the richest spoils, with quantities of gold and silver coins, were exhibited to the gaze of the people. The result of the great influx of money into Italy was that the rate of interest fell from 12 to 4%. In one respect, the order of Caesar's triumph departed from the traditional custom. His fellow consul, Marcus Valerius Messala Petitus, and the other senators who took part in the triumph, instead of heading the procession and guiding the triumphator into the city, according to usage, were placed last of all. This innovation was significant of the coming monarchy. On this occasion, the buildings which Julius Caesar had designed and begun, and which had been completed since his death, were dedicated, and his own temple was consecrated by his son with special solemnity. The game of Troy was represented in the Circus Maximus by boys of noble family, divided into 2 parties, one of which was commanded by Caesar's stepson, Tiberius Nero, the future emperor. A statue of victory was set up in the Senate House. The occasion was further celebrated by games and gladiatorial combats, in which a Roman senator did not disdain to take part. But these festivities were less significant for the inauguration of a new period than the solemn closing of the Temple of Janus, which had been ordained by the Senate probably early in the same year, January 11th. The ceremonies instituted for such an occasion by King Numa had not been witnessed for more than 200 years, for the last occasion on which the gates of Janus had been shut was at the conclusion of the First Punic War. Strictly speaking, peace was not yet established in every corner of the Roman realm. There were hostilities still going on against mountain tribes in northern Spain and on the German frontier, but these were small matters, mere child's play, which shrank to complete insignificance by the side of the civil war which had been distracting the Roman world for the last 20 years. Peace, the famous Pax Romana, had in every sense come at length, and it was fitting that the doors of war should be closed at the beginning of an empire, of which the saying that empire is peace was preeminently true. The powers which Caesar possessed as a triumvir were unconstitutional, and were by their nature intended to be only temporary. Besides the ordinary imperium domi of a consul and extraordinary imperium militae in the provinces, the triumvir had the power of making laws and appointing magistrates, which constitutionally belonged to the comitia of the people. when peace was restored to the world, it might be expected that Caesar would at once restore to the people the functions which had been made over to him for a time. It was quite out of the question to restore the state of things which had existed before the elevation of Caesar the dictator. The rule of the Senate had been proved to be corrupt and incompetent, and annual magistrates were powerless in the face of a body whose members held their seats for life. The only way out of the difficulty was to place the reins of government in the hands of one man. This had been done directly in the case of Caesar the father, and it had been the indirect result of the triumvirate in the case of Caesar the son. But the latter resolved to establish his supremacy on a constitutional basis, and harmonize his sovereignty with republican institutions. A dictatorship could be created only to meet some special crisis, and a triumvir to constitute the state was clearly absurd when the state had once been constituted. Neither the office of a dictator nor the powers of the triumvirate were theoretically suitable to form the foundation of a permanent government, and the logically minded Caesar was not likely to leave the constitutional shape of his rule undefined, or to be content with an inconsistent theory. He did not, however, at once lay down the triumval powers which had been conferred on him by the Lex Titia in 43 B.C. For a year and a half after his triumph he seems to have remained a triumvir, or at least in possession of the powers which belonged to him as triumvir, but it is not clear how far during that time he made use of those unconstitutional rights. He was consul for the 5th time in 29 B.C. and again in 28 B.C., and it is probable that he acted during these years by his rights as consul, as far as possible, and not by his rights as triumvir. There was, however, much to be done in Rome and in Italy that might truly come under the name of constituting the state. Two of the most important measures carried out in these years were the increase of the patriciate and the reform of the Senate. In 30 B.C. a law, Lex Caenia, was passed enabling Caesar to replenish the exhausted patrician class by the admission of new families, and he carried out this measure in the following year. In 28 B.C. he exercised the functions of the censorship in conjunction with Agrippa, who was his colleague in the consulship. They not only held a census, but performed a purgation of the Senate, and introduced some reforms in its constitution. Caesar also caused all the measures which had been taken during the civil wars to be repealed, but the compass and the effect of this act are not quite clear. 28 B.C. In the same year he marked his intention to return to the constitutional forms of the Republic by changing the consular fasces, according to custom, with his colleague Agrippa, and thus acknowledging his fellow consul to be his equal. He also began to restore the administration of the provinces to the Senate. In 27 B.C., Caesar assumed the consulate for the 7th time, and Agrippa was again his colleague. It seems that he had already partly divested himself of his extraordinary powers, but the time had at length come to lay them down altogether, though only to receive equivalent power again in a different and more constitutional form. On January 13th he resigned in the Senate his office as triumvir and his proconsular imperium, and for a moment the statement of a contemporary writer was literally true, that the ancient form of the Republic was recalled. And thus Caesar could be described on his coins as vindicator of the liberty of the Roman people, Libertatis Populus Romanus Vindex. In the next chapter we shall see in what shape Caesar and his counselors, while they nominally restored the Republic, really inaugurated an empire, which was destined to last well nigh 1,500 years. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 2, The Principate. The task which devolved upon Caesar when he had resigned the triumvirate and the proconsular power, which had been conferred on him in 43 B.C., was to restore the Republic and yet place its administration in the hands of one man, to disguise the monarchy which he already possessed, under a constitutional form, to be a second Romulus without being a king. He still held the tribunician power, which had been given him for life in 36 B.C. On January the 16th, in the year of the city 727, 3 days after Caesar had laid down his extraordinary powers, the Roman Empire formally began. Munatius Plancus on that day proposed in the Senate that the surname Augustus should be conferred on Caesar in recognition of his services to the state. This name did not bestow any political power, but it became perhaps the most distinctive and significant name of the emperor. It suggested religious sanctity, and surrounded the son of the deified Julius with a halo of consecration. The actual power on which the empire rested, the imperium proconsulare, was conferred upon, or rather renewed for, Augustus, so we may now call him, for a period of 10 years, but renewable after that period. This imperium was of the same kind as that which had been given to Pompeius by the Gabinian and Manilian laws. The imperator had an exclusive command over the armies and fleet of the Republic, and his province included all the most important frontier provinces. But this imperium was essentially military, and Rome and Italy were excluded from its sphere. It was therefore insufficient by itself to establish a sovereignty which was to be practically a restoration of royalty, while it pretended to preserve the republican constitution. The idea of Augustus, from which his new constitution derived its special character, was to supplement and reinforce the imperium by one of the higher magistracies. His first plan was to combine the proconsular imperium with the consulship. He was consul in 27 B.C., and he caused himself to be re-elected to that magistracy each year for the 4 following years. The consular imperium, which he thus possessed, gave him not only a locus standi in Rome and Italy, but also affected his position in the provinces. For if he only held the proconsular imperium, he was merely on a level legally with other proconsular governors, although his province was far larger than theirs. But as consul, his imperium ranked as superior, maius, over that of the proconsuls. He found, however, that there were drawbacks to this plan. As consul, he had a colleague, whose power was legally equal, and this position was clearly awkward for the head of the state. Moreover, if one consul was perpetual, the number of persons elected to the consulship must be smaller, and consequently there would be fewer men available for those offices which were only filled by men of consular rank. The consuls, too, were regarded as in a certain way representative of the Senate, and the emperor, the child of the democracy, might prefer to be regarded as representative of the people. His thoughts therefore turned to the tribunate, which was specially the magistracy of the people. But it would have been more awkward to found supremacy in civil affairs on the authority of one of 10 tribunes than on the powers of one of 2 consuls. Accordingly, Augustus fell back on the tribunicia potestas, which he had retained, but so far seems to have made little use of it. In 23 B.C. he gave up his first tentative plan, and made the tribunicia potestas, instead of the consulship, which he resigned on June 27th, the second pillar of his power. The tribunician power was his for life, but he now made it annual as well as perpetual, and dated from this year the years of his reign. Thus, in a very narrow sense, the empire might be said to have begun in 23 B.C. In that year, at least, the constitution of Augustus received its final form. After this year, his 11th consulship, Augustus held that office only twice, 5 and 2 B.C. Subsequent emperors generally assumed it more than once, but it was rather a distinction for the colleague than an advantage for the emperor. But the tribunicia potestas alone was not a sufficient substitute for the consulare imperium which Augustus had surrendered by resigning the consulate. Accordingly, a series of privileges and rights were conferred upon him by special acts in 23 B.C. and the following years. He received the right of convening the Senate when he chose, and of proposing the first motion at its meetings, ius primae relationis. His proconsular imperium was defined as superior, maius, to that of other proconsuls. He received the right of the 12 fasces in Rome, and of sitting between the consuls, and thus he was equalized with the consuls in external dignity, 19 B.C. He probably received too the jus edicendi, that is, the power of issuing magisterial edicts. These rights, conferred upon Augustus by separate acts, were afterwards drawn up in a single form of law, by which the Senate and people conferred them on each succeeding emperor. Thus the constitutional position of the emperor rested on 3 bases: the proconsular imperium, the tribunician potestas, and a special law of investiture with certain other prerogatives. The title imperator expressed only the proconsular and military power of the emperor. The one word which could have expressed the sum of all his functions as head of the state, rex, was just the title which Augustus would on no account have assumed, for by doing so he would have thrown off the republican disguise which was essential to his position. The key to the empire, as Augustus constituted it, is that the emperor was a magistrate, not a monarch. But a word was wanted, which, without emphasizing any special side of the emperor's power, should indicate his supreme authority in the republic. Augustus chose the name Princeps to do this informal duty. The name meant the first citizen in the state, Princeps civitatis, and thus implied at once supremacy and equality, quite in accordance with the spirit of Augustus's constitution. But it did not suggest any definite functions. It was purely a name of courtesy. It must be carefully distinguished from the title Princeps senatus. The senator who was first on the list of the conscript fathers, and had the right to be asked his opinion first, was called Princeps senatus, and that position had been assigned to Augustus in 28 B.C. But when he or others spoke or wrote of the Princeps, they did not mean Prince of the Senate, but Prince of the Roman citizens. The empire as constituted by Augustus is often called the Principate, as opposed to the absolute monarchy into which it developed at a later stage. The Principate is in fact a stage of the empire, and it might be said that while Augustus founded the Principate, Julius was the true founder of the empire. According to constitutional theory, the state was still governed under the Principate by the Senate and the people. The people delegated most of its functions to one man, so that the government was divided between the Senate and the man who represented the people. In the course of time, the republican forms of the constitution and the magisterial character of the emperor gradually disappeared, but at first they were clearly marked and strictly maintained. The Senate possessed some real power, assemblies of the people were held, consuls, praetors, tribunes, and the other magistrates were elected as usual. The Principate was not formally a monarchy, but rather a diarchy, as German writers have called it. The Princeps and the Senate together ruled the state. But the fellowship was an unequal one, for the emperor, as supreme commander of the armies, had the actual power. The diarchy is a transparent fiction. The chief feature of the constitutional history of the first 3 centuries of the empire is the decline of the authority of the Senate and the corresponding growth of the powers of the Princeps, until finally he becomes an absolute monarch. When this comes to pass, the empire can no longer be described as the Principate. The Princeps was a magistrate. His powers were entrusted to him by the people, and his position was based on the sovereignty of the people. Like any other citizen, he was bound by the laws, and if for any purpose he needed a dispensation from any law, he had to receive such dispensation from the Senate. He could not be the object of a criminal prosecution. This, however, was no special privilege, but merely an application of the general rule that no magistrate, while he is in office, can be called to account by anyone except a superior magistrate. Hence the Princeps, who held office for life, and had no superior, was necessarily exempted from criminal prosecution. If, however, he abdicated or were deposed, he might be tried in the criminal courts. And as Roman law permitted processes against the dead, it often happened that a Princeps was tried in the Senate after his death, and his memory condemned to dishonour, or his acts rescinded The heavier sentence deprived him of the honour of a public funeral and abolished the statues and monuments erected in his name, while the lighter sentence removed his name from those emperors to whose acts the magistrates swore when they entered on their office. When a Princeps was not condemned, and when his acts were recognised as valid, he received the honour of consecration. The claim to consecration after death was a significant characteristic of the Principate, derived from Caesar the Dictator. He had permitted himself to be worshipped as a god during his lifetime, and though no building was set apart for his worship, his statue was set up in the temples of the gods, and he had a flamen of his own. After his death he was numbered, by a decree of the Senate and Roman people, among the gods of the Roman state, under the name of Divus Iulius. His adopted son did not venture to accept divine worship at Rome during his lifetime. He was content to be the son of a god, Divi Filius, and to receive the name Augustus, which implied a certain consecration. But like Romulus, to whom he was fond of comparing himself, he was elevated to the rank of the gods after his death. It is worth observing how Augustus softened down the bolder designs of Caesar in this as in other respects. Caesar would have restored royalty without disguise. Augustus substituted the Princeps for the Rex. In Rome, Caesar was a god during his lifetime, Augustus, the son of a god while he lived, a god only after death. In one important respect, the Principate differed from other magistracies. There was no such thing as designation. The successor to the post could not be appointed until the post was vacant. Hence it follows that on the death of an emperor, the empire ceased to exist until the election of his successor. The republic was in the hands of the Senate and the people during the interim, and the initiative devolved upon the consuls. The principle, "the king is dead, long live the king," had no application in the Roman Empire. As a magistracy, the Principate was elective and not hereditary. It might be conferred on any citizen by the will of the sovereign people, and even women and children were not disqualified by their sex and age, as in the case of other magistracies. 2, or rather 3, acts were necessary for the creation of the Princeps. He first received the proconsular imperium, and along with it the name Augustus. Subsequently the tribunician power, and also other rights defined by the special law de imperio. But it must be clearly understood that his position as Princeps really depended upon the proconsular imperium, which gave him exclusive command of all the soldiers of the state. Once he receives it, he is emperor. The acquisition of the tribunician power is a consequence of the acquisition of the supreme power, but is not the supreme power itself. The day on which the imperium is conferred, dies imperii, marks the beginning of a new reign. It is important to observe how the proconsular power was conferred on the Princeps. It was theoretically delegated by the sovereign people, but was never bestowed or confirmed by the people meeting in the comitia. It was always conferred by the Senate, which was supposed to act for the people. When the title imperator was first conferred by the soldiers, it required the formal confirmation of the Senate, and until the confirmation took place, the candidate selected by the soldiers was a usurper. On the other hand, the imperator named by the Senate, although legitimate, had no chance of maintaining his position unless he were also recognised by the soldiers. The position of the new Princeps was fully established when he was acknowledged by both the Senate and the army. After Augustus, the proconsular power of the Princeps was perpetual, and it was free from annuity in any form. The tribunician power, on the other hand, was conferred by the people meeting in comitia. It properly required 2 separate legal acts, a special law defining the powers to be conferred, and an election of the person on whom they should be conferred. But these acts were combined in one, and a magistrate, probably one of the consuls, brought a rogation before the comitia, both defining the powers and nominating the person. The bill of course had to come before the Senate first, and an interval known as the Trinum Nundinum elapsed between the decree of the Senate and the comitia. Hence, under the earlier Principate, when such forms were still observed, The assumption of the tribunician power takes place some time after the Dies Imperii. The tribunician power was conferred for perpetuity, but was formally assumed anew every year, so that the Princeps used to count the years of his reign as the years of his tribunician power. But though the empire was thus elective, in reality the choice of the new Princeps depended on the Senate or the army only in the case of revolutions. In settled times the emperors chose their successors, and in their own lifetime caused the objects of their choice to be invested with some of the marks or functions of imperial dignity. It was but natural that each emperor should try to secure the continuance of the empire in his own family. If he had a son, he was sure to choose him as successor; if only a daughter, her husband or one of her children. If he had neither son nor daughter of his own, he usually adopted a near kinsman. Thus the empire, though always theoretically elective, practically tended to become hereditary, and it came to be recognized that near kinship to an emperor founded a reasonable claim to the succession. This feature was present from the very outset, for the founder of the empire himself had first assumed his place on the political stage as the son and heir of Julius, and no one was more determined or strove harder to found a dynasty than Augustus. Augustus assumed other functions and titles, as well as the proconsular imperium and the tribunician potestas, but they had no place in the theory of the imperial constitution. He was named by the Senate, the Knights, and the people, Pater Patriae, 2 BC, and subsequent emperors regularly received this title. He was elected Pontifex Maximus by the people in 12 BC, March the 6th, after the death of Lepidus, who had been allowed to retain that office when he was deprived of his triumviral power. Henceforward the chief pontificate was always held by the emperors, and formed one of their standing titles. Augustus also belonged to other religious colleges. He was not only pontifex, he was also a septemvir, a quindecimvir, and an augur. He was enrolled among the Fetiales, the Arvales, and the Tisii. Augustus was not a censor, nor did he as emperor possess the powers of the censor's office, though he sometimes temporarily assumed them. The reason why he refrained from assuming these powers permanently is obvious. It was his aim to preserve the form of a republic, and to maintain the Senate as an independent body. One of the chief functions of the censors was to revise the list of senators. They had the power of expunging members from that body and electing new ones. It is clear that if the emperor possessed the rights of a censor, he would have direct control over the Senate, and it would no longer be even nominally independent. In 28 BC, as we have seen, Augustus and Agrippa held a census as consuls, by virtue of the censorial power which originally belonged to the consular office. And on 2 subsequent occasions on which Augustus held a census, once by himself, 8 BC, and once in conjunction with Tiberius, 14 AD, he did not assume the title of censor, but caused consular power to be conferred on him temporarily by the Senate. In 22 BC, the people proposed to bestow on Augustus the censorship for life, but he refused the offer, and caused Paulus Aemilius Lepidus and Munatius Plancus to be appointed censors. This was the last occasion on which 2 private citizens were colleagues in that office. 3 times it was proposed to Augustus to undertake as a perpetual office the regulation of laws and manners, morum legumque regimen, but he invariably refused. Such an institution would have been as openly subversive of republican government as royalty or the dictatorship. Nevertheless, some of the functions of the censor, and especially the census equitum, seem from the very first to have fallen within the competence of the Princeps. It should be specially observed that the Princeps did not possess consular power, as is sometimes erroneously stated. Occasionally it was decreed to him temporarily for a special purpose, but it did not belong to him as Princeps. While the emperor avoided the names rex and dictator, he distinguished himself from ordinary citizens by a peculiar arrangement of his personal name. 1. All the emperors from Augustus to Hadrian, with 3 exceptions, dropped the name of their gens. 2. They never designated the tribe to which they belonged. 3. Most of them adopted the title imperator as a praenomen. This designation had been first used as a constant title by Caesar the Dictator, being placed immediately after his name and preceding all other titles. Thus it might have been regarded as a second cognomen, and the younger Caesar claimed it as part of his father's name, and, to make this clear, adopted it as a praenomen instead of his own praenomen, Gaius. All the agnate descendants of the dictator bore the name Caesar, which was a cognomen of the Julian gens. But when the house of the Julian Caesars came to an end on the death of the Emperor Gaius, his successor Claudius assumed the cognomen Caesar, and this example was followed by subsequent dynasties. Thus Caesar came to be a conventional cognomen of the emperor and his house. Augustus was a title of honour. It did not, like imperator or consul, imply an office, and hence an emperor's wife could receive the title Augusta. But it was not, like Caesar, hereditary. It had to be conferred by the Senate or people. At the same time it was distinctly a cognomen, and it has clung specially to him who first bore it as a personal name. It was always assumed by his successors along with the actual power, and it seemed to express that, while the various parts of the emperor's power were in their nature collegial, there could yet only be one emperor. In much later times, Augustus and Caesar were distinguished as greater and lesser titles. The emperor bore the name Augustus, while he whom the emperor chose to succeed to the throne was a Caesar. Moreover, there might be more than one Augustus, and more than one Caesar. We must carefully distinguish two different uses of imperator in the titulary style of the emperors. 1. As a designation of the proconsular imperium, it was placed, as we have already seen, before the name as a praenomen. 2. Imp, with a number standing among the titles after the name, meant that he had been greeted as imperator so many times by the soldiers in consequence of victories. Yet the two uses were regarded as closely connected, for the investiture with the proconsular imperium was regarded as the first acquisition of the name imperator, so that on the first victory after his accession, the emperor designated himself as imperator too. The order of names in the imperial style is worthy of notice. In the case of the early emperors, Caesar comes after the name. For example, Imp Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus. With Vespasian begins a new style, in which Caesar generally precedes the proper cognomen, thus Imp Caesar Vespasianus Augustus. Augustus retained its place at the end. The Princeps had the right of appearing publicly at all seasons in the purple-edged toga of a magistrate. On the occasion of solemn festivals he used to wear the purple gold-broidered toga, which was worn by victorious generals in triumphal procession. And although in Italy he did not possess the imperium militiae, he had the right to wear the purple paludamentum, purpura, of the imperator even in Rome, but this was a privilege of which early emperors seldom availed themselves. The distinctive headdress of the Princeps was a laurel wreath. As imperator he wore the sword, but the sceptre only in triumphal processions. Both in the Senate house and elsewhere he sat on a sella curulis, and he was attended by 12 lictors like the other chief magistrates. His safety was provided for by a bodyguard, generally consisting of German soldiers, and one cohort of the Praetorian Guards was constantly stationed at his palace. Under the Republic the formula of public oaths was couched in the name of Jupiter and the penates of the Roman people. Caesar the Dictator added his own genius, and this fashion was followed under the Principate. The oath was framed in the name of Jupiter, those emperors who had become divine after death, the genius of the reigning emperor, and the penates. The Princeps also had the privilege of being included in the vota, or prayers for the welfare of the state, which it was customary to offer up in the first month of every year, and it was regarded as treason to encroach on either of these privileges, to swear by the genius or offer public vows for the safety of any other than the emperor. After the battle of Actium, the birthday of Augustus had been elevated to a public feast, and hence it became the custom to celebrate publicly the birthday of every reigning emperor, and also the day of his accession. Like other men of distinction, the Princeps gave morning receptions, which however differed from those of private persons, in that every person who wished, provided he was of sufficiently high rank, was admitted. It was part of the policy of Augustus to treat men of his own rank as peers, and in social intercourse to behave merely as an aristocrat among fellow aristocrats. There was formerly no such thing as court etiquette, and the emperor's palatium was merely a private house. But the political difference which set the Princeps above all his fellow citizens could not fail to have its social consequences, however much Augustus wished to seem a peer among peers. Those persons whom Augustus admitted to the honour of his friendship, and they belonged chiefly to the senatorial, in a few cases to the equestrian ranks, came to form a distinct, though not officially recognised, body, under the name Amici Caesaris, friends of Caesar. From this circle he selected his comites or companions, the retinue which accompanied him when he travelled in the provinces. The amici were expected to attend the morning receptions, and were greeted with a kiss. They wore a ring with the image of the emperor. They were received in some order of precedence, and gradually they came to be divided into classes according to their intimacy with the emperor, and admission into the circle of amici became a formal act. To lose the possession of a friend of Caesar entailed consequences equivalent to exile. Invitations to dine with the emperor were also probably limited to the amici. Thus, at the very beginning of the Principate, there were the elements of the elaborate system of court ceremonial which was developed in later centuries. The position of the comites was more definitely marked out. They received allowances and had special quarters in the camp. They had also precedence over provincial governors. The distinction of having been a comes of Caesar is often mentioned on inscriptions among official honours. It was not lawful under the free commonwealth to set up in any public place the image of a living man. The image of the Princeps might be set up anywhere, and there were two cases in which it was obligatory that it should appear, namely in military shrines along with the eagle and the standards, and on coins. Sometimes it appeared on the standards themselves. In regard to coinage, Augustus held fast the royal privilege which had been accorded by the Senate to Caesar in 44 B.C., and the right of being represented on the money of the realm was exclusively reserved for the emperor, or those members of the imperial house on whom he might choose to confer it. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3, Sections 1 and 2 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 3, The Joint Government of the Princeps and Senate, Sections 1 and 2. Section 1. Political position of the Princeps, the people. In the last chapter it was shown how Augustus established the Principate, and we became acquainted with the constitutional theory of this new phase of the Roman Republic, which was really a disguised monarchy. We also learned the titles and insignia which were the outward marks of the ambiguous position of the monarch who affected to be a private citizen. It remains now to examine more closely his political powers, and see how the government of the state was divided between the Princeps and the Senate according to the system of Augustus. The proconsular imperium of the emperor differed from that of the ordinary proconsul in three ways. Firstly, the entire army stood under the direct command of the emperor. Secondly, his imperium was not limited, except in the case of Augustus himself, to a special period. It was given for life. And thirdly, it not only extended directly over a far larger space, the emperor's province, including a multitude of important provinces, than that of an ordinary proconsul, but being maius, or superior above that of all others, it could be applied in the senatorial provinces which they governed, and thus it really extended over the whole empire. As a consequence of his exclusive military command, it devolved upon the Emperor exclusively to pay the troops, to appoint officers, to release soldiers from service. The soldiers took the military oath of obedience to him. He alone possessed the right of levying troops, and anyone who levied troops without an imperial command committed an act of treason. He granted all military honours except triumphs and the triumphal ornaments. Moreover, while an ordinary proconsul lost his imperium on leaving his district, the Emperor lived in Rome without surrendering the imperium, although Rome and Italy were excepted from its operation. The Emperor possessed also supreme command at sea, and had the praetorian guards, formed of Italian volunteers, at his disposal, as a stationary garrison in Rome. In connection with the proconsular power is the sovereign right which the Emperor possessed for making war and peace. But this was probably conferred upon Augustus by a special enactment, and was afterwards one of the prerogatives defined by the Lex de Imperio. The rights which the Princeps derived from the tribunician power, as such, were as follows. 1. He had the right to preside on the bench of the tribunes of the people. 2. He had the right of intercession, which he often practised against decrees of the senate. 3. He possessed the tribunician coercitio. His person was inviolable, and not only an injury, but any indignity in act or speech offered to him was punishable. 4. He had also the right to interfere with the prevention of abuses, and to protect the oppressed. 5. It is possible that his power to initiate legislation may partly come under this head. Besides these powers springing from the tribunician potestas, the Princeps possessed, as we have seen, other prerogatives defined by the Lex de Imperio. Although the sovereign people was now represented by a Princeps, it had still some political duties to perform itself. The popular assemblies still met, elected magistrates, and made laws. The following points are to be observed. 1. Augustus formally deprived the people of the judicial powers which had belonged to it. 2. The comitia tributa continued to be a legislative assembly, and the right of making laws was never formally taken away from it. But by indirect means, as will presently be explained, legislation almost entirely passed into the hands of the Emperor, and under the reign of Tiberius laws were not made by the comitia. For a long time, however, the form of conferring the tribunician power in an assembly of the people was maintained. The assembly for this purpose was called Comitia Tribunicics Potestatis. 3. The election of magistrates was the most important function of the popular assemblies under Augustus. Constitutionally, the consuls and praetors were elected in the comitia of the centuries, while the tribunes, aediles, and quaestors were chosen in the comitia of the tribes. But after the foundation of the Empire, the distinction between the comitia centuriata and the comitia tributa seems to have disappeared, and it is only safe to speak generally of an assembly of the people. The chief function of the comitia curiata had been to pass leges de imperio, and there was room for it to exercise its powers on the 5 or 6 occasions on which the proconsular imperium was conferred on Augustus. But it is not clear whether on these occasions an assembly of the people was consulted at all, much less whether, if so, the assembly took the special form of a curiate assembly. But whatever may have been the theory, and however tenderly republican forms were preserved by Augustus, the people practically lost all its political power. And this was quite right. In ancient times, before the introduction of representative government, popular assemblies worked very well for governing a town and a small surrounding territory, but were quite unsuitable for directing or deciding the policy of a great empire. Moreover, with extended franchise, it was impossible that all those who were entitled to vote in the assemblies could avail themselves of the privilege; and as a matter of fact, the comitia in the later republic were chiefly attended by the worst and least responsible voters, and were often the scenes of riot and bloodshed. Section 2. The Princeps and Senate. The government of the Empire was divided between the Emperor and the Senate, and the position of the Senate was a very important one. Augustus made some changes in its constitution. The number of the senate had been raised by Julius Caesar to 900. Augustus reduced it again to 600. He also fixed the property qualification for senators at 1,000,000 sesterces, about £8,000. Those who had held the office of quaestor had, as under the Republic, the right of admission to the order, and the age was definitely fixed at 25. The senatorial classes were still determined by official rank — consulars, praetorians, etc. Thus the constitution of the senate formally depended on the people, as the people elected the magistrates. The influence of the Emperor, however, was exerted in two ways. 1. The Emperor was able to influence the election of magistrates in the popular assembly, and 2. He could assume the powers of censor, and perform electio senatus. Augustus purified the senate on several occasions. The censor, or he who possessed the censorial power, under the Principate, always after 22 B.C., though not necessarily, the Princeps himself with or without a colleague, could not only place by adlectio a non-senator in the senate, but could assign him a place in a rank higher than the lowest. In fact, adlection among the quaestorians, the lowest class, was uncommon. Adlection either into the tribunician or into the praetorian class was the rule. Adlection into the highest rank of all, the consulares, was practised by Caesar the dictator, but not by Caesar the first Princeps, or any of his successors up to the 3rd century. When it became usual, as it did before the death of Augustus, to elect half-yearly instead of annual consuls, the influence which the Emperor could exert on the elections gave him much of the power which Caesar the dictator exerted by adlectio inter consulares. A list of the senate was made up every year. The Emperor also exerted a great influence on the constitution of the senate in another way. Admission into the senate in the ordinary course depended on the quaestorship, and the quaestorship depended on the vigintivirate. The rule was that only those who belonged to the senatorial rank could be candidates for the vigintivirate. Here adlection could not come in. But the Emperor assumed the right of admitting as candidates for the vigintivirate persons outside the senatorial class, by bestowing upon them the latus clavus. Thus a young knight, not born of a senatorial family, might, by the Emperor's favour, enter on a senatorial career and become a member of the senate. The poet Ovid, who by birth belonged to the equestrian order, is a well-known example. The Emperor seems to have had the power of granting a dispensation which allowed persons who had not been viginativiri to become quaestors. It should be observed that in the senatorial career, cursus honorium, military service, generally for a year in one legion, was necessary. The usual steps were 1. Vigintivirate, 2. Military tribunate, 3. Quaestorship, 4. Aedileship or tribunate, 5. Praetorship, 6. Consulate. Hence the vigintiviral offices were called by Ovid the first offices of tender age. The Princeps was himself not only a senator, but the prince of the senate. His name stood first on the list of senators, and he possessed the right of voting first. He did not, however, adopt Princeps senatus as one of his titles, as it was his policy rather to distinguish himself from, than to identify himself with, the senate. Special clauses of the Lex de Imperio conferred upon him further rights in regard to the transactions of that body. He had the rights of summoning the senate, a right which he might have claimed by virtue of the tribunician power itself, and of introducing bills, relatio, either orally, or, in the case of his absence, by writing, the proposal being couched in the form of an oratio, or literae, ad senatum. His tribunician power gave him the right, as we have already seen, of cancelling senatus consulta. The reports of the transactions in the curia were always laid before Augustus when he was not present himself, and he appointed a special officer as his representative to see that the reports were drawn up in full and nothing important omitted. This officer was called curator actorum, or ab actis senatus. Augustus introduced the practice of forming senatorial committees to consult beforehand, in conjunction with himself, on measures which were to come before the senate. They consisted of one magistrate from each college, and 15 senators chosen by lot every 6 months, and formed a sort of cabinet council. In the last year of his life, when, owing to his weakness and advanced age, he could no longer appear in the curia, a small senate was empowered to meet in his house and pass resolutions in the name of the whole senate. This body consisted of his son, his 2 grandsons, the consuls in office and the consuls designate, 20 senators chosen for a year, and other senators whom the Emperor himself selected for each sitting. This political concilium was no part of the constitution, and was in fact, under the early Principate, only adopted by Augustus himself and his successor Tiberius. It must be carefully distinguished from the judicial concilium, which will be mentioned below. It has been already mentioned that the joint rule of the empire by the Emperor and the senate is sometimes called a diarchy. It was a diarchy that might at any moment become openly, as it was virtually, a monarchy. For the Emperor possessed the actual power through his control of the army, and if he had chosen to exert force he might have destroyed the political existence of the senate. But the change of the diarchy into a monarchy was wrought gradually, and was partly due to the incompetence of the senate, which invited the interference of the sovereigns. The maius imperium was changed by degrees into the direct rule of those provinces which were not part of the Emperor's proconsular province. But Augustus was thoroughly in earnest in giving to the senate a distinct political position and substantial powers. He carefully abstained from interfering in the provinces which were not within his imperium. He was a man of compromise, and the constitution which he framed was intended to be a compromise between the democratic monarchy, which as the son of Julius he really represented, and the aristocracy. He was anxious to wipe out the memory of the civil wars, and to have it forgotten that he had been the champion of the democracy. While he continued to bear the name of the divine Julius, he seems not to have cared to dwell on the acts of the great dictator, and it has often been noticed how rarely the poets of the Augustan age celebrate the praises of Julius Caesar. We may safely say that no statesman has ever surpassed Augustus in the art of withholding from political facts their right names. There are many points in the Augustan system which are not plain in their constitutional bearings. But the general lines are clear enough. The careful balancing between the rights and duties of the 2 political powers produced some artificial arrangements which could not last, and which were soon altered, either formally or tacitly, at the expense of the senate. But the main principle of the system founded by Augustus, the fiction of the independent and coordinate government of the senate, was not entirely abandoned for 3 centuries. The division of the labors and privileges of government between the senate and the Emperor may be considered under 5 heads: administration, jurisdiction, election of magistrates, legislation, and finances. 1. Most of the administrative functions, which the senate discharged under the Republic, especially in its later period, did not belong to that body by constitutional right, but were acquired at the expense of the supreme magistrates, to whom they truly belonged. Many of these powers were confirmed to it under the Empire. A. The powers which the senate had exercised in the sphere of religion, such as the suppression of foreign or profane rites, it continued to exercise in the imperial period. B. The rights of making war and peace, and negotiating with foreign powers, were taken away from the senate, but in unimportant cases the Emperor sometimes referred foreign embassies to that body. C. The authority of the senate in the affairs of Italy continued unimpaired. D. The affairs of Rome were at first entirely under the management of the senate, but the incompetent administration of that body soon demanded the intervention of the Emperor. E. The provinces were divided into imperial and senatorial, and the administration of the latter was in the hands of the senate. But the Emperor had certain powers in the senatorial provinces, as will be explained in a later chapter. On the other hand, the senate had a small hold on the imperial provinces, except Egypt, in so far as the Emperor appointed only senators as his governors. 2. The senate, as the council of the chief magistrates, sometimes exercised judicial functions under the Republic, as, for example, in the case of the Bacchic orgies, 186 B.C. But such cases were only exceptional. Augustus made the senate a permanent court of justice, in which the consul acted as the presiding judge. This court could try all criminal cases, but in practice only important causes, in which people of high rank were involved, or in which no specific law was applicable, came before it. The Emperor could influence this court in two ways. 1. He was himself a member of it, and 2. By the right of intercession, which he possessed in virtue of his tribunician power. Besides the court of the consul, in which the senate acted as jury, there was the court of the Emperor. He could pass judgment without a jury, though he generally called in the aid of assessors, who were called his consilium, a distinct body from the political consilium mentioned above. Every case might come before his court as before that of the senate, but practically he only tried cases of political importance, or in which persons of high position were involved. It lay in the nature of things that in these two new courts only special and important cases were tried. Ordinary processes in Roman Italy were decided, as in former days, by the ordinary courts of the praetors, quaestiones perpetuae, who still continued to exercise their judicial functions. But senators were now entirely excluded from the bench of iudices, who appear to have been nominated by the Emperor. In the provinces justice was administered by the governors, but they had no jurisdiction over Roman citizens, unless it was specially delegated to them by the Emperor. Roman citizens could always appeal from the provincial courts to the higher courts at Rome. The appellatio of the Princeps seems to have been made legal by a measure of 30 B.C. On the principle of the division of power between senate and Princeps, appeals from the decrees of the governors of senatorial provinces should have been exclusively directed to the senate. But on the strength of his imperium maius, the Emperor often received appeals from senatorial as well as from imperial provinces. Appeal could only be made against the sentence of an official to whom the judicial power had been delegated. It could not be made directly against a jury. But it could be made against the decree of the magistrate which appointed the jury. 3. Under Augustus the senate had no voice in the election of magistrates. The Emperor was himself able to control the elections of the comitia in two ways. 1. He had the right to test the qualification of the candidates and conduct the proceedings of the election. This right regularly belonged to the consuls. But when Augustus set aside the consulate for the tribunician power in 23 B.C., it seems that he reserved this right by some special clause. He was thus able to publish a list of candidates, and so nominate those whom he wished to be elected. He used only to nominate as many as there were vacancies. 2. He had the right of commendation, commendatio or suffragatio. That is, he could name certain persons as suitable to fill certain offices, and these candidates recommended by the Emperor, candidati principis, were returned as a matter of course. The highest office, however, the consulate, was excepted from the right of commendation. 4. In regard to legislation, the senate was theoretically in a better position under the Empire than under the Republic. Originally and strictly it had no power of legislation whatever. The decisions of the senate, embodied in the senatus consulta, did not constitutionally become law until they were approved and passed by an assembly of the people. But practically they came to have legal force. The confirmation of the people came to be a mere form, and sometimes the form was omitted. It is possible that it was omitted in the case of the decree which conferred the imperium on Augustus. Under Augustus the senate became a legislative body, and in this respect took the place of the assembly of the people. From it and in its name issued the laws, senatus consulta, which the emperors wished to enact, just as the laws, leges, proposed by the republican magistrates were made by the people. The senate alone had the power of passing laws to dispense from the operation of other laws, and the emperor himself, who was bound by the laws like any other citizen, had to resort to it for this purpose. For example, in 24 B.C., a senatus consultum freed Augustus from the Cincian law which fixed a maximum for donations. The special exception of particular persons from the law which defined a least age for holding the magistracies was at first a prerogative of the senate, but the Princeps gradually usurped it. To the senate also belonged exclusively the right of decreeing a triumph, of consecrating or condemning the Princeps after death, and of licensing collegia. The Princeps had no direct right to make laws, more than a consul or a tribune. Like these magistrates, he had by virtue of his tribunician power the right to propose or introduce a law at the comitia for the people to pass. But this form of initiating legislation was little used, and was entirely given up by the successor of Augustus. It would seem that it did not harmonize with the monarchical essence of the Principate. It placed the Princeps on a level with the other magistrates, and perhaps it recognized too openly the sovereign right of the people, which, in point of fact, the Emperor had usurped. But formally the Princeps had no right to make laws himself, and thus Augustus as Princeps was less powerful than Caesar as triumvir. But the restraint was evaded in several ways, and as a matter of fact the Emperor was the lawgiver. By special enactments he was authorized to grant to both corporations and individuals rights which were properly only conferred by the comitia. It was the Princeps who founded colonies and gave them Roman citizenship. It was he who bestowed upon a subject community the dignity of ius Latinum, or a Latin community to full Roman citizenship. It was quite logical that these powers should be transferred to the Princeps, in his capacity of imperator, as sovereign over the provinces and dispenser of peace and war, and maker of treaties. He also used to define the local statutes for a new colony. He had the right to grant Roman citizenship to soldiers at all events, perhaps also to others. Apart from these leges datae, which were properly comitial laws, the most important mode of imperial legislation was by constitutions, which did not require the assistance of either senate or comitia. These imperial measures took the form either of 1. Edicts, which as a magistrate the Princeps was specially empowered to issue, or of 2. Acta, decreta or epistolae, decisions and regulations of the Emperor which primarily applied only to special cases, but were generalized and adopted as universally binding laws. The validity of the imperial acta was recognized in a special clause of the Lex de Imperio, and the oath taken by senators and magistrates included a recognition of their validity. But their validity ceased on the death of the Princeps, and this fact illustrates the important constitutional difference between the Principate and monarchy. 5. The financial system of the state was modified by the division of the government between the Emperor and the Senate. There were now 2 treasuries instead of 1. The old aerarium Saturni was retained by the Senate. Under the Republic, the aerarium was under the charge of the quaestors, but by Augustus the duty was transferred to 2 praetors, 23 B.C., praetores aerarii. The Emperor's treasury was called the fiscus, and from it he had to defray the costs of the provincial administration, the maintenance of the army and fleets, the corn supply, etc. It is to be observed that provincial territory in the imperial provinces was now regarded as the property, not of the state, but of the Emperor, and therefore the proceeds derived from the land taxes went into the fiscus. From a strictly legal point of view the fiscus was as much the private property of the Emperor as the personal property which he inherited, patrimonium, or acquired as a private citizen, res privata. But at first the latter was kept apart from the fiscus, which belonged to him in his political capacity. His personal property, however, soon became looked upon not indeed as fiscal, but as in a certain sense imperial, crown property as we should say, and devolving by right on his successor. The expenses which the aerarium was called upon to defray under the Principate were chiefly 1. Public religious worship, 2. Public festivals, 3. Maintenance of public buildings, 4. Occasional erection of new buildings, and 5. Construction of public roads in Roman Italy, to which, however, the fisc also contributed. Indeed, it is impossible to distinguish accurately the division between the 2 treasuries. In the senatorial provinces the taxes were at first collected on the farming system, which had prevailed under the Republic, but this system was abandoned before long, and finally the collection of the taxes in the senatorial as well as the imperial provinces was conducted by imperial officers. But the tendency was to consign the duty of collecting the taxes to the communities themselves, and in later times this became the system universally. In the arrangements for minting money also a division was made by Augustus between the Emperor and Senate. At first, 27 B.C., both Senate and Emperor could issue gold and silver coinage, at the expense of the aerarium and the imperial treasury, respectively. Copper coinage ceased altogether for a time. But when copper was again issued about 12 years later, a new arrangement was made. The Princeps reserved for himself exclusively the coining of gold and silver, and gave the coining of copper exclusively to the Senate. This was an advantage for the Senate, and a serious limit on the power of the Princeps. For the exchange value of the copper always exceeded the value of the metal, and thus the Senate had the power, which the Princeps did not possess, of issuing an unlimited quantity of credit money. In later times we shall see that the emperors could not resist the temptation of depreciating the value of silver, and thus assuming the same privilege. One of the most important functions of the Senate under the emperors was that it served as an organ of publication, and kept the public in communication with the government. The emperor could communicate to the Senate important events at home or abroad, and though these communications were not formally public, they reached the public ear. It was usual for a new Princeps on his accession to lay before the Senate a program of his intended policy, and this was of course designed for the benefit of a much larger audience than that assembled in the curia. End of Chapter 3, Sections 1 and 2. Recording by Tricia G. Chapter 3, Sections 3 and 4 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 3, The Joint Government of the Princeps and the Senate, Sections 3 and 4. Section 3, The Princeps and the Magistrates. We have seen that the republican magistrates continued to be elected under the Empire, and they were still supposed to exercise their functions independently. Under the dictatorship of Julius Caesar, they had been subject to the maius imperium of the dictator, but it was not so under the Principate. The Princeps has no maius imperium over them, as he has over the proconsul abroad. His power is only coordinate, but on the other hand it is quite independent. The dignity of the consulate was maintained, and it was still a coveted post. Indeed new though reflected lustre seemed to be shed on the supreme magistracy by the fact that it was the only magistracy which the Princeps deigned occasionally to hold himself. To be the emperor's colleague was a great distinction indeed. The consuls still gave their name to the year of their office, and they retained the right of conducting and controlling the elections in the popular assemblies. It has already been mentioned that a new senatorial court was instituted, in which they were the presiding judges. Augustus also assigned the consuls some new duties in civil jurisdiction. But he introduced the fashion of replacing the consuls who entered upon office in January by a new pair of consuli suffecti at the end of 6 months. This custom, however, was not definitely legalized, and was sometimes not observed. In later times 4 monthly consulates were introduced, and later still 2 monthly. The number of praetors had been increased to 16 by Julius Caesar. Augustus at first reduced the number to 8, he then added 2 praetores aerarii. Afterwards he increased them again to 16, but finally fixed the number at 12. The chief duties of the praetors were, as before, judicial. But Augustus assigned to them the obligation of celebrating public games, which formerly had devolved upon the consuls and the aediles. A college of 10 tribunes were still elected every year, but the office became unimportant, and the chief duties of a tribune were municipal. The aediles also lost many of their functions. Augustus divided the city of Rome into 14 regions, over each of which an overseer or prefect presided. These overseers were chosen from the praetors, aediles, and tribunes. The quaestorship was a more serious and laborious office. Sulla had fixed the number of quaestors at 20, Julius Caesar raised it to 40, Augustus reduced it again to 20. Quaestors were assigned to the governors of senatorial provinces. The proconsul of Sicily had 2. 2 quaestors were at the disposal of the Emperor, to bear communications between him and the senate. The consuls had 4 quaestors, and these were 2 quaestores urbani. This magistracy had an importance over and above its proper functions, in that it qualified for admission into the senate. Thus, as long as the quaestors were elected by the comitia, the people had a direct voice in the formation of the senate; and thus, too, the Emperor, by his right of commendation already mentioned, exercised a great though indirect influence on the constitution of that body. The vigintivirate was held before the quaestorship. It comprised 4 distinct boards. The tresviri capitales, on whom it devolved to execute capital sentences; the tresviri monetales, who presided at the mint; the quatuorviri viis in urbe purgandis, officers who looked after the streets of Rome; and the decemviri slitibus iudicandis, who were now appointed to preside in the centumviral courts. The republican magistrates formed a civil service and executive for the senate. The Princeps had no such assistance at his disposal. As a magistrate he was supposed, like a consul or praetor, to do everything himself. The personal activity, which is presupposed on the part of the Princeps, is one of the features which distinguish the Principate from monarchy. It followed, as a consequence of this theory, that all the officials who carried out the details of administration for which the Emperor was responsible, were not public officers, but the private servants of the Emperor. A freedman fulfilled duties which in a monarchy would devolve upon a secretary of state. The Emperor had theoretically a perfect right to have appointed, if he chose, freedmen, or citizens of any rank, as governors in the provinces which he was supposed to govern himself. It was due to the sound policy of Augustus and his self-control that he made it a strict rule, which his successors maintained, only to appoint senators, and in certain cases knights, to those posts. He also voluntarily defined the qualification of equestrian rank for the financial officers, procuratores Augusti, who represented him in the provinces. But the position of the knights must be more fully explained. Section 4. The Equites. The equestrian order was reorganised by Augustus, and altered both in its constitution and in its political position. 1. Constitution. In the early Republic the equites were the citizen cavalry, who were provided with horses for their military service at public cost, but in the later Republic there had come to be 3 classes of equites: those who were provided with public horses, equus Romanus equo publico; those who provided their own horses; and those who by estate or otherwise were qualified for cavalry service, but did not serve. The 2 last classes were not in the strictest speech Roman knights, and they were abolished altogether by Augustus, who thus returned to the system of the early Republic. Henceforward every knight is an equus Romanu equo publico, and the whole ordo equester consists of such. 2. Admission. The Emperor himself assumed the right of granting the public horse which secured entry into the equestrian order. The chief qualifications were the equestrian census, free birth, soundness of body, good character, but the qualification of free birth was not strictly insisted on under the Empire, and freedmen were often raised to be knights. A senator's son necessarily became a knight by virtue of his birth, and thus for men born in senatorial rank, knighthood was a regular stage before entry into the senate. There was a special official department, ad census equitum Romanorum, for investigating the qualifications of those who were admitted into either of the 2 orders, ordo uterque, as the senate and the knights were called. 3. Life tenure. Another innovation of Augustus consisted in making the rank of knight tenable for life. Apart from degradation, as a punishment or a consequence of the reduction of his income below the equestrian rating, 400,000 sesterces, A knight does not cease to be a knight unless he becomes a senator or enters legionary service. Legionary service was so attractive under the Empire that cases often occurred of knights surrendering their rank in order to become centurions. 4. Equitum probatio. It was an old custom that the equites Romanae equo publico should ride annually, on the Ides of July, in full military caparison from the temple of Mars at the Porta Capena, first to the Forum to offer sacrifice there to their patron gods, Castor and Pollux, and then on to the Capitol. This procession, called the Transvectio Equitum, had fallen into disuse, and Augustus revived it and combined it with an Equitum probatio, or review of the knights. Sitting on horseback and ordered according to their turme, the knights passed before the Emperor, and the name of each was called aloud. The names of any whose behaviour had given cause for censure were passed over, and they were thus expelled from the order. Here the Emperor discharged duties, which before the time of Sulla had been discharged by the censors. He was assisted by 3 or 10 senators appointed for the purpose. 5. Organization. The equestrian order was divided into turmae, 6 in number, each of which was commanded by one of the Severi Equitum Romanorum. The Severi were nominated by the Emperor, and changed annually like the magistrates. They were obliged to exhibit games, ludi severales, every year. It is to be observed that the knights were not organized or treated as a political body like the Senate. They had no machinery for action, no common political initiative, no common purse. 6. Privileges. In dress the Roman eques were distinguished by the military mantle called trebia, and the narrow purple stripe, angustus clavis, on the tunic. They also wore a gold ring, and this was considered so distinctively a badge of knighthood that the bestowal of a gold ring by the Emperor became the form of bestowing knighthood. The children of a knight, like those of a senator, were entitled to wear the gold bulla. In the theatre special seats, the 14 rows, were reserved for the knights, and Augustus, 5 A.D., assigned them special seats also at races in the circus and at gladiatorial spectacles. 7. Service of the knights as officers. The chief aim of Augustus in reorganizing the knights was military. He desired to procure competent officers in the army, from which posts he excluded senators entirely. Men of senatorial rank, however, who, as has been already mentioned, became knights before they were old enough to enter the Senate, regularly served a militia, as it was called. The officer posts here referred to are the subordinate commands, not the supreme commands of legions, and are of 3 kinds. A. Prefectura cohortis, or command of an auxiliary cohort. B. Tribunatus militum, in a legion. C. Prefectura alle, command of an auxiliary cavalry squadron. The Emperor, as the supreme military commander, made the appointments to these militiae equestres. Service as officers seems to have been made obligatory on the knights by Augustus. As knights only could hold these posts, there was no system of regular promotion for soldiers into the officer class. But it often happened that soldiers who had distinguished themselves, and had risen to the first rank of centurions, who corresponded somewhat to our non-commissioned officers, received the equus publicus from the Emperor, and thus were able to become tribunes and prefects. As a rule the officers held their posts for several years, and it was considered a privilege to hold the tribunatus semestris, which could be laid down after 6 months. 8. Service of knights as jurymen. In 122 B.C., C. Gracchus had assigned the right of serving as iudices exclusively to the knights. 40 years later, 81 B.C., Sulla restored it to the Senate. Then, in 70 B.C., a compromise between the 2 orders was made by the law of L. Aurelius Cotta, whereby the list of jurymen was composed of 3 classes, called decuriae, the first consisting entirely of senators, the second of knights equo publico, the third of tribuni aerarii. As the last class possessed the equestrian census and belonged to the equestrian order in the wide sense in which the term was then used, although they had not the equus publicus, this law of Cotta really gave the preponderance to the knights. The total number of iudices was 900. each class contributing 300. This arrangement lasted till 46 B.C., when Caesar removed the tribuni aerarii from the third class and filled it with knights in the strict sense. Augustus excluded the senators altogether from service as iudices, and while he preserved the 3 decuriae filled them with knights. But he added a 4th decuria for service in unimportant civil trials, consisting of men who possessed more than half the equestrian income, ducenarii. Only men of at least 30 years of age were placed on the list of iudices, and, in the time of Augustus, only citizens of Rome or Italy. 9. Employment of knights in state offices. By reserving the posts of officers and iudices for the knights to the exclusion of the senators, Augustus was carrying out the design of C. Gracchus and giving the knights an important political position, so that they were in some measure coordinated with the Senate as a factor in the state. But he went much further than this. He divided the offices of administration and the public posts between the senators and the knights. The general principle of division was that those spheres of administration which are more closely connected with the Emperor personally were given to knights. The legateships of legions, however, were reserved for senators, as also the governorships of those provinces which had been annexed under the Republic. But new annexations, such as Egypt, Noricum, and Raetia, were entrusted to knights, and likewise the commands of new institutions, such as the fleet and the auxiliary troops. Financial offices, the collection of taxes, and those posts in Rome and Italy, to be mentioned in Chapter 5, which the Emperor took charge of, were also reserved for knights. The selection of the procuratores Augusti, or tax officers, in the provinces from the knights alone was some compensation to them for the loss of the remunerative field which they had occupied under the Republic as publicani. As the taxes in the imperial provinces were no longer farmed, but directly levied from the provincials, the occupation of the knights as middlemen, by which they had been able to accumulate capital and so acquire political influence, was gone. Under the Principate they were an official class. Those knights who held high imperial offices were called equites illustres. 10. Elevation of knights to the Senate. Knights of senatorial rank, that is, sons of senators, who had not yet entered the Senate, formed a special class within the equestrian order, to which they, as a rule, only temporarily belonged, and wore the badges of their senatorial birth. They could ordinarily become senators on reaching the age of 25. For knights who were not of senatorial rank there was no regular system of advancement to the Senate. But the Emperor, by assuming censorial functions, could exercise the right of adlectio, and admit knights into the Senate. It seems to have been a regular usage to admit into the Senate the commander of the Praetorian Guards when he vacated that post. End of Chapter 3, Sections 3 and 4. Recording by Tricia G.
Chapter 4 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 4. The family of Augustus and his plans to found a dynasty. While Augustus was constructing the new constitution, he had many tasks of other kinds, administrative, military, and diplomatic, to perform. He had to regulate the relations of the Roman state with neighbouring powers in the east. He had to secure the northern frontier of the empire on the Rhine and the Danube against the German barbarians, and to carry out there the work begun by Caesar his father. He had to improve the administration in Italy and Rome, and step in if the Senate of the empire failed to perform its duties. He had to reform the provincial administration which had been so disgracefully managed by the Senate of the Republic. Besides this, he had to make his own position safe by keeping his fellow citizens content. He had to see that the nobles and the people were provided with employment and amusement. Finally, he had to look forward into the future and take measures to ensure the permanence of the system which he had called into being. This last task of Augustus, his plans and his disappointments in the choice of a successor to his power, will form the subject of the present chapter. It is needful, first of all, to obtain a clear view of his family relationships. Augustus was married 3 times. 1. He had been betrothed to a daughter of Publius Servilius Isauricus, but political motives induced him to abandon this alliance and marry Clodia, daughter of Fulvia, in order to seal a reconciliation with her stepfather, Marcus Antonius. In consequence, however, of a quarrel with her mother, he put her away before the marriage was consummated. 2. His second wife was Scribonia, twice a widow, whom he also married for political reasons, namely in order to conciliate Sextus Pompeius, whose father-in-law, Scribonius Libo, was Scribonia's brother. By her 1 child was born to him in 39 B.C., unluckily a daughter, for had it been a son, much anxiety and sorrow might have been spared him. Her name was Julia. He divorced Scribonia in order to marry 3. Livia, the widow of Tiberius Claudius Nero, 38 B.C. Livia was herself a daughter of the Claudian house, for her father, Marcus Livius Drusus Claudianus, was, as his name shows, a Claudius adopted into the Livian gens. She was a beautiful and talented woman, whom he truly loved, and it was a sore disappointment to him that they had no children. Livia, however, brought her husband 2 stepsons, Tiberius Claudius Nero, born in 42 B.C., and Nero Claudius Drusus, born in 38 B.C., after her marriage with Augustus and suspected to be really his son. Besides his daughter Julia and his wife Livia, another woman possessed great influence with the emperor and played an important part in the affairs of the time. This was his sister, Octavia. She was married twice, first to Caius Claudius Marcellus, and secondly, for political reasons, to Marcus Antonius. By her first marriage she had a son, Marcus Claudius Marcellus, born 43 B.C., and a daughter, Marcella. It is necessary to say a word here about the political position of the emperor's kindred. The imperial house embraced the male and female descendants in male agnatic line from the founder of the dynasty, the wife of the emperor, and the wives of the male descendants. Thus Livia and Julia belonged to the house of Augustus, but Octavia did not belong to it, nor Julia's children, until Augustus adopted them. The distinctive privilege possessed by members of the imperial house was that they were inviolable and sacrosanct, like the tribunes. This right dated from the triumviral period, and thus is explained how it was that Octavia, though not one of the imperial house, possessed tribunician sacrosanctity. She had acquired it not as the sister of Caesar, but as the wife of Antonius. Soon it became the custom for the soldiers to take an oath of fidelity to the whole house of the Caesars, but this custom hardly existed under Augustus himself. Under the first Princeps, the members of his house enjoyed few honours and privileges compared with those which were acquired by them in later reigns. It has been already seen that constitutionally the emperor has no voice in appointing a successor to the Principate, for neither designation nor heredity was recognised. Augustus had to find a practical way for escaping this constitutional principle, and securing that the system which he founded should not come to an end on his own death, and that he should have a capable successor. The plan which he adopted was an institution which had no official name, but which was equivalent to a co-regency. He appointed a consort in the imperial power. There was no constitutional difficulty in this. The institution of collegial power was familiar to Roman law and Roman practice, and the 2 elements of imperial authority, the imperium and the tribunician power, could be held by more than one. But at the same time the consort was not the peer of the emperor. He could only be subsidiary. There could be only one Princeps, only one Augustus. In fact, the consort held in relation to the Augustus somewhat the same position as the praetor held to the consul. Thus, from the necessity for making practical provision for the succession arose certain extraordinary magistracies, proconsular and tribunician offices, which held a middle place between the Princeps on the one hand and the ordinary magistrates on the other. On the death of the Princeps, the consort would have a practical, though not a legal, claim to be elected Princeps, and nothing short of revolution would, as a rule, hinder him from obtaining the highest position in the state. The proconsular command was first conferred on the consort, the tribunician power subsequently. Under Augustus both powers were conferred for a limited number of years, but always for more than 1 year, which was the defined period for the ordinary magistracies. The consort had not command over the troops like the emperor, but it was common to assign him some special command. He did not bear the title of imperator, and he did not wear the laurel wreath. Nor was he included in the yearly vows which were offered up for the emperor. But he had the right to set up his statues, and his image appeared on coins. Anyone might be selected as consort, but it was only natural that the emperor should select his son for that position, and thus it became ultimately the recognized custom that the emperor's son should become his consort. By this means the danger of elevating a subject so near the imperial throne was avoided, and the natural leaning of a sovereign towards the foundation of a dynasty was satisfied. When the emperor had no children, he used to adopt into his family whomsoever he chose as his successor, and the danger of such a course was mitigated by the paternal power which he possessed over his adopted son. It was some time, however, before this usage became a stereotyped part of the imperial system. The first consort of Augustus was Agrippa, who married his niece Marcella. The proconsule imperium was conferred on Agrippa some time before 22 B.C., but Augustus had certainly no intention that Agrippa should be his successor. He was compelled to assign a distinguished position to his invaluable and ambitious coadjutor, to take him into a sort of partnership in order to secure his cheerful service. But circumstances brought it about that he came to be regarded, if not as the probable successor, yet as something very like it. As Livia proved unfruitful, Augustus had to look elsewhere for a successor. Within his own family 3 choices were open to him. Though he had no sons, he might at least have a grandson by the marriage of his daughter Julia, or he might select his sister's son as his heir and successor, or he might adopt his Claudian stepchildren. His first plan, the marriage of the young Marcellus with Julia, combined 2 of these courses. The empire might thus descend through a nephew to grandchildren. High hopes were formed of Marcellus, who was attractive and popular, and a great favourite of his uncle. The marriage was celebrated in 25 B.C., during the absence of Augustus in Spain, where he suffered from a severe illness, and Agrippa, the brother-in-law of the bridegroom, was called upon to act as the father of the bride. In the following year Marcellus was elected curial aedile, and a decree of the Senate allowed him to stand as candidate for the consulship 10 years before the legal age. At the same time Augustus allowed his stepson Tiberius to be elected quaestor, though he was even younger than Marcellus, and this perhaps was a concession to Livia, who may have felt jealous of the son of Octavia and the daughter of Scribonia. But there was another who certainly felt jealous of the favour shown to Marcellus, and regarded him as an unwelcome rival. This was Agrippa. He had entered, as we have seen, into affinity with the imperial family by his marriage with Marcella. He had been consul, as the emperor's colleague, for 2 successive years. If Augustus was the Princeps, men were inclined to look upon Agrippa as the second citizen, and in the East, where political facts were often misrepresented, he was actually thought to be an equal co-regent with the emperor. He was not popular like his young brother-in-law, but he was universally respected. His services were recognised, and his abilities were esteemed, and he had every reason to cherish ambitious aspirations. Augustus had left Rome in 27 B.C. in order to devote his attention to the administration of Gaul and Spain. During his absence, which lasted until 24 B.C., there were no disturbances in Rome, although he left no formal representative to take his place. This tranquillity must have been partly due to the personal influence of Agrippa, who lived at Rome during these years, though not filling an official post. In 23 B.C., the year of his 11th consulate, Augustus was stricken down by another illness, and he seems to have entertained some idea of abdicating the imperial power. He summoned his colleague, the consul Piso, to his bedside, and gave him a document containing a list of the military forces and an account of the finances of the empire. This act of Augustus displays the constitutional principle that when the emperor died, the imperial power passed into the keeping of the Senate and the chief magistrates. But Augustus, although he could not appoint, could at least recommend a successor, and it is to his honour that he did not attempt to forward the interests of his family at the expense of the interests of the state. Marcellus was still very young, and his powers were unproved. Augustus gave his signet ring to Agrippa, thus making it clear whom he regarded as the one man in the empire capable of carrying on the work which he had begun. But Augustus was not to die yet. He was healed by the skill of the famous physician Antonius Musa. On his recovery he learnt that his illness had been the occasion of unfriendly collisions between Agrippa and Marcellus. While Marcellus naturally built hopes on his marriage with Julia, Agrippa was elated by the conspicuous mark of confidence which the emperor had shown in him at such a critical moment. Augustus therefore thought it wise to separate them, and he assigned to Agrippa an honourable mission to the eastern provinces of the empire, for the purpose of regulating important affairs in connection with Armenia. The proconsular imperium was probably conferred on him at this time. Agrippa went as far as Lesbos, but no further, and issued his orders from that island. His friends said that this course was due to his moderation. Others suspected that he was sulky, and it is clear that he understood the true meaning of his mission. But an unexpected and untoward event suddenly frustrated the plan which Augustus had made for succession, and removed the cause of the jealousy of Agrippa. Towards the end of the same year, Marcellus was attacked by malaria at Baiae, and the skill which cured his father-in-law did not avail for him. He was buried in the great mausoleum which Augustus had erected some years before in the Campus Martius, as a resting place for his family. The name of Marcellus was preserved in a splendid theatre which his uncle dedicated to his memory, but the lines in Virgil's Aeneid proved a more lasting monument. The story is told that Octavia fainted when she heard them recited, and that the poet received 10,000 sesterces, about £80, for each line. Augustus had now to form another plan, and it might be thought that the influence of Livia would have fixed his choice on one of her sons. But his hopes were bound up in Julia, and he now selected Agrippa as husband for the widow of Marcellus. The fact that Agrippa was married to her sister-in-law, Marcella, and had children by this marriage, was no obstacle in the eyes of the man who had so lightly divorced Scribonia. Agrippa had put away his first wife Pomponia to marry the niece of Augustus, and he was not likely to grumble now at having to sacrifice the niece for the sake of the daughter. Augustus set forth in 22 BC to visit the eastern provinces. He stayed during the winter in Sicily, and while he was there a sedition broke out in Rome, owing to a struggle between Quintus Lepidus and Marcus Silanus in their candidature for consulship. This incident seems to have determined Augustus to carry out his project of uniting Agrippa and Julia without delay. He recalled Agrippa from the east, caused the marriage to be celebrated, and consigned to him the administration of Rome and the west during his own absence in the east, early in 21 BC. It is said that Maecenas advised his master that Agrippa had risen too high if he did not rise still higher, and that there were only two safe alternatives, his marriage with Julia or his death. In October 19 BC, Augustus returned to Rome, and in the following year received a new grant of the consular imperium for 5 years. At the same time he caused the tribunician power to be conferred for 5 years on Agrippa, who was thus raised a step nearer the Princeps. The marriage of Julia and Agrippa was fruitful. 2 sons and 2 daughters were born in the lifetime of Agrippa, and another son after his death. In 17 BC, Augustus adopted Gaius and Lucius, his grandsons, into the family of Caesar, and it seems clear that he regarded Gaius and Lucius Caesar as his successors, and their father Agrippa as no more than their guardian. But if so, it was necessary to strengthen the guardian's hands, and when Agrippa's tribunician power lapsed, it was renewed for another 5 years. But Augustus was destined to survive his second son-in-law, as he had survived his first. Agrippa died in Campania in 12 B.C. at the age of 51, and was laid, like Marcellus, in the mausoleum of Augustus. The emperor's sister Octavia died in the following year. The death of the consort did not interfere with the plan for the succession, but he was a great loss to Augustus, whose weak health rendered him unequal to bearing the burden of the empire alone. The tender age of Gaius and Lucius Caesar required a protector in case anything should happen to their grandfather before they had reached man's estate. Augustus accordingly united his elder stepson Tiberius with Julia, 11 B.C., and thus constituted him the natural protector of the two young Caesars. For this purpose Tiberius was obliged, much against his will, to divorce his wife, Vipsania Agrippina, by whom he had a son named Drusus. This Agrippina was the daughter of Agrippa by his first wife Pomponia, daughter of Pomponius Atticus, the friend of Cicero. Thus Tiberius put away Agrippa's daughter in order to marry his widow. No statesman perhaps has ever gone further than Augustus in carrying out a cold-blooded method of uniting and divorcing for the sake of dynastic calculations. His younger stepson Drusus had been likewise drawn closer to the imperial family by a marriage with Antonia, daughter of Octavia and niece of the emperor. Tiberius and Drusus had already performed important public services and gained great military distinction by the subjugation of Rhaetia and Vindelicia, 15 B.C. In 12 B.C. and the following years, they had again opportunity for displaying their unusual abilities, Tiberius in reducing rebellious tribes in Pannonia, and Drusus in warfare with the Germans beyond the Rhine. The death of Drusus in 9 B.C. was a great blow to Augustus, who had really paternal feelings for him, but never cared for Tiberius. But he could hardly have found a more capable helper in the administration than his elder stepson. Tiberius was grave and reserved in manner, cautious and discreet from his earliest years, indisposed to conciliate friendship, and compelled to dissemble by the circumstances in which he was placed. But he was an excellent man of business, and as a general he was trusted by the soldiers, and always led them to victory. He became consul in 13 B.C. at the age of 29. Augustus raised him to the same position to which he had raised Agrippa. He granted him the proconsular imperium first, about 9 B.C., and 3 years later the tribunician power. In this policy he was doubtless influenced not only by the merits of Tiberius, but by the influence of Livia, to whom he granted the jus trium liberorum in 9 B.C. On receiving the tribunician power, Tiberius was charged with a special commission to the east, to suppress a revolt which had broken out in Armenia. He had doubtless hoped that his stepfather would adopt him, but he saw that he was destined by Augustus to be the guardian of the future emperors, rather than a future emperor himself, that he was consort indeed of the Princeps, but was not intended to be the successor. He was too proud to relish this postponement to his stepchildren, and instead of undertaking the commission, he retired into exile at Rhodes. In the following year Gaius Caesar assumed the toga virilis. He also became a consul designate. 4 years later he received the proconsular imperium and a special commission to Armenia. 1 A.D. was the year of his consulship. The succession now seemed safe. Lucius Caesar had assumed the gown of manhood in 2 B.C., so that the Julian dynasty had 2 pillars. The Roman knights had proclaimed Gaius and Lucius Principes Juventutis, an honour which seemed to mark them out as destined to become Principes in a higher sense. From this time forward the title of Princeps Juventutis came to be formally equivalent to a designation of a successor to the Principate who was still too young to enter the Senate. But fortune was adverse to the plans of Augustus. Lucius died at Massilia in 2 A.D., and 2 years later Gaius received a wound at the siege of Artagira, and died in Lycia, 4 A.D. Thus the hopes which Augustus had cherished during the past 20 years fell to the ground. But the death of his grandchildren was not the only misfortune which befell Augustus. The depravity of his daughter was an even more grievous blow. The licentious excesses of Julia were the talk of the city, and were known to all before they reached the ears of her father. She had long been unfaithful to her husband Tiberius, and his retirement to Rhodes, though mainly a manifestation of antagonism between the stepson and the grandsons of the emperor, may have been partly due to his estrangement from her. But at length her profligacy became so open that it could no longer be hidden from the emperor. She is even said to have traversed the streets by night in riotous company, and her orgies were performed in the forum or on the rostra. In short, to quote the words of a contemporary, "In lust and luxury she omitted no deed of shame that a woman could do or suffer, and she measured the greatness of her fortune by the licence it afforded for sin." The wrath of Augustus, when he learned the conduct of his daughter, knew no bounds. He formally communicated to the Senate an account of her acts. He banished her to the barren island of Pandateria, off the coast of Campania, 2 B.C., whither her mother Scribonia voluntarily attended her, and no intercession on the part of the people induced him to forgive her. Her lovers, Claudiae, Scipiones, Semproniae, and Quinctii, were exiled. But one of them, Julius Antonius, son of Marcus Antonius and Fulvia, whom Augustus had spared after Actium and always treated with kindness, was put to death, on the charge that he had corrupted the daughter in order to conspire against the father. Rumour said that Livia, scheming in the interests of herself and Tiberius, had a hand in bringing about the misfortunes which fell upon the family of Augustus, but there is no evidence whatever that such was the case. The other children of Julia and Agrippa could not replace Gaius and Lucius. Agrippa Posthumus showed such a bad and froward disposition that Augustus could build few hopes on him. The younger Julia proved a profligate, like her mother. There remained Agrippina, who had married within the imperial family, and did not disgrace it. Drusus, the brother of Tiberius, had wedded the younger Antonia, daughter of Octavia and Marcus Antonius. Of this marriage Germanicus was born, and Augustus selected him as a husband for Agrippina. The emperor thus united his grandnephew with his granddaughter, as he had before united his nephew with his daughter. In deciding the question of the succession, Augustus was obliged to have recourse to Tiberius, yet not so as to exclude Germanicus, or even to deprive the young Agrippa of all hopes. After the banishment of Julia, Tiberius had wished, but had not been permitted, to return to Rome. He is said to have spent his time at Rhodes in the study of astrology. In 2 A.D. he was at length permitted to leave his place of exile, and during the 2 following years he lived at Rome in retirement, until, in consequence of the death of Gaius, he was called upon to take part again in public life. On June the 27th, 4 A.D., Augustus adopted both Tiberius and Agrippa Posthumus, and caused the tribunician power to be conferred for 10 years on Tiberius, who was sent forthwith to conduct a campaign in Germany. At the same time Tiberius was required to adopt his nephew Germanicus. As for Agrippa, he soon ceased to be a possible rival. His conduct was such that Augustus was obliged to banish him to the island of Planasia. Thus, after the frustration of many plans, Augustus was in the end compelled to recognise as his son and heir the aspirant whom he liked least, but who was perhaps fitter than any of the others to wield the power. When he adopted Tiberius, he expressed his feelings in the words, "Hoc Republicae causa facio." I do this for the sake of the Republic. 9 years later, 13 A.D., Tiberius was raised higher than any previous consort. It was enacted by a special law, lex, introduced by the consuls, that he should have proconsular power in all the provinces and over all the armies, co-ordinate with the proconsular power of his father, and that he should hold a census in conjunction with Augustus. It is significant that the proconsular power was conferred by a law. In all previous cases Augustus had bestowed it by virtue of his own proconsular imperium, but now the power of Tiberius in the provinces is no longer secondary, but is coordinate with and limits that of Augustus himself, and does not expire with the death of Augustus. It is therefore conferred by a lex. At the same time Tiberius received a renewal of the tribunician power, no longer for a limited period, but for life, and the Senate selected him to hold the foremost place in the senatorial committee, which, at the request of Augustus, had been appointed to represent the whole Senate. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5, Section 1 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 5, Section 1. Religious and Social Reforms of Augustus. Augustus sought to secure his government by conciliating the higher classes and keeping the populace amused. In these aims he may be said to have succeeded. His government on the whole was popular, and people were content. His policy, constantly guided by Maecenas, was liberal and humane, and that minister found means to secure the safety of his master without the help of informers or spies. The Romans regarded Maecenas as an ideal minister, and by his death in 8 B.C., the emperor lost a counselor whose tact and insight could not easily be replaced. He is reported to have cried that if either Agrippa or Maecenas had lived, the domestic troubles which darkened the later years of his life would never have befallen him. It was harder to conciliate the aristocracy than to satisfy the lower classes, and notwithstanding his personal popularity, notwithstanding the promptness of the Senate to fall in with his wishes and accept his guidance, Augustus could not fail to perceive a feeling of regret for the republic prevailing among the higher classes, and he probably felt that, if his own personal influence were removed by death, the survival of the Principate would be very uncertain. He could not mistake obsequiousness, or even personal friendship to himself, for cheerful acquiescence in the new system. His safety was occasionally threatened by conspiracies of which we have very little information, but they do not seem to have been really serious. We need only mention that of Fannius Caepio, 23 B.C., and that of C.N. Cornelius Cinna, 4 A.D., Caepio's conspiracy is remarkable from the fact that A. Terentius Varro Murena, who was colleague of the emperor in the consulate, was concerned in it. Murena was the brother of Procellaeus, an intimate friend of Augustus, and of Terentia, wife of Maecenas, and reputed to be the emperor's mistress. Augustus took the matter very seriously, but it seems that the people were not convinced of Murena's guilt. Both Murena and Caepio were executed. In the other case, Cinna and his associates were pardoned by the advice of Livia, who perhaps had learned a lesson from the clement policy of Maecenas. It was a great triumph for Augustus when, in the year of Murena's conspiracy, the same year in which he was himself dangerously ill, and in which he gave the Principate its final shape, he won over two of the most distinguished men of republican sentiments, C.N. Calpurnius Piso and L. Sestius Quirinius, and induced them, after his own abdication of the consulate in June, to fill that magistracy for the rest of the year. But there were still a certain number of irreconciliables, ready, if a favourable opportunity offered, to attempt to restore the republic. The solid foundations of the general contentment which marked the Augustan period were the effects of a long peace, the restoration of credit, the revival of industry and commerce, the expenditure of the public money for the public use, the promotion of public comfort and the security of public safety. In describing the details of the home administration, it is fitting to begin with the cares which Augustus bestowed on the revival of religion and the maintenance of the worship of the gods. The priestly duties of maintaining religious worship in the temples of the gods devolved properly upon the patrician families of Rome. These families had been reduced in number and impoverished in the course of the civil wars. An irreligious spirit had crept in, and the shrines of the gods had fallen into decay. Horace, who saw the religious revival of Augustus, ascribes the disasters of the civil wars to the prevailing impiety. Delicta majorem emeritus lues, Romane, donec templa refaceris. We have already seen that after the conquest of Egypt, Augustus caused a law to be passed, the Lex Senia, for raising some plebeian families to the patrician rank. His care for the dignity and maintenance of the patriciate was closely connected with his concern for the restoration of the national worship. He set the example of renewing the old houses of the gods and building new ones. Apollo, whose shrine stood near Actium, was loved by Augustus above all other deities, and the Emperor was pleased if his courtiers hinted that he was directly inspired by the god of light, or if they lowered their eyes in his presence, as if dazzled by some divine effulgence from his face. To this god he erected a splendid temple on the Palatine. The worship of the Lares engaged his particular attention, and he built numerous shrines for them in the various districts of Rome. Many religious games and popular feasts were also revived. The state religion, as reformed by Augustus, was connected in the closest way with the Principate, and intended to be one of its bulwarks. Divus Julius had been added to the number of the gods. The Arval brothers sacrificed for the welfare of the Emperor and his family. The college of the Quindecimviri and Septimviri offered prayers for him, and there were added to the calendar new feasts whose motives depended on the new constitution. Moreover, the Princeps was Pontifex Maximus, and belonged to the other religious colleges, in which members of his house were also usually enrolled. It has been remarked that the vitality of the old religion is clearly illustrated by the creation of new deities like Annona, the goddess who presided over the corn supply on which imperial Rome depended. The restoration of the worship of Juno was assigned to the care of Livia, as the representative of the matrons of Rome. Not only had the shrines of that goddess been neglected, but the social institution over which she specially presided had gone out of fashion. Along with the growth of luxury and immorality, there had grown up a disinclination to marriage. Celibacy was the order of the day, and the number of Roman citizens declined. Measures enforcing or encouraging wedlock had often been taken by censors, but they did not avail to check the evil. Augustus made the attempt to break the stubbornness of his fellow citizens at first by penalties (18 B.C.), and afterwards by rewards. A lex de meritandis ordinibus was passed, regulating marriages and divorces, and laying various penalties both on those who did not marry and on those who, married, had no children. An unmarried man was disqualified from receiving legacies, and the married man who was childless was fined half of every legacy. These unlucky ones were also placed at a disadvantage in competition for public offices. Nearly 30 years later (9 A.D.), another law, the Lex Papia Poppaea, established a system of rewards. The father of 3 children at Rome was relieved of a certain portion of the public burdens, was not required to perform the duties of a judex or a guardian, and was given preference in standing for magistracies. These privileges were called the ius trium liberorum. The same privileges were granted to fathers of 4 children in Italy, or of 5 in the provinces. Augustus also (18 B.C.) tried to enforce marriage indirectly by laying new penalties on licentiousness. The Lex Julia de adulteriis et de pudicitia made adultery a public offence, whereas before it could only be dealt with as a private wrong. No part of the policy of Augustus was so unpopular as these laws concerning marriage. They were strenuously resisted by all classes, and evaded in every possible way. Yet perhaps they produced some effect. Certainly the population of Roman citizens increased considerably between 28 and 8 B.C., and still more strikingly between the latter date and 14 A.D. But this increase might be accounted for by the general well-being of the age, quite apart from artificial incentives. In the year 17 B.C., 10 years after the foundation of the Principate, Augustus celebrated Ludi Seculares, which were supposed to be celebrated every 100 or 110 years. It was thus a ceremony which no citizen had ever beheld before, and which none, according to rule, should ever behold again. As a matter of fact, however, many of those who saw the secular games of Augustus were destined to see the same ceremony repeated by one of his successors. Augustus probably intended the feast to have a certain political significance, both as lending a sort of consecration to the religious and social legislation of the preceding year, and as celebrating in an impressive manner the introduction of a new epoch, whose continuance now seemed assured by the adoption of the Emperor's grandsons, which took place at the same time. The conduct of the ceremony devolved upon the Quindecimviri, who elected two of their members, Augustus and Agrippa, to preside over the celebration. It lasted 3 days. The ceremonies consisted of the distribution of lustral torches, brimstone and pitch, and of wheat, barley, and beans, at certain stations in the city. The usual invocations of Dies Pater and Proserpine were replaced by those of Apollo and Diana. On the 3rd day, a Carmen Seculare, an ode of thanksgiving, was performed in the atrium of Apollo's Palatine temple by a choir of youths and maidens of noble birth, both of whose parents were alive. The Carmen Seculare was written by Horace, and is still preserved. Augustus also endeavoured to restrain luxury by sumptuary laws, and to suppress the immorality which prevailed at the public games. He excluded women altogether from the exhibitions of athletic contests, and assigned them a special place apart from the men at the gladiatorial shows. At these public spectacles he separated the classes as well as the sexes. Senators, knights, soldiers, freedmen, were all assigned their special places. Precedence was given to married men over bachelors. In connection with the social reforms of Augustus may be mentioned his policy in dealing with the Libertini, who formed a very large portion of the population of Rome. He endeavoured to reduce their numbers in 3 ways. 1. He facilitated the marriage of freed folk with free folk, except senators, with a view to drawing them into the number of the free population. 2. The institution of the Augustales was an inducement to freedmen to remain in the Italian towns, instead of flocking to the capital. 3. Laws were passed limiting the manumission of slaves. The Lex Aelia Sentia (4 A.D.) decreed that a slave under 30 years of age or of bad character must not be manumitted except by the process of vindicta. 4 years later the Lex Sufia Canonea ordained that only a certain percentage of the slaves then existing could be set free by testament. The end of Chapter 5, Section 1. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 5, Sections 2 and 3 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 5. Administration of Augustus in Rome and Italy. The organization of the army. 27 B.C. to 14 A.D. Sections 2 and 3. Section 2. Administration of Rome and Italy. No part, perhaps, of the government of Augustus is more characteristic of his political method and of the general spirit of the Principate than the administration of Rome and Italy. At first he left this department entirely in the hands of the Senate, and he never overtly robbed the Senate of its rights. But he brought it about that a large number of important branches were by degrees transferred from the control of the Senate to that of the Princeps. The Senate and consuls repeatedly declared themselves helpless, and called upon the Princeps to intervene, and so it came about that some offices were definitely taken in hand by him, and in other matters, which were still left to the care of the Senate and the republican magistrates, it became the habit, in case of a difficulty, to look to the Princeps for counsel and guidance. Thus the way in which the encroachments of monarchy were made was by keeping the republican institutions on trial and convicting them of incompetence. This was one of the secrets of empire, which were discovered and deftly manipulated by Augustus. It was chiefly in the later part of his Principate, when he had arranged the affairs of the provinces, that Augustus began to intervene seriously in administration and organisation in Italy and Rome. In this connection it is important to observe that while the institution of the Empire inaugurated a new epoch of good government and prosperity for the provinces, so that they gradually rose to the same level politically as Italy herself, Augustus was deeply concerned to preserve intact the dignity of Rome as the sovereign city and Italy as the dominant country, and the distinction between Italy and the provinces was not entirely effaced for 3 centuries. The supply of Rome with corn required a new organisation, and the Emperor's possession of Egypt enabled him to meet the need. In 22 B.C. there was a great scarcity in Rome, and the people demanded that the Senate should appoint Augustus dictator and censor for life. Augustus rejected this proposal, but accepted the cura annonee, or administration of the corn market, and soon relieved the distress. This was the first department in Rome that he took into his own hands. In 6 A.D. there was a still more pressing scarcity of food, and some years later the Emperor was driven to take measures for the permanent provision of the city with corn. He instituted a praefectus annonee, of equestrian rank, and receiving his appointment from the Emperor. His duty was to superintend the transport of corn from Egypt, and see that the Roman market was kept supplied at a cheap rate. The expenses were defrayed, chiefly at least, by the fiscus, though properly they should have devolved, as before, upon the aerarium, as Rome was within the sphere of the Senate's administration. The Emperor had also to provide for the support of the poor. The number of those who were entitled to profit by the free distribution of corn was finally fixed at 200,000. This included freedmen. Immense sums were also expended by Augustus in public donations to the plebes. Agrippa, whom the Emperor during his absence in the East, 21 B.C. and following years, left in charge of Rome, set zealously to work to reform the water supply. He restored the old and laid down new aqueducts, the chief among them being the Aqua Virgo, 19 B.C., and he instituted a body of public servants whose duty was to keep the water pipes in repair. The administration of the aqueducts, cura aquarum, seems to have been regularly organized, after Agrippa's death, in 11 B.C. While Augustus adorned Rome with edifices, he had also to guard against their destruction. Conflagrations frequently broke out in the capital, and there were no proper arrangements for quenching them. Finding that the aediles, to whom he assigned this care, were unequal to performing it, he was compelled (6 A.D.) to organize 7 military cohorts of watchmen (vigiles), each cohort composed of 1,000 to 1,200 men, under the command of a prefect of equestrian rank, who was entitled praefectus vigilum, and was appointed by the Emperor. These cohorts consisted chiefly of freedmen. They were quartered in 7 stations in the city, so that each cohort did service for 2 of the 14 regions into which Rome was divided. Other new charges were also instituted by Augustus for the well-being of Rome. The curatores operum publicorum, chosen from praetorian senators, watched over public ground and public buildings. Praefectus urbi. Originally, Roman consuls had the right of appointing a representative, called praefectus urbi, to take their place at Rome when they were obliged to be absent from the city. This right was taken from them by the institution of the praetorship. But immediately after the foundation of the Principate, while his position still rested on a combination of the consular with the proconsular power, Augustus, during his absence from Rome, 27 to 24 B.C., revived this old office, and appointed a praefectus urbi to take his place. Messala Corvinus, a man who was much respected, and had rendered great services to the Emperor, was appointed to the post, 25 B.C., but laid it down within 6 days, on the ground that he was unequal to fulfilling its duties. But he seems to have really regarded it as an unconstitutional innovation. During his visit to the East in 21 B.C. and following years, Rome was administered by his consort Agrippa, and therefore no other representative was required. But during his absence in Gaul in 16 to 13 B.C., when Agrippa was also absent in the East, Statilius Taurus was left as praefectus urbi, and performed the duties well. It is to be observed that on this occasion Augustus was not consul, and the Principate no longer depended on the consular power, so that the appointment of Taurus as praefectus urbi was a constitutional novelty. But under Augustus the post was never anything but temporary during the Emperor's absence from Italy. It was not until the reign of his successor Tiberius that the praefectura urbis became a permanent institution. In Italy, as well as in Rome, the Senate proved itself unequal to discharging the duties of a government, and the Emperor was obliged to step in. The cura vaiorum was instituted for the repair of the public roads (20 B.C.). A curator was set over each road. For the main roads leading from Rome to the frontiers of Italy, these officers were selected from the praetorian senators; for the lesser roads, from the knights. Italy, like Rome, was divided into regions, 11 in number, Rome itself making the 12th. The object of this division is uncertain, but may have been made for purposes of taxation. In any case, the regions were not administrative districts, for the independence of the political communities in managing their own affairs was not infringed on by Augustus or any of his successors till the time of Trajan. The imperial post, an institution which applied to the whole empire, may be mentioned here. It was a creation of Augustus, who established relays of vehicles at certain stations along the military roads, to convey himself or his messengers without delay, and secure rapid official communication between the capital and the various provinces. The use of these arrangements was strictly limited to imperial officers and messengers, or those to whom he gave a special passport, called diploma. The costs of the vehicles and horses, and other expenses, fell upon the communities in which the stations were established. This requisition led to abuses, and in later times the expenses were defrayed by the fiscus. It is to be observed that this institution had not assumed under Augustus anything like the proportions which it assumed a century or so later as the cursus publicus. The Augustales. Freedmen were strictly excluded from holding magistracies and priestly offices, and from sitting in the municipal councils, or senates, throughout the empire. Caesar the dictator had indeed sometimes relaxed this rule in their favour beyond Italy, but Augustus strictly enforced and excluded libertini from government. Their exclusion was economically a public loss, for one of the chief sources from which the town treasuries were supplied was the contributions levied on new magistrates and priests, whether in the form of direct payments, or of undertaking the exhibition of public games. As the freedmen could not become magistrates or priests, they were not liable to these burdens, which they would have been glad to undertake. In order to open a field to their ambition, and at the same time to make their wealth available for the public service, Augustus created a new institution entitled the Augustales, probably in the early years of his Principate. 1. This organization was first established in Italy and the Latin provinces of the West. In Africa it was not common, and it is not found at all in the eastern part of the empire. 2. It was not called into being by a law of Augustus, but at his suggestion the several communities decreed an institution which was in every way profitable to them. 3. The institution consisted in the creation every year of 6 men, sex viri Augustales, who were nominated by the decurions, the chief municipal magistrates. 4. These sex viri were magistrates, not priests, but their magistracy was only formal, as they had no magisterial functions to perform. 5. But like true magistrates they had public burdens to sustain. They had to make a payment to the public treasury when they entered upon their office, and they had to defray the cost of games. 6. The sex viri were almost always chosen from the class of the libertini. This rule held good without exception in southern Italy. 7. After their year of office the sex viri Augustales were called Augustales, just as consuls after their year of office were called consulares. Thus the Augustales formed a distinct rank, to which it was the ambition of every freedman to belong. 8. One of the most interesting points about the institution is that it seems to have been partly modelled upon the organization of the Roman knights. The designation of the sex viri of the order of the Augustales seems to have been borrowed from the order of the Equites, and perhaps was introduced about the same time. Moreover, the Augustales occupied the same position in Italy and the provinces as the knights occupied at Rome. They were the municipal image of the knights. They represented the capitalists and mercantile classes in contrast with the nobility and landed proprietors. They bore the same relation to the municipal senate as the knights to the Roman senate. Section 3. Organization of the army and fleet. Augustus introduced some radical changes into the Roman military system. In the first place, he established a standing army. It was quite logical that the permanent imperator should have a permanent army under his command. The legions distributed throughout those provinces, which required military protection, have now permanent camps. In the second place, he organized the auxilia, and made them an essential part of the military forces of the empire. Thirdly, he separated the fleet from the army, and fourthly, he established the praetorian guards. Augustus spent great care on the organization of the army, but it is generally admitted that he acted unwisely in reducing the number of legions after the civil wars. This step was chiefly dictated by considerations of economy in order to diminish the public burdens. But the standing army which he maintained, of about 250,000 men, was inadequate for the defense of such a great empire against its foes on the Rhine, the Danube, and the Euphrates, not to speak of lesser dangers in other quarters. At the death of Augustus, the legions numbered 25. Each legion consisted of not more than 6,000, not less than 5,000 foot soldiers, and 120 horse soldiers. The foot soldiers were divided into 10 cohorts, and each cohort into 6 centuries. Each century had a standard, signum, of its own. The horse soldiers were divided into 4 turmae. Only those were admitted to legionary service who were freeborn and belonged to a city community. To the legions were attached auxiliary troops, auxilia, recruited from the provincials, who did not belong to urban communities. They were divided into cohorts, and consisted of footmen and horsemen, or both combined. Some foot cohorts were composed of about 500 men, and were divided into 6 centuries. Such were called quingenariae. Others were larger and maintained 1,000 men divided into 10 centuries. These were miliariae. Mixed cohorts of both horse and foot soldiers were termed equitate. The alae consisted only of horse soldiers and also varied in size. The auxiliary troops, when attached to a legion, were under the control of the commander of the legion. But they could also act separately, and some provinces were garrisoned exclusively by auxilia. The legions were distinguished by numbers and by names. For example, legio 10 gemina, 21 rapax, or 6 victrix. Besides these troops there were cohorts of Italian volunteers, of whom we seldom hear, and there were in some provinces bodies of provincial militia. Moreover, Augustus had a bodyguard of German soldiers to protect his person, but he disbanded it in 9 A.D. With the exception of the legions stationed in Egypt, and the auxiliary troops in some small provinces, the military forces of the empire were commanded by senators. This leads us to an important institution of Augustus, the legatus legionis, an officer of senatorial, generally praetorian, rank, who commanded both the legion and the auxilia associated with it. The military tribune thus became subordinate to the legatus. He was merely a tribune of the legion, and on an equality with the prefect of an auxiliary cohort, while his position was rather inferior to that of a prefect of an auxiliary squadron. These 3 posts, tribunatus legionis, praefectura cohortis, praefectura alae, were the 3 equestrian offices, open to the sons of senators who aspired to a public career. The prefect of the camp, praefectus castrorum, was not of senatorial rank, and was generally taken from the primipili, or first of the first class of centurions. He was subject to the governor of the province in which the camp was situated, but he was not subject to the legatus legionis. He had no power of capital punishment. In Egypt, from which senators were excluded, there was no legatus legionis, and the prefect of the camp took his place. The time of service for a legionary soldier was fixed, 5 A.D., at 20 years, for an auxiliary at 25. The government was bound to provide for the discharged veterans, by giving them farms or sums of money. It became the custom, however, for some soldiers, after their regular term, to continue in the service of the state in special divisions and with special privileges. These divisions were known as the vexilla veteranorum, and were only employed in battle. The expenses of this military system were very large, and in 6 A.D., at the time of a rebellion in Dalmatia, Augustus was unable to meet the claims of the soldiers by ordinary means, and was driven to instituting an aerarium militare, with a capital of 170,000,000 sesterces (about £1,360,000). It was administered by 3 praefecti, chosen by lot for 3 years from the praetorian senators. The sources of revenue on which the military treasury was to depend were a 5% tax on inheritances and a 1% impost on auctions. Rome and Italy were exempted from the military command of the imperator, and the army was distributed in the provinces and on the frontiers. But there were 2 exceptions: the praetorian guards, along with the city guards and the watchmen, and the fleet. The institution of a bodyguard, cohors praetoria, for the imperator had existed under the Republic, and had been further developed under the Triumvirate. Augustus organized it anew. After his victory, both his own guards and those of his defeated rival Antonius were at his disposal, and out of these troops he formed a company of 9 cohorts, each consisting of 1,000 men. Thus the permanent praetorian guard under the Empire stood in the same relation to the imperator, in which the temporary cohors praetoria stood to an imperator under the Republic. The pay of the praetorian soldier was fixed at double that of the legionary. His time of service was fixed (5 A.D.) at 16 years, and the command was ultimately placed in the hands of 2 praetorian prefects (2 B.C.) of equestrian rank. In later times this office became the most important in the state, but even at first a praetorian prefect had great influence. The Emperor's personal safety depended on his loyalty, and the appointment of 2 prefects by Augustus was probably a device for lessening the chances of treachery. Only a small division of the praetorian troops were permitted to have their station within Rome; the rest were quartered in the neighbourhood. The irregularity of a standing military force posted in Italy was to some extent rendered less unwelcome by the rule that only Italians, and Italians was at first interpreted in its old sense, so as to exclude dwellers in Gallia Cisalpina, could enter the service. Besides the praetorian cohorts, there were 3 urban cohorts, cohortes urbanae, stationed at Rome. During the absence of the emperor, they were under the command of the prefect of the city. The cohortes vigilum have already been mentioned. Augustus created an imperial fleet, which was called, though perhaps not in his own day, the classis praetoria. Under the Republic, the command of the naval forces had always devolved upon the commander of the legions, and consequently no fleets could be stationed in Italian ports, as Italy was exempt from the imperium. Hence the Tuscan and Adriatic seas were infested by pirates. The war with Sextus Pompeius had turned the special attention of Augustus to the fleet, and he saw his way to separating the navy from the army. 2 fleets were permanently stationed in Italy, one to guard over the eastern waters at Ravenna, and the second to control the southern seas at Misenum. They formed the guard of the emperor, and at first were manned by his slaves. The commanders under the early empire were praefecti, who were sometimes freedmen. Augustus also stationed a squadron of lesser magnitude at Forum Julium, but this was removed when the province of Narbonensis was transferred to the Senate, 22 B.C. These fleets were composed of the regular ships of war with 3 benches of oars, triremes, and of the lighter Liburnian biremes. But the heavier and larger kind afterwards fell into disuse, and Liburna came to be the general word for a warship. The end of Chapter 5, Sections 2 and 3. Recording by Mark Penfold.
Chapter 6, Section 1 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie van William. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1 by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 6 Provincial Administration under Augustus, the Western Provinces, 27 B.C. to 14 A.D. Section 1 General Organization of the Provinces. When Augustus founded the empire, the dominion of Rome stretched from the Atlantic to the Euphrates, from the German Ocean to the borders of Ethiopia. The lands which made up this empire had by no means the same political status. Rome, the mother and mistress of the empire, stood by herself. She was a centre to which all the rest looked up. Next her, sharing in many respects her privileged position, was Italy. Outside this inner circle came the directly subject lands and communities, which were strictly under the sway, indicioni, of the Roman people. Outside these, again, came the lands and communities, which, while really under the sovereignty of Rome, preserved their independence and were not called subjects, but federate states and allies. And in each of these circles there were various kinds and subdivisions, according to the mode of their administration, or the limits imposed on their self-government. Thus the subjects of the Roman Empire were almost as heterogeneous in their political relations to their mistress as in race and language. It is to be observed that by Roman Empire we mean more than the Romans in strict speech meant by Imperium Romanum. We mean not only the provinces, but the independent allied states and client kingdoms, in which the people were not the subjects of the Roman people, and the land was not the property of the Roman state. These federate and associated states were regarded legally as outside the Roman fines, although the foides or alliance really meant that they were under the sovereignty of Rome, and the continuation of their autonomy depended solely on her will. There was no proper word in Latin to express the geographical circle which included both direct and the indirect subjects. Perhaps the nearest expression was orbis terrarum, the world, which often seems equivalent to the empire. For Roman law regarded all territory which was not either Roman or belonging to some one whose ownership Rome recognized as the property of no man outside the world. The chief mark of distinction between the autonomous and not autonomous communities was that the former taxed themselves, whereas the latter were taxed by Rome. In both cases there were exceptions, but this was the general rule. And the land of the provincial communities, which were not autonomous, belonged to Rome, whereas the land of the autonomous states was not Roman. Originally, after the conquest of her earliest provinces, Rome had not appropriated the land, but this was a theoretic mistake which she afterwards corrected when C. Gracchus organized Asia. Henceforward all provincial territory was regarded as in the ownership of the Roman people. The Roman people might let the land anew to the former possessors at a fixed rent, and in most cases this was done. Thus the principle was that the provincial subjects occupied as tenants the land which they or their ancestors once owned. This rent was called tributum or stipendium. A. The greater number of provincial communities in the time of Augustus were civitates stipendiariae. The legal condition of these subjects was that of peregrini diridicii, but they were not called by this name. They were under the control of the governor of the province to which they belonged. B. Throughout the provinces there was a multitude of cities which possessed full Roman citizenship, and their number was continually increasing. But although, as far as personal rights were concerned, these cities were on a level with the cities of Italy, they were worse off in two particulars. They were obliged to pay tribute. The reason of this anomaly was a theoretic principle that provincial territory could not be alienated by its owner, the Roman people. The ager publicus populi Romani beyond the sea could not become ager privatus ex iure quiritium. In other words, a provincial of Narbo, although a Roman citizen, could not be a hereditary possessor of land in the Narbonese territory. He could only hold land of the Roman people, and must therefore pay rent for it. In the case, however, of some favoured communities, This principle was departed from as early as the time of Augustus. The privilege took one of two forms, either a grant of immunity from tribute, or the bestowal of jus italicum. The latter form, which was the more common, placed the territory of the community which received it in the same position as the territory of Italy, and made it capable of hereditary ownership. The provincial cities which possessed jus italicum marked their position by the external sign of a statue of a naked Silenus, with a wine-skin on his shoulder, which was called Marcius. This custom was imitated from the Marcius, which stood in the Roman Forum, as a symbol of the capital city. Besides being tributary, the provincial communities of Roman citizens were, like the peregrine communities, subject to the interference of the Roman governor. It is to be observed that these communities were either coloniae or municipia. In the course of Italian history, the word municipium had completely changed its meaning. Originally, it was applied to a community possessing jus latinum, and also to the civitas sine suffragio, and thus it was a term of contrast to those communities which possessed full Roman citizenship. But when in the course of time the civitates sine suffragio received political rights, and the Roman states received full Roman citizenship, and thus the municipium proper disappeared from Italy, the word was still applied to those communities of Roman citizens which had originally been either Latin municipia or independent federate states, and it also, of course, continued to be applied to cities outside Italy which possessed jus latinum. It is clear that originally municipium and colonia were not incompatible ideas, for a colony founded with jus latinum was both a municipium and a colonia. But a certain opposition arose between them, and became stronger when municipium came to be used in a new sense. Municipium is only used of communities which existed as independent states before they received Roman citizenship, whether by the deduction of a colony or not. Colonia is generally confined to those communities which were settled for the first time as Roman cities and were never states before. Thus municipium involves a reference to previous autonomy. c. Besides Roman cities, there were also Latin cities in the provinces. Originally there were two kinds of jus latinum, one better and the other inferior. The old Latin colonies possessed the better kind. The inferior kind was known as the jus of Ariminum, and it alone was extended to provincial communities. When Italy received Roman citizenship after the Social War, the better kind of jus latinum vanished forever, and the lesser kind only existed outside Italy. The most important privilege which distinguished the Latin from peregrine communities was that a member of a Latin city had the prospect of obtaining full Roman citizenship by holding magistracies in his own community. The Latin communities are of course autonomous, and are not controlled by the provincial governor, but like Roman communities they have to pay tribute for their land, which is the property of the Roman people, unless they possess immunity or jus italicum as well as jus latinum. d. Outside Roman territory, and formerly independent allies of Rome, though really her subjects, are the free states, civitates liberae, whether single republics, like Athens, or a league of cities, like Lycia. Constitutionally, they fall into two classes: 1. Civitates liberae et foederatae, or simply foederatae. 2. Civitates sine foedere liberae et immunes. States of the first class were connected with Rome by a foedus, which guaranteed them perpetual autonomy. In the case of the second class, no such foedus existed, and their autonomy, which was granted by a lex or senatus consultum, could at any moment be recalled. Otherwise, The position of the two classes did not differ. The sovereign rights of these free states were limited in the following ways by their relation to Rome. They were not permitted to have subject allies standing to themselves in the same relation in which they stood to Rome. They could not declare war on their own account, whereas every declaration of war and every treaty of peace made by Rome was valid for them also, without even a formal expression of consent on their part. Some of the free states, such as Athens, Sparta, Massilia, seem to have been exempted by the treaty from the burden of furnishing military contingents, both under the Republic and under the Empire. Others, on the other hand, were bound by treaty to perform service of this kind. Thus Rhodes contributed a number of ships every year to the Roman fleet. It is probable that the communities which were established as federate or Latin states under the Principate were subject to conscription. Theoretically, all the autonomous states should have been exempt from tribute, as the land was not Roman, but there were exceptions to this rule, and some free cities, for example Byzantium, paid under the Principate a yearly tributum. E. The position of the client kingdoms was in some respects like that of the free autonomous states, but in other respects different. Both were allied with Rome, but independent of Roman governors. Both the free peoples who managed their own affairs and the kings who ruled their kingdoms were socii of the Roman people, and the land of both was outside the boundaries of Roman territory. But whereas in the case of the civitatis foederatae the Roman people entered into a permanent relation with a permanent community, in the case of kingdoms the relation was only a personal treaty with the king, and came to an end at his death. Thus when a client king died, Rome might either renew the same relation with his successor, or else, without any formal violation of a treaty, convert the kingdom into a province. This last policy was constantly adopted under the Principate, so that by degrees all the chief client principalities disappeared, and the provincial territory increased in corresponding measure. Even under the Republic, the dependent princes paid fixed annual tributes to Rome. F. The treatment of Egypt by Augustus formed a new departure in the organization of the subject lands of Rome. It was, as we have seen, united with the Roman Empire by a sort of personal union, like that by which Luxemburg was till recently united with Holland. The sovereign of the Roman state was also sovereign of Egypt. He did not, indeed, designate himself as King of Egypt any more than as King of Rome, but practically he was the successor of the Ptolemies. This principle was applied to dependent kingdoms which were afterwards annexed to the empire, such as Noricum and Judea. Such provinces were governed by knights instead of senators as in the provinces proper, and these knights, who were entitled prefects or procurators, represented the emperor personally. It is clear that this form of government was not possible until the Republic had become a monarchy, and there was one man to represent the state. G. To make the picture of the manifold modes in which Rome governed her subjects complete, there must still be mentioned the unimportant class of attributed places. This was a technical name for small peoples or places, which counted as neither states nor districts, pagi, and were placed under or attributed to a neighbouring community. Only federate towns, or towns possessing either Roman citizenship or jus latinum, had attributed places. This attribution was especially employed in the Alpine districts, small mountain tribes being placed under the control of cities like Tergesti or Brixia. The inhabitants of the attributed places often possessed jus latinum, and as they had no magistrate of their own, they were permitted to be candidates for magistracies in the state to which they were attributed. They could thus become Roman citizens. It is to be carefully observed that while the subjects of Rome fell into the two general classes of autonomous and not autonomous, the not autonomous communities possessed municipal self-government. The provinces, like Italy, were organized on the principle of local self-government. In those lands, where the town system was already developed, the Roman conqueror gladly left to the cities their constitutions, and allowed them to manage their local affairs just as of old, only taking care that they should govern themselves on aristocratic principles. Rome even went further, and based her administration everywhere on the system of self-governing communities, introducing it in those provinces where it did not already exist, and founding towns on the Italian model. The local authorities in each provincial community had to levy the taxes and deliver them to the proper Roman officers. Representatives of each community met yearly in a provincial concilium. For judicial purposes, districts of communities existed in which the governor of the province dealt out justice. These districts were called conventus. It thus appears that the stipendiary communities also enjoyed autonomy, a tolerated autonomy of a more limited kind than that of the free and the federate communities. The Roman governors did not interfere in the affairs of any community in their provinces, where merely municipal matters not affecting imperial interests were concerned. It also appears that those not autonomous communities which had obtained exemption from tribute practically approximated to the autonomous, whereas those nominally independent states in which tribute was nevertheless levied approximated to the dependent. Here we touch upon one of the great tendencies which marked the policy of Augustus in the administration of the empire. This was a gradual abolition of that variety which at the end of the Republic existed in the relations between Rome and her subjects. There was, 1. The great distinction between Italy and the provinces, and there were, 2. The various distinctions between the provincial communities themselves. From the time of the first Princeps onward, we can trace the gradual wiping out of these distinctions until the whole empire becomes uniform. 1. The provinces receive favours which raise them towards the level of Italy, while Italy's privileges are diminished, and she is depressed towards the level of the provinces. But this change takes place more gradually than, 2. The working out of uniformity among the other parts of the empire, which can be traced even under Augustus, who promoted this end by a. Limiting the autonomy of free and federate states, b. Increasing the autonomy of the directly subject states, c. Extending Roman citizenship, g. Converting client principalities into provincial territory. But perhaps the act of Augustus which most effectually promoted this tendency was his reorganization of the army, which has been described in the foregoing chapter. While hitherto the legions were recruited from Roman citizens only, and the provinces were exempt from ordinary military service, although they were liable to be called upon in cases of necessity, Augustus made all the subjects of the empire, whether Roman citizens or not, whether Italians or provincials, liable to regular military service. The legions were recruited not from Italy only, but from all the cities of the empire, whether Roman, Latin, or peregrini. And the recruit, as soon as he entered the legion, became a Roman citizen. The auxilia were recruited from those subject communities which were not formed as cities, and no Roman citizens belonged to these corps. Such communities now occupied somewhat the same position as the Italic peoples had formerly occupied in relation to Roman citizens. It will be readily seen that a new organization of the legions, by largely increasing the number of Roman citizens, and by raising the importance of the provinces, tended in the direction of uniformity. It has already been stated that in the provincial administration, as in other matters, a division was made by Augustus between the emperor and the senate. Henceforward there are senatorial provinces and imperial provinces. The provinces which fell to the share of the senate were chiefly those which were peaceable and settled, and were not likely to require the constant presence of military forces. The emperor took charge of those which were likely to be troublesome, and might often demand the intervention of the imperator and his soldiers. Thus, 27 B.C., Augustus received as his proconsular province Syria, Gaul, and hither Spain. With Syria was connected the defence of the eastern frontier. Gaul, which as yet was a single province, he had to protect against the Germans beyond the Rhine, and Hispania Citerior, or Tarraconensis, laid on him the conduct of the Cantabrian War. To the Senate were left Sicily, Africa, Crete and Cyrene, Asia, Bithynia, Illyricum, Macedonia, Achaia, Sardinia, and further Spain, Baetica. In this division there was an attempt to establish a balance between the dominion of the emperor, who had also Egypt, though not as a province, and the Senate. But the balance soon wavered in favour of the emperor, and the imperial provinces soon outweighed the senatorial in number as well as importance. When new provinces were added to the empire, they were made imperial. After the division of 27 B.C., several changes took place during the reign of Augustus, but before we consider the provinces separately, it is necessary to speak of the general differences between the senatorial and the imperial government. The Roman provinces were at first governed by praetors, but Sulla made a new arrangement by which the governors should be no longer praetors in office, but men who had been praetors under the title of propraetors. This change introduced a new principle into the provincial government. Henceforward the governors are proconsuls and propraetors. Under the empire those governors who are not subordinate to a magistrate with higher authority than their own are proconsuls. Those who have a higher magistrate above them are propraetors. The governors of the senatorial provinces were all proconsuls, as they were under the control of no superior magistrate, whereas the governors of the imperial provinces were under the proconsular authority of the emperor, and were therefore only propraetors. The distinction between governors proconsuli and governors propraetore must not be confused with the distinction between consular praetorian provinces. A propraetor might be either of praetorian or of consular rank, and a proconsul might be either of consular or of praetorian rank. In the case of the senatorial provinces, a definite line was drawn between consular and praetorian provinces. It was finally arranged that only consulars were appointed to Asia and Africa, only praetorians to the rest. In the imperial provinces, the line does not seem to have been so strict. As a rule, the praetorian governor commanded only one legion, the consular more than one. The proconsuls, or governors of the provinces which the Senate administered, were elected, as of old, by lot, and only held office for a year. They were assisted in their duties by legati and quaestors, who possessed an independent propraetorian imperium. The proconsul of consular rank, attended by 12 lictors, had 3 legati appointed by himself, and 1 quaestor at his side. He of praetorian rank, attended by 6 lictors, had 1 legatus and 1 quaestor. The governors of the imperial provinces were entitled legati Augusti propraetori. They were appointed by the emperor, and their constitutional position was that the emperor delegated to them his imperium. But only consulars or praetorians, and therefore only senators, could be appointed. Their term of governorship was not necessarily limited to a year, like that of the proconsuls, but depended on the will of the emperor. The financial affairs of the imperial provinces were managed by procuratores, generally of equestrian rank, but sometimes freed men. They were also for jurisdiction legati Augusti Juridici of senatorial rank, but it is not certain whether they were instituted under Augustus. But while the Senate had no part in the administration of the imperial provinces, except in so far as the governors were chosen from among senators, the emperor had powers of interfering in the affairs of the senatorial provinces by virtue of the imperium maius, which he possessed over other proconsuls. Moreover, he could levy troops in the provinces of the Senate and exercise control over taxation. Thus, the supply of corn from Africa, a senatorial province, went to the emperor, not to the Senate. In both kinds of provinces alike, the governors combined supreme civil and military authority, but the proconsuls had rarely, except in the case of Africa, military forces of any importance at their disposition. Thus there were two sets of provincial governors, those who represented the Senate and those who represented the emperor. It might be thought at first sight that the senatorial governors would be jealous of the imperial, who had legions under them and a longer tenure of office, but this danger was obviated by the important circumstance that the legati were chosen from the same class as the proconsuls, and thus the same man who was 1 year proconsul of Asia might the next year be appointed legatus of Syria. In reviewing the provinces of the Roman Empire, we may begin with the western and proceed eastward. With the exception of Africa and Sardinia, there were no subject lands which Augustus did not visit as Caesar, if not as Augustus. In 27 B.C. he went to Gaul and thence to Spain, where he remained until 24 B.C., conducting the Cantabrian War. 2 years later he visited Sicily, whence he proceeded to the east, Samos, Asia, and Bithynia, settled the Parthian question, and returned to Rome in 19 B.C. In 16 B.C. he made a second visit to Gaul, in the company of Tiberius, and stayed in the Gallic provinces for 3 years. In 10 B.C. he visited Gaul again, and in 8 B.C. for the 4th time. Henceforward he did not leave Italy, but deputed the work of provincial organization to those whom he marked out to be his successors. End of Chapter 6, Section 1.
Chapter 6, Sections 2 through 4 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 6, Provincial Administration under Augustus, the Western Provinces, 27 B.C. to 14 A.D., Sections 2 through 4. Section 2, Gaul. Augustus divided Gallia into 4 provinces, Narbonensis, Aquitania, Lugudunensis, and Belgica. In 22 B.C. he assigned Narbonensis to the Senate, while the others remained under imperial legati. Narbonensis had become a Roman province in 121 B.C. United with the rest of Gaul after the conquests of Julius Caesar, it was now restored to its separate being. Through the civil wars it became far more than the territory of Narbo, for the federate Greek state of Massilia, which possessed most of the coastline, was reduced to the condition of a provincial town, and thereby Narbonensis extended from the Pyrenees to the maritime Alps. The elder Caesar did much towards Romanizing this province. To him Narbo owed its strength and prosperity, and he founded new cities possessing Roman citizenship, chief among them Arelate, which as a commercial town soon took the place of her older Greek neighbor. The canton system of the Celts was gradually superseded in Narbonensis by the Italian system of city communities, and this development was zealously furthered by Augustus. In one interesting case we can see the process. The canton of the Volcae is first organized on the Italian principle under praetors, praetor Volcarum. The next step is that the canton of the Volcae is replaced by the Latin city Nemausus, which is now Nimes. The disappearance of the canton system distinguishes the southern province from the rest of Gaul, and is part of its conspicuously Roman character. This different degree of Romanization had probably a good deal to do with the marked differences between the lands of the Langue d'Oc and those of the Langue d'Oui. Yet the Celts of Narbonensis did not forget their national gods. The religion of the country survived long in the south as well as in the north. Tres Galliae. The three imperial provinces were often grouped together as the three Gauls. This threefold division corresponded in general outline to the ethnical division, which Caesar marks at the beginning of his Gallic War. But it does not correspond wholly. The province of the southwest contains Iberian Aquitania, but with a Celtic addition. The Celtic land between the Liger and the Garumna is taken from Celtica and annexed to Aquitania. The province Lugudunensis answers to Caesar's Celtica, but it no longer includes all the Celts. It has lost some on the south side to Aquitania, and others on the north to the third division, Belgica. Thus Belgica is no longer entirely Teutonic, but partly Teutonic and partly Celtic. These three districts seem at first to have been placed under the single control of a military governor, who commanded the legions stationed on the Rhine, and had a legatus in each province. Drusus held this position from 13 to 9 B.C., and Tiberius succeeded him 9 to 7 B.C. Again, from 13 to 17 A.D., we find Germanicus holding the same position. It is possible that in the intervening years this military control was suspended, and that the legati of the three provinces were independent of any superior but the emperor, as they certainly were after 17 A.D. In Imperial Gaul the Roman government allowed the cantons to remain, and ordered their administration accordingly. The city system was not introduced in these provinces as in Narbonensis, and the progress of Romanization was much slower. There was a strong national spirit. The religion of the Druids was firmly rooted, and it was long felt by Roman rulers that the presence of armies on the Rhine was as needful to prevent a rebellion in Gaul as to ward off a German invasion. But no serious attempt was made by the Celts to throw off the yoke of their Roman lords. An Iberian rebellion in Aquitania was easily suppressed by Messala Corvinus about 27 B.C., and perhaps belongs as much to the history of Spain as to that of Gaul. The Iberians north of the Pyrenees were probably in communication with their brethren of the south. The success of Messala was rewarded by a triumph. The 4 visits of Augustus to Gaul, which have been mentioned above, and that of Agrippa in 19 B.C., show how much the thoughts of the emperor were filled with the task of organizing the country which his father had conquered and had not time to shape. On the occasion of his first visit he held a census of Gaul, the first Roman census ever held there, in order to regulate the taxes. It is remarkable that the policy adopted by Rome was not to obliterate, but to preserve a national spirit. Not only was the canton organization preserved, but all the cantons of the three provinces were yoked together by a national constitution, quite distinct from the imperial administration, though under imperial patronage. It was in the consulship of M. Messala Barbatus and P. Quirinius, 12 B.C., on the first day of August, that Drusus dedicated an altar to Rome and the genius of Augustus beneath the hill of Lugudunum, where the priest of the three Gauls should henceforward sacrifice yearly, on the same day, to those deities. The priest was to be elected annually by those whom the cantons of the three provinces chose to represent them in a national concilium held at Lugudunum. Among the rights of this assembly were that of determining the distribution of the taxes, and that of lodging complaints against the acts of imperial officials. The city which was thus chosen to be the meeting place of the Gallic peoples under Roman auspices, Lugudunum, stood above and apart from the other communities of imperial Gaul. She gave her name to one of the three provinces, and the governor of Lugudunensis dwelt within her walls. But she was far more than a provincial residence. Singular by her privileged position as the one city in the three Gauls which enjoyed the rights of Roman citizenship, she may be regarded as the capital of all three, yet not belonging to any. Her exalted position resembles that of Rome in Italy rather than that of Alexandria in Egypt. It has also been compared with that of Washington in the United States. She and Carthage were the only cities in the western subject lands in which, as in Rome itself, a garrison was stationed. She had the right of coining imperial gold, and we cannot assert this of any other western city. Her position, rising at the meeting of the Rhone from the east, and the Arar (Sound) from the north, was advantageous from the point of view either of a merchant or of a soldier. She was the centre of the road system of Gaul which was worked out by Agrippa, and whenever an Emperor visited his Gallic provinces, Lugudunum was naturally his headquarters. The difference in development between the three Gauls and Narbonensis, the land of cantons and the land of cities, is well illustrated by the town names of France. In Narbonensis the local names superseded for ever the tribal names. Arelate, Vienna, Valentia, survive in Arles, Vienne, Valence. But in Imperial Gaul the rule is that the local names fell into disuse, and the towns are called at the present day by the names of the old Gallic tribes. Lutetia, the city of the Parisii, is Paris. Durocotorum, the city of the Remi, is Rheims. Avaricum, the city of the Bituriges, is Bourges. The conqueror of Gaul had shown the way to the conquest of Britain, but this work was reserved for another than his son. One of the objects of Augustus in visiting Gaul in 27 B.C. was to feel his way towards an invasion of the northern island, but the project was abandoned. The legions of Augustus, however, though they did not cross the Channel, crossed the Rhine, but the story of the making of the true and original province of Germany beyond the Rhine and its brief duration, and of the forming of the spurious Germanies on the left bank of the river, will be told in another chapter. Section 3. Spain. Spain, the land of the far west in the Old World, was safe through its geographical position from the invasion of a foe. Almost enclosed by the sea, it had no frontier exposed to the menace of a foreign power, and it was the only province in such a situation that required the constant presence of a military force. For though the Romanizing of the southern and eastern parts had advanced with wonderful rapidity, the intractable peoples of the northwestern regions refused to accept the yoke of the conqueror, and held out in the mountain fastnesses, from which they descended to plunder their southern neighbours. The Cantabrians and the Asturians were the most important of these warlike races, and, when Augustus founded the Empire, their territories could hardly be considered as yet really under the sway of Rome. Since the death of Caesar arms had never been laid down in Spain. Commanders were ever winning triumphs there, and ever having to begin anew. Augustus found it needful to keep no less than 3 legions in the country, 1 in Cantabria, 2 in Asturia, and the memory of the Asturian army still abides in the name Leon, the place where the Legio VII Gemina was stationed. Before Augustus, the province of Hispania Ulterior took in the land of the Tagus and the Durius, as well as the region of the Baetis. This division was now altered. First of all, Galatia, the northwestern corner, was transferred from the further to the hither province, so that all the fighting in the disturbed districts of the north and northwest might devolve upon the same commander. The next step was the separation of Lusitania and its organization as a distinct imperial province, while the rest of further Spain, Baetica as it came to be called, was placed under the control of the Senate. Another change made by Augustus was the removal of the seat of government in hither Spain from New Carthage to more northern and more central Tarraco, whence, from this time forth, the province was called Tarraconensis. Tarraco became in this province what Lugudunum was in Gaul, the chief seat of the worship of Rome and Augustus, and the meeting place of the provincial concilium. Thus, under the new order of things, Spain consists of 3 provinces, Baetica, senatorial, Tarraconensis and Lusitania, imperial. This arrangement was probably not completed until the end of the Cantabrian War, which lasted with few interruptions from 29 to 25 B.C., only, however, to break out again a year or 2 later. A rebellion of Cantabria and Asturia was suppressed by Statilius Taurus in 29 B.C., but in 27 B.C. disturbances were renewed and the emperor himself hastened from Gaul to quell the insurrection. But a serious illness at Tarraco forced him to leave the conduct of the war to his legati, probably under the general direction of Agrippa. A fleet on the north coast supported the operations by land, and by degrees the fastnesses of the Cantabrians fell into the hands of the Romans. At the same time P. Carcisius subdued the Asturians. It was a more difficult task to secure a lasting pacification. Augustus endeavoured to induce the mountain peoples to settle in the plains, where in the neighbourhood of Roman colonies they might be tamed and civilized. Such centres of Roman life in the northwest were Augusta Asturica, Bracara Augusta, Lucus Augusti, memorials of the Spanish visit of Augustus, and still surviving under their old names as Astorga, Braga, and Lugo. The chief inland town of eastern Tarraconensis was the work of the same statesman. Saragossa, on the Ebro, still preserves the name of the colony of Caesar Augustus. But the Emperor had not left Spain long, 24 B.C., when new disturbances broke out. They were promptly put down, but in 22 B.C. another rebellion of the Cantabrians and Asturians called for the joint action of the governors of Tarraconensis and Lusitania. The last war, and perhaps the most serious of all, was waged 2 years later, and demanded the leadership of Marcus Agrippa himself, 20 to 19 B.C. The difficulty was at first aggravated by the mutiny of the soldiers, who detested the weary and doubtful warfare in the mountains, and it required all the military experience of the general to restore their discipline and zeal. After many losses the war was successfully ended, 19 B.C., and the hitherto untamable Cantabrian people reduced to insignificance. A few disturbances occurred 4 years later, but were easily dealt with. Yet it was still felt to be needful to keep a strong military force in northern Spain. Roman civilization had soon taken a firm hold in the south of Spain. The contrast of Narbonensis with the rest of Gaul is like the contrast of Baetica and the eastern side of the Hither province with the rest of Spain. But Roman policy was very different in the two countries, and this was due to the circumstance that Spain was conquered and organized at an earlier period. The Latinizing of Spain had been carried far under the Republic. The Latinizing of Gaul had practically begun under the Empire. In Gaul the tribal canons were allowed to remain. This was the policy of the Caesars, father and son. In Spain, the tribal cantons were broken up in smaller divisions. This was the policy of the Republican Senate. In Gaul, excluding the southern province, there were no Roman cities except Lugudunum. In Spain, Roman colonies were laid here and there in all parts. The Gallic fellows of Baetic Gades, Corduba and Hispalis, of Lusitanian Emerita and Olispo, of Tarraconese Carthage, Caesar Augusta and Bracara, must be sought altogether, under the early empire, in the smallest of the 4 provinces of Gaul. In Lusitania, Augustus founded Emerita Augusta, a colony of veterans, on the river Anus, Guadiana, and made it the capital of the province. The other chief Roman towns of Lusitania were Olispo, once promoted to be the capital, Lisbon, of a modern kingdom, and Pax Julia, now represented by Beja. Spain was not a network of the Roman roads like Gaul. The only imperial road was the Via Augusta, which went from the north of Italy along the coast to Narbo, then across the pass of Puicerda to Ilerda, and on by Tarasco and Valentia to the mouth of the Baetis. The other road, communication necessary in a fertile and prosperous country, was provided by the local communities. The Spanish peninsula was rich not only in metals, but in wine, oil, and corn. Gades, Cadiz, which now received the name of Augusta Julia, was one of the richest and most luxurious towns in the empire. Section 4. Africa, Sardinia, Sicily. From Spain one naturally goes on to Africa. Augustus never visited either the African province or the African dependency, but, before he left Tarraco, 25 B.C., he was called upon to deal with African affairs. In history, Spain and Africa have always been closely connected. Sometimes Spain has been the stepping stone to Africa, oftener, as for the Phoenicians and the Arabs, Africa has been the stepping stone to Spain. The western half of Mauritania was really nearer to the European peninsula which faced it than to the rest of the African coast, and under the later empire this region went with Spain and Gaul, not with Africa and Italy. There was no road between Tingis in western and Caesarea in eastern Mauretania. The communication was by sea. And so it was that the Moorish hordes, crossing to Baetica in their boats, were more dangerous to Roman subjects in Spain than to those in Africa. A poet of Nero's time describes Baetica as Trusibus obnoxia maris. For though Spain, as has been already said, had no frontier exposed to a foreign power, her southern province had as close neighbour a land which, first as a dependency and then as a province, was inhabited by a rude and untamed population. The commands which Augustus issued from the capital of his Spanish province especially regarded Mauretania. But we must call to mind what had taken place in Africa since the dictator Caesar ordered it anew. He had increased the Roman province by the addition of the kingdom of Numidia, and the river Ampsaga was fixed as the western boundary between New Africa, as Numidia was sometimes called, and Mauretania. This latter country was at that time under two kings. Over the eastern realm of Eol, soon to be called by Caesar's name, ruled King Bocchus. Over the western realm of Tingis ruled King Bogud. Both these potentates had taken Caesar's side in the first civil war, unlike King Juba, and they therefore kept their kingdoms after Caesar's victory. But in the next civil war they did not both take the same side. Bocchus held to Caesar the son, as he had held to Caesar the father, but Bogud supported Antonius, while his own capital Tingis, Tangier, embraced the other cause. In reward, Bocchus was promoted to kingship over the whole of Mauretania, and Tingis received the privilege of Roman citizenship. When Bocchus died, 33 B.C., his kingdom was left kingless for a season, but the Roman government did not think that the time had yet come for a province of Mauretania. A son of the last king of Numidia, called Juba, like his father, had followed the dictator's triumph through the streets of Rome, and had been brought up under the care of Caesar and his successor. He served in the Roman army. He was an eager student of Greek and Roman literature, and wrote or compiled Greek books himself. On him Augustus fixed to take the place of King Bocchus. If it was out of the question to restore him to his paternal kingdom of Numidia, he should at least have the next thing to it, the kingdom of Mauretania. And as the descendant of King Massinissa, he would be welcome to the natives. At the same time, 25 B.C., Augustus gave Mauretania a queen. The daughter of Antonius and the Egyptian queen had followed his own triumph, as Juba had followed his father's. Named Cleopatra like her mother, she had been protected and educated by the noble kindness of Octavia, whom her parents had so deeply wronged. There had been a peculiar fitness, as has been well remarked, in the union of the Numidian prince and the Egyptian princess, whose fortunes were so like. This union brought about the strange circumstance that the last king of Mauretania, Juba's son, bore the name of Ptolemy. Thus Roman dominion in Africa, west of Egypt, consisted under Augustus of a province and a dependent kingdom, the river Ampsaga, on which Cirta is built, forming the boundary. The southern boundaries of this dominion it would have been hard, perhaps, for Augustus himself to fix, inasmuch as there were no neighbouring states. The real dominion passed insensibly into a sphere of influence among the native races, who were alternatively submissive and hostile, or, as the Romans would have said, rebellious. Against these dangerous neighbours of the interior, Garamantes and invincible Gaetulians, Transtagnenses and Musulami, it was necessary to keep a legion in Africa, which was thus distinguished as the only senatorial province whose proconsul commanded an army. 2 expeditions were made in the reign of Augustus against these enemies, the first under the proconsul L. Cornelius Balbus, 19 B.C., against the Garamantes, and a second under P. Sulpicius Quirinius against the tribes of Marmarica further east. Barbus performed his task ably, and received a triumph, remarkable as the last granted to any private Roman citizen. In the organization of Gaul and Spain, Rome had no older civilization to build upon. It was otherwise in Sicily and Africa. The civilization of Sicily, when it became Roman, was chiefly Greek, but partly Phoenician. That of Africa, on the contrary, was chiefly Phoenician, but partly Greek. Accordingly, Rome built on Phoenician foundations in the lands which she won from Carthage, and accepted the constitution of the Phoenician town communities, just as she accepted the cantons in Gaul. But there was a remarkable likeness in organization between these communities and those of Italy, so that the transition from the one form to the other was soon and easily accomplished. Carthage, whose existence was blotted out by the short-sighted policy of the Republican Senate, had been revived by the generous counsels of Caesar, to become soon the capital of Roman, as it had been of Punic, Africa. At first the Phoenician constitution was restored to her, but she soon received the form of a Roman colonia, and grew to be one of the greatest and most luxurious cities of western Europe. Utica, jealous of the resurrection of her old rival, was made a Roman municipium. The growth of Roman life in Africa was also furthered by the settlement of colonies of veterans. In the original province may be mentioned Culpea and Hippodiarhydos; in Numidia, Cirta, Constantine, and Sicca. In Roman civilization, Mauretania was far behind her eastern neighbours, but Augustus did much in establishing colonies, chiefly on the coast. These Roman towns of Mauretania owed no allegiance to the native king, but depended directly on the governor of the neighbouring province. Besides the Phoenician towns and the towns on Italian model, whether municipia or colonies, there were also native Libyan communities, but these stood directly under the control of the Roman governors, or sometimes were placed under special Roman prefects. The language of the native Berbers was still spoken chiefly in the regions which the Romans least frequented. It was treated by the conquerors like the Iberian in Spain and the Celtic in Gaul. The language of communication throughout northern Africa was Phoenician, but Rome refused to recognize this Asiatic tongue as an official language, as she had recognized Greek in her eastern provinces. In their local affairs the communities might use Phoenician, but once they entered into imperial relations, Latin was prescribed. It might have been thought that Greek, which was better known in Africa than Latin when the Romans came, would have been adopted there as the imperial language. But the government decreed that Africa, like Sicily, was to belong to the Latin West. It is instructive to observe that, while the name of the Greek queen of Mauretania appears on coins in Greek, that of her husband, who was regarded as an imperial official, is always in Latin. Africa was fertile in fruit, though her wine could not compete with the produce of Spain and Italy. In corn she was especially rich, and shared with Egypt and Sicily the privilege of supplying Rome. The purple industry was still active, chiefly in the little island of Gerba, not destined indeed to become as famous as the island of Tyre. Juba introduced this industry on the western coast of his kingdom. The general well-being of the land has ample witnesses in the remains of splendid structures which have been found there, in all parts, such as theatres, baths, and triumphal arches. From Africa we pass to another province in which Rome was the heiress of Carthage. Sardinia had ceased to look to her African ruler in 238 B.C., and had become, 7 years later, a Roman province, the earliest except Sicily. In the division of the provinces in 27 B.C., Sardinia and Corsica fell to the Senate and Roman people. But the descents of pirates forced Augustus to take the province into his own hands in 6 A.D., and commit it to the protection of soldiers. He did not place it, however, under a legatus of senatorial rank, but only under a procurator of equestrian rank. It was destined to pass again to the senate under Nero, but returned to the Emperor finally in the reign of Vespasian. These islands, though placed in the midst of civilization, were always barbarous and remote. The rugged nature of Corsica, the pestilential air of its southern fellow, did not invite settlements or visitors. They were more suited to be places of exile, and they were used as such. Augustus sent no colonies thither, and did not visit them himself. The chief value of Sardinia lay in its large production and export of grain. Very different was the other great island of the Mediterranean, the oldest of all the provinces of Rome, the land whose conquest led to the further conquests of Sardinia and of Africa itself. It was in Sicily that the younger Caesar established his position in the west. His recovery of the land, on which Rome depended for her grain, first set his influence and popularity on a sure foundation. As Augustus, he visited it again B.C. 22, and although it was a senatorial province, ordered its affairs by virtue of his maius imperium at Syracuse. Perhaps it was in memory of this visit that he gave the name of Syracuse to a room in his house which he used as a retreat when he wished to suffer no interruption. Roman policy had decreed that Sicily was to belong to the Latin West, not to the Greek East, with which once she had been so constantly connected; and for centuries to come, embosomed in the centre of the Empire, she plays no part in history, such as she had played in the past, and was destined to play again in the distant future. End of Chapter 6, sections 2 through 4. Chapter 6, sections 5 and 6 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 6, Provincial Administration under Augustus, the Western Provinces, 27 B.C. to 14 A.D., Sections 5 and 6. Section 5. Raetia, Noricum, and the Alpine districts. From the province adjoining Italy on the south, we pass to the lands on its northern frontier, which it devolved upon Augustus to conquer and to shape. The towns of northern Italy were constantly exposed to the descents of unreclaimed Alpine tribes, who could not be fully quelled as long as they possessed a land of refuge beyond the mountains, among the kindred barbarians of Raetia. For the security of Italy it was imperative to subdue these troublesome neighbours, and in order to do so effectively, it was necessary to occupy Raetia and Vindelicia. This task was accomplished without difficulty in 15 B.C. by the stepsons of the Emperor. Drusus invaded Raetia from the south, and vanquished the enemy in battle. Tiberius, who was then governor of Gaul, marched from the north to assist him, and the Vindelici were defeated in a naval action on the waters of the Lake of Brigantium. The tribes of the "restless Genuani" and the "swift Brueni" appear to have played a prominent part in the Vindelician war. The decisive battle which gave Raetia to Rome was fought near the sources of the Danube, under the fortunate auspices of Tiberius, on the 1st of August. By these campaigns the countries which corresponded to Bavaria, Tyrol, and eastern Switzerland became Roman; a new military frontier was secured, and direct communications were established between northern Italy and the upper Danube and upper Rhine. The military province of Raetia was placed under an imperial prefect, and the troops which used to be stationed in Cisalpine Gaul could now be transferred to an advanced position. Augusta Vindelicium was founded as a military station near the frontier of the new province, and still continues under the name of Augsburg, the name of the ruler who did so much in Romanizing western Europe. For Romanizing Raetia itself, indeed, neither he nor his successors did much. No Roman towns were founded there, as in the neighboring province of Noricum. The conquest of the dangerous Selaci, who inhabited the valley of the Duria, between the Gralan and the Pennine Alps, was successfully accomplished by Terentius Murena, brother-in-law of Maecenas, in 25 B.C. The people was exterminated, and a body of praetorian soldiers was settled in the valley, through which roads ran over the Gralan Alps to Lugudunum, and over the Pennine into Raetia. The new city was called Augustus Praetoria. The emperor's name survives in the modern Aosta, where the old Roman walls and grates are still to be seen. The western Alps between Gaul and Italy were formed into two small districts, the Maritime Alps and the Cottian Alps, of which the former was governed by imperial prefects. At first the Cottian district formed a dependent state, not under a Roman commander, but under its own Prince Cotius, from whom it derived its name, Reginum Coti. Owing to his ready submission, he was left in possession of his territory, with the title Profectus Civitatium. His capital Segusio survives as Susa, and the arch which he erected in honour of his overlord Augustus, 8 B.C., is still standing. Through this prefecture, as it seems to have been, ran the Via Cotia from Augusta Taurinorum, Turin, to arelate, Arles. The pacification of the Alps, though it presented nothing brilliant to attract historians, conferred a solid and lasting benefit on Italy, and Italy gratefully recognized this by a monument which she set up in honor of the Emperor on a hill on the Mediterranean coast near Monaco. The reduction of 46 Alpine peoples is recorded in the inscription which has been preserved. Few relics of the Roman occupation have been found in Raetia. It is otherwise with the neighbouring province of Noricum, which included the lands now called Styria and Carinthia, along with a part of Carniola and most of Austria. Here traffic had prepared the way for Roman subjugation. Roman customs and the Latin tongue were known beyond the Carnic Alps, and when the time came for the land to become directly dependent on Rome, no difficulty was experienced. An occasion presented itself in 16 B.C., when some of the Noric tribes joined their neighbours, the Pannonians, in a plundering incursion into Istria. At first treated as a dependent kingdom, Noricum soon passed into the condition of an imperial province under a prefect or procurator, but continued to be called Regnum Noricum. No legions were stationed in either Raetia or Noricum, only auxiliary troops; but the former province was held in check by legions of the Rhine army at Vindonissa, and Noricum was likewise surveyed by legions of the Pannonian army, stationed at Poetovio, on the Drava (Drave). The organization of Noricum on the model of Italy was carried out by the Emperor Claudius. The land immediately beyond the Julian Alps, with the towns of Emona and Nauportus, belonged to Illyricum, not to Noricum, but it subsequently became a part of Italy. The occupation of Raetia and Noricum was of great and permanent importance for the military defence of the Empire against the barbarians of Central Europe. A line of communication was secured between the armies on the Danube and the armies on the Rhine. Section 6. Illyricum and the Haemus lands. Pannonia and Dalmatia. The subjugation of Illyricum was the work of the first emperor. Istria and Dalmatia were counted as Roman lands under the Republic, but the tribes of the interior maintained their independence and plundered their civilized neighbours in Macedonia. Roman legions had been destroyed, and the eagles captured by these untamed peoples in 48 B.C. under Gabinius, and in 44 B.C. under Vatinius. To avenge these defeats was demanded by Roman honour, and to pacify the interior districts was demanded by Roman policy. The younger Caesar undertook this task when he had dealt with Sextus Pompeius, and discharged it with energy and success. In 35 B.C. he subdued the smaller tribes all along the Hadriatic coast, beginning with Doclea, which is now Montenegro, near the borders of the Macedonian province, and ending with the Iapydes, who lived in the Alpine district northeast of Istria. At the same time his fleet subdued the pirates who infested the coast islands, especially Curzola and Meleda. The Iapydes, whose depredations extended to northern Italy, and who had ventured to attack places like Tergeste and Aquileia, offered a strenuous resistance. When the Roman army approached, most of the population assembled in their town Arupium, but as Caesar drew nearer fled into the forests. The strong fortress of Matulum, built on two summits of a wooded hill, gave more trouble. It was defended by a garrison of 3,000 chosen warriors, who foiled all the Roman plans of attack, until Caesar, with Agrippa by his side, led his soldiers against the walls. On this occasion Caesar received some bodily injuries. The energy of the Romans, inspirited by the example of their leader, induced the besieged to capitulate. But when the Romans on entering the town demanded the surrender of their arms, the Iapydes, thinking that they were betrayed, made a desperate resistance in which most of them were slain, and the remainder, having slain the women and children, set fire to their town. Having thus subdued the Iapydes, Caesar marched through their country down the river Colapis (Culpa), which flows into the Save, and laid siege to the Pannonian fortress of Siscia, whose name is preserved in Sissek, situated at the junction of the two streams. It was not the first time that a Roman force had appeared before the walls of Siscia, but it was the first time that a Roman force did not appear in vain. Having thrown a bridge across the river, Caesar surrounded the stronghold with earthworks and ditches, and with the assistance of some tribes on the Danube, got together a small flotilla on the Save, so that he could operate against the town by water as well as by land. The Pannonian friends of the besieged place made an attempt to relieve it, but were beaten back with loss; and having held out for 30 days, Siscia was taken by storm. A strong position was thus secured for further operations, whether against the Pannonians or against the Dacians. A Roman fortress was built and garrisoned with 25 cohorts under the command of Fufius Geminus. Caesar returned to Italy towards the end of the year 35 B.C., but during the winter the conquered Pannonian tribe rebelled, and Fufius came into great straits. Dark rumours of his situation, for he was unable to send a sure message, reached Caesar, who was at that moment planning an expedition to Britain. He immediately hastened to the relief of Siscia, and let the Britannic enterprise fall through. Having delivered Fufius from the danger, he returned to Dalmatia, and spent the rest of the year 34 B.C. in reducing the inland tribes, which now, forgetting their tribal feuds, combined in a great federation to fight for their freedom. They mustered an army of 12,000 strong, and took up a position at Pomona, now Teplin, northeast of Sebenico, a place impregnable by nature, and strengthened further by art. The name of their leader was Versus. By a skillful piece of strategy Caesar forced the enemy to give up their advanced lines of defence, and retreat into the fortress, which he prepared to reduce by starving the garrison out, and for this purpose built a wall 5 miles in circuit. Another large Dalmatian force under Testimus came to relieve the place, but was completely defeated. The defenders of Promona simultaneously made an excursion against the besiegers, but were driven back, and some of their pursuers penetrated into the fortress with them. A few days later it was surrendered. The fall of Promona put an end to the war, in so far as it was waged by the Dalmatians in common. But warfare continued here and there. Various tribes and fortresses held out by themselves. It was necessary to besiege Setovia, and Caesar was wounded there in his knee. He returned after this to Rome, to enter upon his second consulship, 33 B.C., leaving the completion of his work to Statilius Taurus, who for his services on this occasion received a large share of the Illyrian spoils, and laid the foundation of his great wealth. But Caesar laid down his consulate on the very day on which he assumed it, and returned to Dalmatia, in order to receive the submission of the conquered peoples. The eagles which had been captured from the army of Gabinius were restored, and 700 boys were given to the conqueror as hostages. The civilizing of these Illyrian lands was now begun in earnest. The chief towns on the coast were raised to the position of Italian communities, and a new epoch began in the history of Salone, Iader, Pola, Tergeste, and other places, which made their mark in the later history of Europe. It was now, doubtless, that colonies were settled at Salone, Pola, and Emona. Thus Salone became in full official language Colonia Martia Julia Salone, and Emona, which corresponds with Laibach, the capital of Carniola, became Colonia Julia Emona. Pola, called Colonia Pietas Julia Pola, may have become in some measure for Illyricum what Lugudunum was for the Three Gauls, in so far as a temple of Rome and Augustus was built there during the lifetime of the first emperor. A change was also made in the administration of Illyricum. Hitherto it had been joined to the government of Cisalpine Gaul, with the exception of a small strip of land in the south of Dalmatia, which was annexed to Macedonia. But after Caesar's campaigns, Illyricum was promoted to the dignity of a separate province, bounded by the Savus in the north and the Drillo in the south. At the division of provinces in 27 B.C., it was assigned to the Senate. But in the nature of things it could not long remain senatorial. The presence of legions on the northern frontier could not be dispensed with, and it devolved upon the governor to watch over Noricum on the one hand, and Moesia on the other. Such powers and responsibilities were not likely to be left to a proconsul, and accordingly soon after the conquest of Raetia, when hostilities in Pannonia seemed likely to break out, we find Agrippa sent thither, 13 B.C., invested, with greater powers than all the governors out of Italy." The terror of Agrippa's name held the Pannonians in check, but on his death in the following year they took up arms, and Tiberius was appointed to succeed Agrippa. He brought the rebellious tribes to submission, but in the next year, 11 B.C., was again compelled to take the field against them, and also to suppress a revolt of the Dalmatians. These events led to the transference of Illyricum from the senate to the Emperor. Both the Dalmatian subjects and the Pannonian neighbours required the constant presence of military forces. At the same time the northern frontier of the province advanced from the Savus to the Dravus, in consequence of the successes of Tiberius in his 3 campaigns, 12 to 10 B.C. Potovio, on the borders of Noricum, now became the advanced station of the legions, instead of Siscia. This extension of territory soon led to a division of Illyricum into 2 provinces, Pannonia and Dalmatia, both imperial. The government of Pannonia was especially important, because the intervention of the legatus might be called for either in Noricum or in Moesia. It is well to notice that the name Illyricum was used in 2 ways. In its stricter sense it included Pannonia and Dalmatia. In a wider sense, and specially for financial purposes, it took in Noricum and Moesia, as coming within the sphere of the governors of Illyricum proper. Moesia and Thrace. The governors of Macedonia under the Republic were constantly troubled by the hostilities of the rude Illyric and Thracian peoples on the north and east. The Dardanians of the upper Margus, the Dentheletae of the Strymon, the Triballi between the Timacus and the Oascus, and the Bessi beyond the Rhodope were troublesome neighbours. The lands between the Danube and Mount Haemus, which now form the Principality of Bulgaria, were inhabited by the Moesians, and beyond the Danube was the dominion of the Dacians, whom the Romans had reason to regard as a most formidable enemy. The Thracians in the south, the Moesians in the centre, and the Dacians in the north, were people of the same race, speaking the same tongue. It was evidently a very important matter for the Roman government to break this line, and to bring Moesia and Thrace directly or indirectly under Roman sway, so as to make the Ister the frontier of the empire. The occasion of the conquest of Moesia was an invasion of the Bastarnae, a powerful people, perhaps of German race, who lived between the Danube and the Dniester in 29 B.C. As long as they confined their hostilities to the Moesians, Dardanians, and Triballi, the matter did not concern the governor of Macedonia, Marcus Licinius Crassus, grandson of the rival of Pompey and Caesar. But when they attacked the Dentheletae, allies of Rome, he was called on to interfere. The Bastarnae retired at his command, but he followed them as they retreated and defeated them where the river Cybris flows into the Danube. But at the same time he turned his arms against Moesia, and reduced, not without considerable toil and hardships, almost all the tribes of that country. He had also to deal with the Serdi, who dwelt in the centre of the peninsula under Mount Scomius, in the direct way between Macedonia and Moesia. These he conquered, and took their chief place, Serdica, which is now Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria. He was also compelled to reduce the unfriendly tribes of Thrace. In that country the worship of Dionysus was cultivated with wild enthusiasm, and the possession of one specially venerable grove, consecrated to that god, perhaps the very grove in which Alexander the Great had once sacrificed, was a subject of discord between 2 powerful rival tribes, the Odrysae and the Bessi. The Bessi were then in possession, but Crassus took the sacred place from them, and gave it to the friendly Odrysae, and constituted their prince the representative of Roman power in Thrace, with lordship over the other peoples, and protector of the Greek towns on the coast. Thus Thrace became a dependent kingdom. That Moesia also became, at first, a dependency of the same kind, before she became a regular province, seems likely. The Greek cities on the coast were probably placed under the protection of the Thracian kingdom, while the rest of Moesia and Triballia may have been united under one of the native princes. After 27 B.C. it would doubtless have devolved upon the governor of Illyricum, no longer upon the governor of Macedonia, to intervene in case of need. The submission of the Thracians was not permanent, and the Odrysians were not equal to the task imposed upon them. The Bessi longed to recover the sanctuary of Dionysus, and a sacred war broke out in 13 B.C., which resulted in the overthrow of the princes of Odrysae. The suppression of this insurrection ought perhaps to have devolved upon the governor of Illyricum, but he had his hands full in his own province. The proconsul of Macedonia had no army at his disposal. Accordingly, recourse was had to the troops stationed at Galatia, and Lucius Piso, the imperial legatus in that province, was summoned to cross into Europe and quell the insurgents who were threatening to invade Asia, having established themselves in the Thracian Chersonese (11 B.C.). Piso put down the revolt successfully, and it was probably soon after this that Moesia was converted into a regular Roman province, though Thrace still remained under the rule of the dependent Odrysian prince, Rhometalces, who, with his son Cotys, was devotedly attached to Rome and unpopular in Thrace. Thrace, though not yet Greek, must even now be reckoned to the Greek half of the Roman world; but its close connection with Moesia naturally led us to consider it in this place rather than in the following chapter. Moesia itself belonged partly to the Latin and partly to the Greek division. The cities which grew under Roman influence in western Moesia were Latin, the cities on the coast of Pontus were Greek, and formed a distinct world of their own. But most of the inhabitants of these cities were not Greeks, but Gretae and Sarmatians, and even the true Greeks were to some extent barbarized by intercourse with the natives. The poet Ovid, who was banished to Tomi, gives a lively description of the wild life there, the ploughmen ploughing armed, the arrows of ferocious marauders flying over the walls of the town, natives clad in skins, and equipped with bow and quiver, riding through the streets. Getic continued to be spoken in Moesia long after the Roman conquest, like a lyric in Illyricum, and Ovid says that it was quite needful for any one resident in Tomi to know it. He wrote himself a poem in the Getic tongue, and we should be glad to barter some of his Latin elegiacs for his exercise in that lost language. The subjugation of the vast extent of territory, reaching from the sources of the Rhine to the mouths of the Danube, was a military necessity. The conquest of each province, while it served some immediate purpose at the time, was also part of an immense scheme for the defence of the empire from the northern ocean to the Euxine. It was designed that the armies in Pannonia should be in constant touch with the armies on the Rhine, and that operations in both quarters should be carried out in connection. Central Europe and the Germans who inhabited it presented a hard and urgent problem to the Roman government, but before telling how they attempted to solve it, it will be well to complete our survey of the subject and dependent lands. End of chapter 6, sections 5 and 6.
Chapter 7, Section 1 and 2 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 7, The Provincial Administration under Augustus, the Eastern Provinces. 27 B.C. to 14 A.D. Sections 1 and 2. Chapter 7. Provincial Administration continued. The Eastern Provinces and Egypt. Function of Roman rule in the East. Macedonia, Achaia, and the free Greek states. Nicopolis and the Actian Games. The Delphic Amphictyoni. Asia and Bithynia. The Provincial Diets. Asiarchs and Bithyniarchs. Galatia and Pamphylia. The dependent states in Asia Minor. The Lycian Confederacy. Cappadocia. Pontus. Paphlagonia. Little Armenia. The states of the Tauric Peninsula. Bosphorus and Chersonesus. The insular provinces. Cyprus and Crete with Cyrene. Syria and the neighboring dependent states. Nabatea, Judea, Commagene, Chalcis, Abila, Emesa, Palmyra. King Herod and his Hellenism. Egypt. The Romans, who were the teachers of the peoples whom they conquered in the West, were themselves pupils in the East. In Gaul, in Spain, in northern Italy, in Illyricum, they broke new ground and appeared as the pioneers of civilization. But in the eastern countries which came under their dominion, they entered upon an inheritance, which they were called upon indeed to preserve and improve, but where there was no room for them to originate new ideas of development. Rome merely carried on the work of Alexander the Great and his successors, and she was proud to be entrusted with the task. She not only left Greek what was already Greek, but she endeavored to spread Greek civilization in those parts of her eastern lands where it had not taken root. The sole exception to this policy was Sicily, and this was due to its geographical position. The subject lands of the East naturally fall into four groups. 1. Macedonia and Greece. 2. Asia Minor, in connection with which may be considered the Tauric Peninsula. 3. Syria and the neighboring vassal kingdoms. 4. Egypt, which stands by itself, both geographically and because, strictly speaking, it was not a province. Section 1. Macedonia, Achaia, and the free Greek states. The institution of the empire was attended by a change in the administration of Macedonia and Greece, which under the Republic had formed one large province. Augustus divided it into two smaller provinces, Macedonia and Achaia, both of which he assigned to the Senate. This division, however, did not altogether coincide with the boundary between Greece and Macedonia. The province of Achaia was smaller than Hellas, and the new province of Macedonia larger than Macedonia proper. For Thessaly, Aetolia, Acarnania, and Epirus were placed under the rule of the northern proconsul. Thus, Mount Aetna, instead of Mount Olympus, was the boundary between Greece and Macedonia. Imperial Macedonia was thus smaller in extent and importance than Republican Macedonia. It also lost its military significance as a frontier district through the extension of Roman rule over the neighboring lands north and east. Greek civilization, though it had flourished for centuries in the old cities on both the seas which wash the coasts of Macedonia, never penetrated far into the highlands. Eastward of Apollonia and Dyrrachium, northward of Thessalonica and the Chalcidic Peninsula, there were few Greek cities to form centers of culture. Augustus settled colonies of Roman citizens in many of the old Greek towns, in Dyrrachium, the old Epidamnos, and in Bilus, on the Adriatic coast, in Thracian Philippi, in Pella, in Dium, on the Thermea Gulf, in Cassandra, on the Bay of Pagasai. But his purpose was merely to provide for veteran soldiers, not to Romanize the province. In general, the towns retained their Macedonian constitutions and politarchs, and they formed a federation with a diet. The capital of the province was Thessalonica, and this alone stamped it as Greek. Thessaly, although placed under the government of the proconsul of Macedonia, held a position quite apart from the lands north of Mount Olympus. It was a purely Greek district, and its cities formed a federation of its own, distinct from that of Macedonia. The diet used to meet at Larissa, whose fertile plain was so famous. Julius Caesar had accorded the right of free self-government to all the Thessalians, but for some act of misconduct Augustus withdrew the privilege, and the Thessalians, with the single exception of Pharsalus, were degraded from the position of allies to that of subjects. The Roman government, whether republican or imperial, always treated the venerable cities of Greece with a consideration and tenderness which they showed to no other conquered lands. The reverence which was inspired in the Romans by the city of the Virgin Pallas, by patient Lacedaemon, and by oracular Delphi is displayed not only in their literature but in their government. Athens preserved a part of her dominion as well as her independence. She can still regard herself as a sovereign city. Thus Greek fell politically into two parts, federate Greece and subject Greece. First of the free federate states comes Athens, with the whole of Attica and various other dependencies. On the mainland she possessed Haliartos in Boeotia, and the surrounding district, but, as in old days, most of her dominion was insular. Among the Cyclades she had Chios and Delos; in the northern Aegean, Lemnos, Imbros, and Scyros. The island of Salamis was also recovered for her in the reign of Augustus, by the private liberality of a rich man, Julius Nicanor, whom the grateful Athenians named the new Themistocles. In spite of her privileged position, perhaps in consequence of it, Athens often gave the Roman government trouble. A revolt in the reign of Augustus is recorded. Next to Athens in northern Greece came three famous Boeotian towns, Thespiae, Tanagra, and Plataea. In Phocis likewise three, Delphi, Elatea, and Abae. In Locris, Amphissa. In the Peloponnesus, Sparta was permitted to retain her dominion over northern Laconia, while the inhabitants of the southern half of that country were formed into 18 communities of free Laconians, Eleuthero-Lacones. Dyme in Achaia was also a free city, and it is highly probable, though not certain, that Elis and Olympia belonged to the free communities. The Roman government interfered as little as possible with the affairs of these free states. Athens coined her own drachmae and obols, and the head of Caesar never appeared on her coins. But she and her fellows knew that their privileges might at any moment be withdrawn, as the example of the Thessalians taught them. Patrae and Corinth, as Roman colonies, held a somewhat different position. Corinth, like Carthage, rose again under the auspices of Julius Caesar, as Colonia Julia, or Laus Julia, and rapidly recovered her prosperity thanks to her geographical position. Patrae in Achaia was founded by Augustus, who settled there a large number of Italian veterans, and granted to the new town dominion over the Locrian haven Naupactus, which lay over against it on the opposite coast. The rest of Greece, with the exception of the less developed districts in the west, Aetolia, Acarnania, Epirus, constituted the province of Achaia. The residence of the proconsul was at Corinth. The sense of national unity in these subject states was encouraged by Augustus. He received the Achaean League in an extended form as the League of Boeotians, Euboeans, Locrians, Phocians, and Dorians, or briefly, the League of the Achaeans. In later times it assumed the more pretentious title of the League of the Panhellenes. The assemblies of this association used to meet in Argos, which was thus in some measure recompensed for her exclusion from the list of free communities. One important and singular state still has to be mentioned. On the northern lip of the mouth of the Ambracian Gulf, near the scene of the great battle in which he won the lordship of the Roman world, Augustus founded a new city. Nicopolis, the city of victory, rose on the very spot where the main body of his army had been encamped. This foundation was not to be a Roman colony. It was to be a Greek city like Thessalonica, and it was founded in the same way, by synchronizing the small communities of the neighborhood. Nicopolis, like Athens and Sparta, was a free and sovereign state. Acarnania, the island of Leucas, the neighborhood districts of Epirus, a part of Aetolia, were placed under her control. On the opposite promontory, a new temple of Apollo was built at Actium, and quinquennial games were instituted in honor of that god, on the model of the Olympian, and actually called Olympian as well as Actian. The cycle of 4 years was an Actiad. Nicopolis and its dependents belonged politically neither to Macedonia nor to Achaia, but they were more in touch with the southern than with the northern province. The great bond of union among the European Greeks under Roman rule was the Delphic Amphictyony, and in this assembly, as reorganized by Augustus, Nicopolis had a prominent place. The chief reform introduced by that emperor was the extension of the institution to Macedonia and Nicopolis, but as many votes were assigned to the new city as to the whole of the Macedonian province. The functions of the Amphictyony were purely religious. It ordered the sacred festivals and administered the large income of the temple of Delphi. From a political point of view, it served the same purpose as the assembly of the 3 Gallic provinces which met at Lyon round the altar of Augustus. It helped to maintain a feeling of unity and a sense of common nationality. Section 2. Asia Minor. Kingdoms of the Euxine. Islands. Asia and Bithynia. From the Greeks of the motherland we pass to the Greeks of Lesser Asia. Here Rome had never to struggle for dominion as in the other parts of the empire of Alexander the Great and his successors. The provinces of Asia and Bithynia dropped, as it were, into her arms. Asia was the kingdom of the Attalids of Pergamum, and was bequeathed to the Roman people by Attalus III. Bithynia became Roman in the same way by the testament of King Nicomedes. Both these provinces were assigned to the Senate and governed by proconsuls. Asia extended from the shores of the Propontis to the borders of Lycia. Eastward it included Phrygia, and on the west took in the islands along the coast. Bithynia was no longer confined to the original kingdom of Nicomedes. It had been increased on the east side by Pontus, after the overthrow of the empire of Mithridates by Pompey, and it stretched along the Bosphorus into Europe, so as to take in Byzantium. In the kingdom of the Attalids, little was left for the Romans to do in the way of Hellenization. In the interior of the country, there were many Hellenistic cities, and the growth of city life required no fostering from the new mistress. The colonies of Parium and Alexandria in the Troas, founded by Augustus, were for the purpose of settling veteran soldiers. It was otherwise in the kingdom of Nicomedes. Here Greek culture had not taken root so deeply or so widely. Bithynia was far less developed than Asia. Here, accordingly, there was room for Rome to step in and carry on the work of Hellenization, and she gladly undertook the task. Pontus, which was under the governor of Bithynia, was more backward still. There were no Greek centers there, like Prusa and Nicaea in Bithynia, so that the Hellenization of that country practically began under the empire. The two most important towns on the coast of Pontus were Sinope, where a Roman colony had been planted, and Trapezus, which was the station of the Pontic fleet. In Asia Minor, as in other parts of the empire, Augustus promoted the institution of provincial councils. The deputies of various cities met yearly in a center, and the assembly could make known to the Roman governor the wishes of the province. But this institution took a special shape and color by its association with the worship of the emperor. In 29 B.C., Caesar, not yet Augustus, authorized the diets of Asia and Bithynia to build temples to himself in Pergamum and Nicomedia. Hence the custom of paying divine honors to the emperor during his lifetime spread throughout the provinces. In Italy and Rome, such worship was not yielded to him till he was deified after his death. This worship involved the existence of high priests, who, in the Asiatic provinces, became very important persons and gave their names to the year. Whereas in European Greece, the ancient public festivals, Olympian, Pythian, Isthmian, and Nemean, still lived, and the new Actian feast was celebrated in honor of Apollo. In Asia, the public feasts were connected with the cult of the emperor. The president of the provincial diet, the Asiarch in Asia, and the Bithyniarch in Bithynia, conducted the celebration of these festivals and defrayed the costs, so that those offices could only be held by rich men. There was no lack of wealthy folk in Asia, the province of 500 cities. It had suffered a good deal from piracy and from the Mithridatic war, and Augustus, in order to restore prosperity, resorted to the measure of canceling old debts. Rhodes was the only state that did not take advantage of this permission. But Asia soon recovered, and her bright cities enjoyed under the empire tranquility and prosperity. 4. Galatia and Pamphylia. When the provinces were divided in 27 B.C. between the Senate and the emperor, Asia Minor was only in small part provincial. Besides Asia and Bithynia, only eastern Cilicia was subject to a Roman governor. The rest of the country consisted of dependent states, holding the same relation to Rome as Mauritania in the west. Chief among these vassal states was the kingdom of Galatia, then ruled by Amyntas. Celtic civilization held its own for a long time against Hellenism in this miniature Gaul, which was set down in the land of Hellenistic states, somewhat like Massilia, that miniature Greece set down in the land of Celtic cantons. The visitor who came from western Galatia, the Greek name of Gaul, to eastern Galatia, might hear spoken in the streets of Pessinus and Ancyra the language with which he was familiar in the streets of Lugudunum. Here, too, in the New Gaul, were the same double names of towns as in the Old Gaul, the name of the place and the name of the tribe. As Gallic Mediolanum is Santes, saints, as Lutetia is Parisi, so Ancyra is called by the name of the Tectosages, Pessinus by that of the Tolistobogii. But in Asia the Celts did not long maintain the purity of their race. Gallic and Greek blood were mingled, and the people were called Gallo-Greeks, just as in Gaul they came to be Gallo-Romans. The princes of Galatia were ambitious of empire, and were rivals of Mithridates. In the Mithridatic war they stood fast by Rome. King Deiotarus, who had played a prominent part then, died in 40 B.C., and his kingdom passed to one of his officers, Amyntas, in 36 B.C., through the favor of Marcus Antonius, who charged the new sovereign with the subjugation of Pisidia. The dominion of Amyntas extended over these mountainous countries south of Galatia, which have always been so hard to civilize: Pisidia, Lycaonia, Isauria, and western Cilicia. The fall of his patron Antonius made no difference in the position of Amyntas. Caesar allowed him to remain where he was. But when he died in 25 B.C., Galatia was transformed into a Roman province, and, like all new provinces after 27 B.C., was administered by an imperial governor. Pamphylia, over which the authority of Amyntas stretched, was now separated from Galatia and made a distinct province, but Pisidia and Lycaonia still went with Galatia. In the mountainous regions of these districts the Hellenistic kings had done little for civilization, and there was a great field for the plantation of new cities. Antioch, Seleucia, Apollonia in northern Pisidia, Iconium, and Laodicea Catacaecumene in Lycaonia were indeed something, but they were only a beginning. Augustus founded the Roman colonies of Lystra and Palaris in Lycaonia, and Cremna in Pisidia, and his successors carried on the work. Many remains of theatres and aqueducts in these lands tell of prosperity under the early empire. But even at the best of times, Mount Taurus was the home of wild mountaineers, always ready, under a weak government, to pursue the trade of brigandage. 5. The dependent states in Asia Minor and on the Euxine. The rest of Asia Minor did not become provincial until after the death of Augustus. During his reign the Lycian Confederacy, once subject to Rhodes but independent after the Third Macedonian War, was permitted to retain its autonomy. The kingdom of Cappadocia was ruled by King Archelaus. Polemon ruled over a Pontic kingdom, consisting of the territory between Caressus and Trapezus, and also the land of Colchis. There were 3 distinct vassal states in Cilicia. In Paphlagonia there were some small principalities held by the descendants of King Deiotarus, but these came to an end in 7 B.C. and were joined to Galatia. East of Galatia, north of Cappadocia, was the kingdom of Little Armenia, of which more will be said in the next chapter, where the position of Great Armenia will also be described, a kingdom dependent by turns on the Roman and the Parthian empires. One state, or rather 2 states, which up till very late times continued Roman dependencies, not incorporated in the provincial system, still call for notice. These are the 2 cities on the Tauric peninsula, Bosphorus, or Panticapaium, on the eastern promontory at the entrance of the Palus Myotis, and Chersonesus, or Heraclea, at the opposite western side. Bosporus was governed by kings. The original title was Archon, who also ruled over Phanagoria on the opposite mainland, and Theodosia, a town on the peninsula. Chersonesus was a republic. Both states had been conquered by Mithridates and formed into a Bosporan realm. When he was overthrown, Bosphorus, after some struggles, came finally into the hands of Asandros, who held it unto his death, 16 B.C., and left the kingdom to his wife Dynamis. By marriage with her, and the permission of Augustus, Polemon, king of Pontus, then obtained the kingdom, and was succeeded by his children. But the republic of the western city was no longer subject to its eastern neighbor, though it might regard the Basileus of Bosphorus as a protector in times of need. These cities on the distant border of Scythia played an important part in commerce. The Greek colonies on the northern shore of the Euxine, Tyrus at the mouth of the river of like name, Olbia near the mouth of the Hypanis, although they sometimes received Roman protection, never took a permanent place in the empire. Lonely and remote, they were left to hold their own, as best they could, in the midst of barbarous peoples. Cyprus, Crete, and Cyrene. In the western Mediterranean there were two insular provinces, Cilicia and Sardinia. So likewise in the eastern parts of the same sea there were two insular provinces, Cyprus and Crete. Crete, however, was not an entire province. It had been joined by its conqueror Metellus with the Cyrenaic Pentapolis. The joint province of Crete and Cyrene was assigned to the Senate. The land of Cyrene, remarkable for its delightful, invigorating climate, was also blessed by freedom from political troubles throughout its history as a Roman province. Like Asia and Bithynia, it had been willed to the Roman Republic by Ptolemy Apion, its last Macedonian king, 96 B.C. Cyprus was at first imperial, but in 22 B.C. Augustus transferred it, along with Gallia Narbonensis, to the Senate. The early history of this island had turned, like that of Sicily, on the struggle between the Phoenicians and the Greeks. Under Roman rule, it would have enjoyed unbroken tranquility, but for the large population of Jews who sometimes rebelled. Even the peaceful Cyrenaica was at times disturbed by the agitations of the same race. Crete, once the home of piracy, was lucky enough to play no part in history as long as the Mediterranean was a wholly Roman sea. End of chapter 7, sections 1 and 2. Chapter 7, parts 3 and 4 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 7, Parts 3 and 4. Section 3, the neighboring dependent kingdoms in Syria. Of the imperial provinces, Syria was the most important in the east, as Gaul in the west. The legatus of Syria, on whom it devolved to defend the frontier of the Euphrates against the Parthians, had 4 legions under him, the same number that was stationed on the Rhine. But it was not only for frontier service that the Syrian troops were needed. They had also to protect the cities and the villages against marauding bands who infested the hills. Hence the legions were quartered in the cities, and not, like the Rhine army, in special military stations on the frontier. And this circumstance was the source of the demoralization and the lack of discipline which marked the Syrian army. But notwithstanding the existence of the hill robbers, Syria was a most prosperous province. In the way of Hellenization and the colonization, the Seleucid kings had left nothing for the Romans to do. Augustus founded Berytus in order to provide for veteran soldiers, and it remained an isolated Italian town in the midst of the Greek Asiatics, like Corinth in Greece and Alexandria in the Troad. The Greek names of the towns in Syria recalled Macedonia, as towns in Sicily and Magna Graecia recalled Old Greece, or as names of places in the United States recall the mother country. But the older Aramaic names lived on side by side with the new Greek names, and in some cases have outlived them, as for instance Heliopolis, which is called Baalbek at the present day. People too had double names as well as places. Thomas, who was called Didymus, and Tabitha, also called Dorcas in the New Testament, are familiar examples. The Aramaic tongue continued to be spoken beside Greek, like Celtic beside Latin in Gaul, especially in the remoter districts. From the mixture of Greek and Syrian life, a new mixed type of civilization arose, sometimes called Syro-Hellenic, and characteristically expressed in the great mausoleum erected on a hill near the Euphrates by Antiochus, king of Comagene. In his epitaph, That monarch prays that upon his posterity may descend the blessings of the gods both of Persis and Machaetus, Persia and Macedonia. In the busy factories of the great Syrian cities, Laodicea, Apamea, Tyre, Berytus, Byblus, were carried on the manufactures, linen, silk, etc., for which the country was so famous. But Antioch, the capital, was a town of pleasure rather than of work. It was not well situated for commerce, like Alexandria, but it was rich and magnificent, splendidly supplied with water, brightly lit up at night, and full of superb buildings. It, with its suburbs, the Gardens of Daphne, was probably the pleasantest town in the empire for the pleasure seeker. Southern Syria, on its eastern side, bordered on the dependent kingdom of Nabat, which extended from Damascus, encircling Palestine on the east and south, and included the northern portion of the Arabian Peninsula. The regions, however, of Trachontis, between Damascus and Bostra, which had been committed to the charge of Zenodorus, prince of Abila, were subsequently transferred by Augustus to the king of Judea, because Zenodorus, instead of suppressing the robbers who infested Trachontis, made common cause with them. Damascus itself, however, was subject to the Nabatean kings, whose capital was the great commercial city of Petra, the midway station through which the caravans of Indian merchandise passed on their road from Leucecoma in Arabia to Gaza. These kings were Arabs, and Hellenism had only superficially touched their court. They had officers named Aparchoi and Strategoi. In the northern part of their realm, Damascus was Greek, and the close neighborhood of Syria brought those border regions on the edge of the desert into connection with Greek civilization. The kings of Petra were always at feud with their neighbors, the kings of Judea. Obodas nearly lost his crown for taking up arms against Herod instead of appealing to Augustus, their common lord. Civilization did not really begin for this Nabatean kingdom until, more than a century later, it was at length converted into a Roman province. The kingdom of Judea, restored and bestowed upon Antipater of Idumea by Julius Caesar, had been specially favored by that statesman, being exempted from tribute and military levies. After the death of Antipater, the kingdom was won by his son Herod after many struggles. At first the unwilling client of Antonius and the queen of Egypt, he performed some services in the final contest for Caesar, who not only confirmed him in his kingdom, but enlarged its borders. Samaria was added to Judea, and also the line of coast from Gaza as far as the Tower of Straton, which, afterwards, under Herod's rule, was to become the city of Caesarea, the chief port of southern Syria. Herod, throughout his long reign, prosecuted the work of Hellenism, by no means acceptable to his Jewish subjects, with generous zeal. His policy was to keep religion and the government of the state quite apart, and do away altogether with the Jewish theocracy. There was thus a continuous rivalry between the king and the high priest. The Hellenism of Herod was shown by his building a theater at Jerusalem, and instituting a festival to be celebrated at the end of every 4th year, in imitation of the Greek games. At this festival, musical as well as gymnastic and equestrian contests were held, and people of every nation were invited. He also imitated the Romans by building an amphitheater in the plain beneath the city, and exhibiting there combats of wild beasts and condemned criminals. All this was a gross violation of Jewish traditions. Herod founded 2 new cities, both of which were named after the emperor. Caesarea, already mentioned, intended to be the seaport of Jerusalem, and Sebaste, on the site of Samaria. These cities were of Hellenistic and not Jewish character. The reign of Herod was stained by horrible tragedies which darkened his domestic life. Before his death, which occurred in 4 B.C., his kingdom had been increased by the land beyond the Jordan. The whole realm he divided among his 3 sons. Archelaus was to receive Judea, with Samaria and Idumea. To Philip fell Batanea and the adjacent regions, with the title of Tetrarch, while Galilee and the land beyond the Jordan was assigned to Herod Antipas, also as Tetrarch. But the kingdom was not destined to be of long duration. The Jews preferred to be the direct subjects of the emperor, to being under the rule of a king of their own, and a deputation from Jerusalem waited upon Augustus in Rome to pray him to abolish the kingdom. The emperor at first compromised. He did not remove Archelaus from the government of Judea, but he refused him the royal title and deprived him of Samaria. A few years later, however, in consequence of the incapacity of Archelaus, the wishes of the Jews were accomplished, and Judea was made a Roman province (6 A.D.) under an imperial procurator, over whom doubtless the legatus of Syria was empowered to exercise a certain supervision, in certain cases, somewhat as the governor of Pannonia might intervene in Noricum. Under the procurator, the city communities were allowed to manage their own affairs, as in Asia or Achaia. In Jerusalem, the Sanhedrion, an institution which had been founded under the Seleucids, corresponded to the town council, and the high priest, appointed by the procurator to the chief magistrate. Everything possible was done, under the new system, to respect and deal tenderly with the customs and prejudices of the Jews. Out of consideration for their objection to images, the coins did not bear the emperor's head, and when Roman soldiers went to Jerusalem, they had to leave their standards behind them in Caesarea. The difference of treatment which the Occidental Jews experienced is striking. The same emperors who persecuted Jews in the West scrupulously respected their customs in their own land. But the Jews were not content. They grumbled against the tribute, not because it was oppressive, but on the ground that it was irreligious. This state of things resulted in the great Jewish war of Vespasian, to which we shall come hereafter. Some other small vassal states were allowed to survive for a considerable time. The kingdom of Commagene in the north was not incorporated in the provincial system until 72 A.D. The principality of Chalcis, northwest of Damascus, survived still longer, until 92 A.D. Abila, between Chalcis and Damascus, was annexed about 49 A.D. Iamblichus of Emesa had been executed by Antonius shortly before the battle of Actium, and his territory was at first annexed by Augustus to the province of Syria, but in 20 B.C. restored to a member of the native dynasty of Sampigaramus. It finally became provincial before 81 A.D. At what time the Syrian state of Palmyra, called in the Syrian tongue Tadmor, came to be a Roman dependency, we cannot say for certain, but probably in the reign of Augustus. This flourishing city, situated in an oasis of desert, lay on the trade route from the Euphrates to the Mediterranean Sea, and was governed under Roman supremacy by its own municipal officers, until its destruction by the Emperor Aurelian in the 3rd century. Section 4. Egypt. The death of Cleopatra, the last queen of the royal house of the Legedi, was followed by the conversion of Egypt from the condition of a vassal kingdom into a directly subject land. But although it is never counted with the imperial provinces, it never stood in line with the other provinces. It was the subject to the emperor in his own right, not merely as representative of the populus Romanus. Augustus ruled over Egypt, not as proconsul, but as the successor of the Ptolemies, a king all but in name, and the country always remained a sort of imperial preserve. The emperor was worshipped as a god by the Egyptian priests, according to the same forms which had been used in the cult of the royal Ptolemies. It was a logical consequence of this legal status of Egypt, as the emperor's private domain, that it should stand apart from the imperial provinces in its administration. Thus senators were disqualified to fill the post of governor. Hence the governor of Egypt did not hold the rank of a legatus, but only of a praefectus. He was in command, however, of 3 legions, and this was the only case in which legions were commanded by men of the equestrian order. But not only were senators excluded from the governorship, they were even forbidden to set foot in the land without permission of the lord of the land. This regulation, which also extended to equites illustres, was made by Augustus in self-protection, for if a prominent senator wished to excite a rebellion, Egypt, through its immense resources and its geographical position, would have made a most favorable field for such an enterprise. The military importance had been abundantly proved in the civil war. Whoever controlled the Egyptian ports could stop the corn supply on which Rome and Italy depended, and thus force them to capitulate without leaving Alexandria. and besides, Egypt was a country difficult to attack and easy to defend. It had the advantage of an insular position without being an island. The jealousy with which the emperors watched Egypt is illustrated by the fate of the first prefect, Cornelius Gallus, the poet. He allowed his name and deeds to be inscribed on the pyramids, and these indiscretions were interpreted as treasonable. Tried by the Senate, he was removed from his command, and his disgrace drove him to commit suicide. Augustus is reported on this occasion to have complained that he was the only citizen who could not show anger against a friend without making him an enemy. Besides the prefect, there was a Euryticus to administer justice, and an officer called Aedilogos to manage the finances. In organization also, Egypt differed from the other provinces. The system of the Ptolemies was continued. No municipal self-government was granted. City life was not encouraged, as in the rest of the empire. The country was divided into districts, nomes, which were placed under officers appointed by the government. No diet was instituted to represent the political views of the people. Under the Ptolemies, the native Egyptians had formed an inferior class, possessing no political privileges, and under the Romans their condition remained the same. Upper Egypt extended to Elephantine on the Nile, and to Troglodytic Berenice on the coast, in the same line of latitude. This Berenice must be distinguished from Golden Berenice, far away to the south opposite Aden, which, like Zula and Ptolemais Theron, were not included in the Roman Empire. The fertility of the land of the Nile was proverbial, and it brought in an enormous revenue to the imperial purse. Augustus did not reduce the heavy taxes which had been levied by his Greek predecessors, but by judicious improvements, along which must be especially mentioned the reopening and clearing of the Nile canals, he enabled the country to bear them, and Egypt soon recovered from the financial distress in which the rule of Cleopatra had plunged it. The chief product was grain, in which it supplied Rome. In the production of linen, Egypt rivaled Syria. In glass manufactures it stood first, and it supplied the world with papyrus. Excellently situated for traffic, Alexandria might claim to be the second city in the empire. As a center of commerce, she then stood at the head of all the cities in the world. The traffic of the East and the West met in her streets and on her quays. Greek philosophies and Oriental religions mingled in her schools. The buildings were magnificent, above all the temple of Serapis, the museum, and the royal palace. There were attractions for the scholar as well as for the merchant and the sightseer. The Greek library was the richest, and the Greek professors of the museums the most learned in the empire. Everything, a Greek writer says, was to be had in Egypt: wealth, quiet, sights, philosophers, gold, a museum, wine, all one may desire. There was a very large Jewish population in Alexandria, composing a distinct community with its own chief, entitled the Ethnarch, and the city was too often the scene of riots and tumults, as was wont to be the case where there were large colonies of Jews. The capture of Alexandria by Caesar was commemorated by the building of a suburb called Nicopolis, which served as a sort of fortress to command the city, as a legion was stationed there. The temple of Antonius, incomplete when the city was taken, was finished and dedicated to Caesar. At a later period, Augustus set up an obelisk in Alexandria, which survives to the present day, although no longer in its old station, under the name of Cleopatra's Needle. Egypt had been accustomed to reckon time by the regnal year of the Ptolemies, and the same system was continued under its new sovereign. The era of the first Roman ruler was counted, not from his day of victory, August 1st, 30 B.C., but from August 29th, corresponding to the first day of the month Thoth, which the Egyptians reckoned as the first day of the new year. Cleopatra survived during the greater part of August, and this circumstance may have determined the choice of the beginning of the new era. List of provinces at the death of Augustus. 1. Senatorials. A. Governed by consular proconsuls. Asia, Africa. B. Governed by praetorian proconsuls. Sicily, Baetica, Narbonensis, Macedonia, Achaia, Bithynia and Pontus, Cyprus, Crete and Cyrene. 2. Imperial. A. Governed by legati Augusti praetorii. 1. Governed by consular legati, Tarraconensis, Pannonia, Dalmatica, Moesia, Syria. 2. Governed by praetorian legati, Lusitania, Aquitania, Lugudunensis, Belgica, Galatia. B. Governed by prefects or procurators, Egypt, prefect, Sardinia and Corsica, Rhaetia, prefect, Noricum, Alpes Maritimae, prefect, Alpes Cottae, prefect, Judea, procurator. End of chapter 7, sections 3 and 4.
Chapter 8 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 8. Rome and Parthia. Expeditions to Arabia and Ethiopia. The Arsacid dynasty, which after the fall of the Greek Seleucids ruled over the Iranian lands from the Euphrates to the borders of India, derived their origin from Parthia, a land situated between Media and Bactria, southeast of the Caspian Sea. Their empire is called Parthia, in contrast to the earlier Persian empire of the Achaemenids, and the later Persian empire of the Sassanids. But it must not be forgotten that these kings were of Iranian race, speaking an Iranian language, maintaining the religion of Zoroaster, and that the whole character of their court was Persian. Thus it is quite true to say that the Romans in their Parthian wars not only maintained the same cause, but fought against the same foes as Themistocles when he repulsed Xerxes, and as Alexander when he overthrew Darius. The Parthian kingdom was composed of a number of subordinate kingdoms or satrapies. The Greek cities in Mesopotamia formed an exception, to which we must add the flourishing mercantile city of Seleucia, which had taken the place of ancient Babylon. In this respect, the Parthian and Roman states have been sometimes contrasted. In the Parthian realm, dependent kingdoms were the rule, city communities the exception. In the Roman Empire, cities were the rule, dependent kingdoms the exception. Before the overthrow of their rival Mithridates, the Parthian kings regarded Rome as a friendly power. But after the victories of Pompeius, when the common enemy had fallen, Rome and Parthia stood face to face and became rivals themselves. Syria then became a Roman province, and the Euphrates was fixed by treaty as the boundary between the great European and the great Asiatic power. But there were many causes for discord. Armenia, like Cappadocia, became a Roman dependency, and this circumstance could not fail to lead to war. That country, very important to both states from a military point of view, was destined to be tossed continually backwards and forwards between Parthia and Rome. In language, society, and nationality, Armenia was far nearer to the eastern than to the western power, and the political bonds which united it to Rome were always somewhat artificial. Another source of discord lay in Atropatene, the land south of Armenia, for the vassal king of that country, desiring to free himself from Parthian supremacy, often sought to become the vassal of Rome. The actual violation of the treaty came from the Romans, who assumed overlordship over the Mesopotamian city of Edessa, and attempted to extend the borders of the dependent kingdom of Armenia into Parthian territory. How Parthia declared war against Armenia, how this led to the fatal expedition of Crassus and the field of Carrhae, how in consequence of that defeat Armenia fell into the power of the Parthians, need not be repeated here. Elated by their success, the Parthians began to demand the cession of Syria, while on the side of Rome it was regarded as a matter of honour to revenge the defeat at Carrhae and recover the standards of Crassus. The civil wars prevented the accomplishment of such designs. One great defeat indeed the enemy experienced when they invaded Syria in 38 B.C. at the hands of Ventidius Bassus. Pacorus, the son of the great king, fell on the field of Gindaros. Marcus Antonius at length seriously faced the Parthian question, in connection with his own ambitious design of founding a great Eastern empire composed of dependent kingdoms. It will be remembered how his expedition came to naught. At that time the king of Parthia was Phraates, who was highly unpopular with his subjects, and Antonius supported the pretender Monesus. The king of Armenia was Artavasdes, and he, wishing to increase his dominion by the addition of Atropatene, ardently supported Antonius. Another Artavasdes was king of Atropatene. Antonius blamed the Armenian king for his failure, repaired to Armenia in 34 B.C., seized him, and carried him to Egypt, where he was put to death by Cleopatra. His son Artaxes fled to the Parthians. At the same time, Antonius became reconciled with Artavasdes of Atropatene, obtained his daughter in marriage for a son of his own, whom he set up as king of Armenia. But at this moment Antonius was called upon to deal with Caesar, and Phraates, seizing the opportunity, deposed the two kings, and combined both Armenia and Atropatene under the rule of Artaxes, son of the Armenian Artavasdes. Fortunately for Roman interests, intestine struggles broke out in Persia, simultaneously with the final contest between the two Roman triumvirs. Phraates was deposed, and Tiridates was set up in his stead. Augustus has been blamed for not dealing resolutely with the Eastern question immediately after his victory over his rival. It has been said that he should have at once taken steps to plant his power in Armenia, and make that country securely and permanently Roman, at the same time establishing a recognised authority over the Colchians, the Iberians, and the Albanians, who inhabited the regions between Armenia and the Caucasus, the Euxine and the Caspian. It seemed incumbent on him, too, to recover the standards captured at Carrhae, and at the same time two exiles were imploring his help, Tiridates, who had been overthrown soon after his elevation, and Artavasdes, king of Atropatene. The desire which the Romans felt at this time to see the Parthians humbled is reflected in the earlier writings of Horace. Augustus is called Juvenis Parthis horrendus, and will be regarded as a true god upon earth if he adds the Britons and the dangerous Persians to the empire. Men clearly looked forward to a Parthian war, but Augustus, after the conquest of Egypt, postponed the settlement of the Eastern question. Perhaps he was influenced by the ill success of Antonius, and his army, doubtless eager for rewards and rest, would have been little disposed to undertake an arduous campaign in Armenia. And above all, Augustus himself was not a general. Observing the domestic discords in Parthia, he hoped to settle the eastern frontier advantageously for Rome by diplomacy and not by arms. He consoled Artavasdes with the kingdom of Lesser Armenia, and gave refuge in Syria to Tiridates. In 23 B.C. an opportunity came for recovering the standards and captives which had been taken at Carrhae. Phraates sent an embassy demanding that Tiridates should be given up to him, and also an infant son of his own, whom Tiridates had carried off. The child was sent back, but it was stipulated that in return the captives and the standards should be restored. It was in connection with this affair that Agrippa was sent to the east with proconsular imperium. Phraates did not fulfil the conditions immediately, but in 20 B.C. Augustus appeared in the east himself, and the Parthian king yielded. The Emperor was proud of his success, which in his account of his own deeds he records thus: "I compelled the Parthians to restore to me the standards and spoils of 3 Roman armies, and suppliantly to beg the friendship of the Roman people. Those standards I deposited in the temple of Mars Ultor." Poets celebrated the event as if it ranked with the most brilliant achievements of Roman arms. Virgil sings of "following Aurora and claiming the standards from the Parthians," and imagines the Euphrates as flowing with less haughty stream, and the ensigns, so peacefully recovered, are described by Horace as "torn from the enemy." In the same year a more solid success was obtained, the recovery of Armenia. A conspiracy had been formed there against the king Artaxes, and a message was sent to the Emperor requesting that Tigranes, the younger brother of Artaxes, who was educated at Rome, should be sent to reign in his stead. Tiberius, the Emperor's stepson, was entrusted with the task of deposing Artaxes and installing Tigranes. Artaxes was murdered by the party which had conspired against him, and Tigranes was established in the kingdom, which thus became once more a dependency of Rome. Atropatene, however, was separated and given to Ariobarzanes, son of its former king Artavasdes, but it seemed to have remained under Parthian supremacy. Ariobarzanes, like Tigranes, had been educated at Rome. New troubles, however, soon arose in Armenia. Tigranes died, and the kingdom was agitated by struggles between the friends of Parthia and the friends of Rome. Augustus again entrusted to his stepson the office of restoring order in Armenia, but Tiberius, from motives of private resentment, declined the commission (6 B.C.). Nothing was done during the next 4 years, but then it was decided that the ordering of the East should be entrusted to the young grandson of the Emperor, Gaius Caesar, and should form a brilliant beginning to the career of the destined Imperator. The young prince started with high hopes, dreaming perhaps of Oriental conquests and of rivalling the fame of Alexander. His enthusiasm seems to have been encouraged by, perhaps to have affected, his elders. A courtly poet cried, "Now, far East, thou shalt be ours," and Juba, the literary king of Mauretania, wrote an account of Arabia, for the special benefit of Gaius, whose vision was chiefly fixed on the conquest of that unconquerable land. The settlement of the Armenian question was, in the first instance, easily and peacefully accomplished. Gaius and Phrataces, the son of Phraates, met on an island in the middle of the Euphrates, and the Parthian agreed to resign his claim to Armenia. But it was still necessary to enforce submission to this decision in Armenia itself, and accordingly Gaius proceeded thither to install Ariobarzanes, son of Artavasdes. Before the walls of the fortress of Artagira he was wounded by treachery, and some months later he died of the effects of the hurt at Limyra in Lycia (4 A.D.). During the rest of the reign of Augustus no serious measures were adopted in regard to Armenia, and that state was Parthian and the Roman parties. The unfortunate death of the young Caesar put an end to the design of conquering Arabia. That enterprise had been seriously entertained by the Roman government, and actually attempted at an earlier date. The possession of southern Arabia would have been an important advantage, not like that of Armenia or Moesia for military purposes, but from a purely mercantile point of view. The chief route of trade from India to Europe was by the Red Sea. Adane (Aden) was then, as now, an important port, and the Arabians, with their born genius for commerce, had it in their hands. The Indian wares were disembarked either at Luce Come, on the west coast of Arabia, and thence transported overland to Petra and on to some Syrian port, or at Myos Hormos on the opposite Egyptian coast, whence they were carried by camels to Coptos, near Thebes, and shipped for Alexandria. Once in possession of Egypt, the Roman government could not fail to see that it would be highly profitable to command the Red Sea route entirely, and get the trade into the hands of their own subjects. Not long after the establishment of his power, Augustus took up the question, and here, for once, he was aggressive. He planned an expedition, of which the object was to reduce under Roman sway the land of Yemen, the south-western portion of the Arabian peninsula. That land was known to the Romans as Arabia Felix, and its people, the Himyarites, as the Sabbae. It was a rich country, which in itself invited conquest, though in consequence of the remote situation, the luxurious inhabitants had never been subdued, as Horace tells us, by a foreign master. They supplied the Empire with spices and perfumes, cassia, aloes, myrrh, frankincense, while in return they received the precious metals which they kept in their land. The expedition started towards the end of 25 B.C., and was entrusted to the care of Aelius Gallus, an officer holding a high post in Egypt. 10,000 men, half the number of troops in Egypt, were placed under his command, in addition to auxiliaries supplied by the kings of Nabatea and Judea. The Nabateans had constant intercourse with Arabia Felix, and Sylleus, a minister of the Nabatean king Obodas, undertook to play the part of guide. The whole expedition was miserably mismanaged, it is hard to say how far Gallus was to blame, and how far his guide may have acted in bad faith. His friend, the geographer Strabo, from whom we learn the details of the enterprise, shifts the blame on Sylleus, and it is quite conceivable that the Nabateans may have secretly wished the expedition to fail, thinking that its success might divert the traffic that had hitherto passed through their country. The army embarked at Arsinoe, on the Isthmus of Suez, in a fleet of war vessels. Such vessels were quite needless, as there was no question of hostilities by sea. They disembarked at Lusae Come, which was perhaps at this time subject to Rome, and passed the winter there. In spring they marched southwards by circuitous and laborious routes, and at length reached the capital of the Sabaeans. But the army, though the natives gave little trouble, had suffered severely from disease and hunger, and when at last they came to the residence of the Sabaean kings, Mariba, on its woody hill, both the general and the men were too exhausted and despondent to set to the task of besieging it. Having spent 6 days there, Gallus abandoned the undertaking, and the expedition returned home, but with more speed than it had gone thither. Something had been accomplished in the way of exploring the country, but the Sabaa were still, as before, unconquered. Augustus, however, did not choose to consider the expedition a failure. He speaks of it complacently among his achievements, and he promoted Aelius Gallus to the prefecture of Egypt. While half of the Egyptian army was absent on the Arabian enterprise, the other half was called upon to defend the southern frontier against the aggressions of a neighbouring power. Upper Egypt extended as far as Elephantine on the Nile, and beyond that limit lay the land of the Ethiopians, at this time ruled by the one-eyed queen Candace. She had invaded and plundered the extreme parts of Upper Egypt, Syene and Elephantine, and after fruitless demands for satisfaction, C. Petronius, the prefect, was obliged to take the field (24 B.C.) at the head of 10,000 footmen and 800 horse. He routed the enemy, took the town of Selkis on the Nile, and advanced as far as Napata, where was the queen's palace, in the neighbourhood of the Ethiopian capital Meroe. He razed Napata to the ground. He did not attempt to occupy all this country, but made a strong place, named Premnis or Premis, his advanced post. In the following years Premnis was attacked by the Ethiopians, and Petronius had to return again to relieve it. He inflicted another defeat on the foe (22 B.C.), and Candace was compelled to sue for peace. Her ambassadors were sent to Augustus, who was then at Samos, and peace was granted, the prefect being directed to evacuate the territory which he had occupied. Augustus drew the line of frontier at Syene. End of chapter 8. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on March 4th, 2009.
Chapter 9, Sections 1 and 2 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1 by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 9, The Winning and Losing of Germany, the Death of Augustus. Sections 1 and 2. Section 1. The Conquest of Germany. The subject of the present chapter is the story of the Roman Germany that might have been. Caesar's conquest of Gaul pointed beyond the limits of that country to further conquests. It pointed beyond the sea to the island of the north, and eastward beyond the Rhine to the forests of Central Europe. Caesar had shown the way to the conquest of Britain, he had likewise crossed the Rhine. As far as Britain was concerned, Augustus did not follow out the suggestion of his "father"; that enterprise was reserved for one of his successors. But in regard to Germany he was persuaded to act otherwise. The advance of the Roman frontier from the Rhine to the Albis (Elbe), and the subjugation of the intervening peoples, must have seemed from a military point of view good policy. The line of frontier to be defended would thus be lessened. The defence of the upper Danube, from Vindonissa on the Rhine to Lauriacum, would not be needed, and the Albis would take the place of the Rhine. This project of extending the empire to the Albis, into which perhaps the cautious Emperor was persuaded by the ardour of his favourite stepson Drusus, was well begun and seemingly certain of success, when it was cut short by an untoward accident, if there is not some deeper cause in the hidden counsels of the Roman government. But the winning and losing of Germany is a most interesting episode, giving us our earliest glimpse of the rivers and forests of Central Europe. Caesar in his Commentaries has given a brief sketch of the political and social life of the Germans in general, and of the Suevians in particular. This sketch, though somewhat vague and doubtless derived chiefly from the information of Gauls, is valuable as the earliest picture of the life of our forefathers, and one written by a great statesman. He describes them as a hardy, laborious, and temperate people, dividing their life between hunting and warlike exercises. They practice agriculture but little, and subsist chiefly on flesh, milk, and cheese. No one possesses a permanent lot of land, but the chiefs assign a certain portion of land every year, and for only 1 year's occupancy, to the several communities which form a civitas. At the end of each year the allotments are given up, and each community moves elsewhere. For this custom several reasons were given, of which the most important were, that the people might not by permanent settlement become agricultural and give up warfare; that the more powerful might not drive the weaker from their possessions; and that the mass of the people might be contented. The territory of each tribe is isolated from those of its neighbours by a surrounding strip of devastated, unpeopled land. This is a safeguard against sudden attack. In time of war special commanders were chosen, but in time of peace there is no central or supreme magistracy in the state, but the chiefs of the various districts, pagi, or tribal subdivisions administer justice. The Suevi had 100 pagi, of which each furnished 1,000 men to the military host. The rest stayed at home and provided food for the warriors. The next year the warriors returned home and tilled the land, while those that stayed at home the previous year took their places. From this sketch it may be inferred that the tribes known by Caesar "were in a state of transition from the nomadic life to that of settled civilization." Some tribes must have been in a more advanced stage of development than others, and this development must have been proceeding during the age of Augustus, but we have no means of tracing it. The first disturbance in Gaul after the battle of Actium was the revolt of the Celtic Morini, in the neighbourhood of Gescoriacum, Boulogne, and their rebellion, perhaps, was in some way connected with the invasion of the German Suevians from beyond the Rhine, in the same year, 29 B.C. The Suevians were driven back, and the Morini subdued by Gaius Carrinas, while Nonius Gallus, about the same time, suppressed a rising of the Treveri, on the Mosella. The following years were marked by those measures of organization in Gaul which have been mentioned already, Chapter 6. There seems to have been a good deal of oppression in the taxation and dissatisfaction among the provincials. In 25 B.C. German invaders came from beyond the Rhine, and were repulsed by M. Vinicius, but we know not whether they came by the invitation of Roman subjects. More alarming was the invasion which took place 9 years later. Sugambri, Usipetes, and Tencteri, tribes whose homes were on the right bank of the lower Rhine, crossed the river on an expedition of plunder, and inflicted a defeat on the legatus, M. Lollius, carrying off the eagle of the 5th legion. This event was not a very serious loss, but it was a serious disgrace. Augustus hastened to Gaul himself, taking Tiberius with him. The question of the defence of the northern frontiers was becoming serious. Tiberius was appointed to the military command in Gaul, and offensive operations were begun by the annexation of Noricum and the conquest of Raetia and Vindelicia. In 12 B.C., Drusus succeeded his brother as commander of the Rhine army. He was a brilliant young man, hardly 25 years old, handsome, brave, and popular, of winning manners worshipped by the soldiers, ardent and bold, but a sagacious leader. He lost no time in setting about the accomplishment of his scheme of conquest beyond the Rhine, and the occasion was given to him by the hostilities of the Sugambri and their confederates. Having inaugurated the altar of Augustus at Lugudunum, and thus called forth a display of royal sentiment in Gaul, he proceeded to the lower Rhine, threw a bridge across the river, and entered the land of the Usipetes, who had already begun hostilities. This tribe dwelled on the northern bank of the Lupia, a tributary of the Rhine, which still bears the same name in the form Lippe. The land south of the Lupia belonged to the Sugambri, and southward still, as far as the Laugonna, now shortened to Lahn, dwelt the Tencteri. Having quelled the Usipetes, the Roman general marched southward to chastise the Sugambri, who, under their chieftain Mello, had begun the hostilities. But at present his way did not lie further in that direction. His plan was to subdue the northern regions of Germany first, and he had decided that this must be done in connection with the navigation of the northern coast. There were 3 stages from the Rhine to the Albis. The conqueror must first advance to the Amisia, and then to the Visurgis, before he reached the Albis, his final limit. The names of these rivers, thus Latinized by Roman lips, are still the same, the Ems, the Weser, and the Elbe. A canal connecting the Rhine with Lake Flevo, as the sheet of water corresponding to the Zuider See was then called, was constructed by the army under Drusus, from whom it was named the Fossa Drusiana, so that the Rhine fleet could sail straight through the lake into the German Ocean and coast along to the mouth of the Amisia. The Batavians acknowledged without resistance the lordship of Rome, and helped the troops in cutting the canal, and the Frisians, who dwelled northeast of Lake Flevo, likewise submitted to Drusus without resistance. Having thus secured the coast from the Rhine to the Amisia, he occupied the island of Burchanis, which we may certainly identify with Brocum, at the mouth of that river, and, sailing up the stream, defeated the Bructeri in a naval encounter. Returning to the sea, he invaded the land of the Chauci, who inhabited the coast regions on either side of the mouth of the Visurgis. But it does not appear whether the Roman fleet sailed as far as the Visurgis, or whether Drusus advanced into the territory of the Chauci from the Amisia. On the return voyage the ships ran some danger in the treacherous shallows, but were extricated by the friendly Frisians, who had accompanied the expedition on foot. Thus the work of Drusus in the first year of his command was the reduction of the coast of Lower Germany as far as the Visurgis. In the next year, 11 B.C., he determined to follow this up by the reduction of the inland regions in the same direction. For this purpose he had to choose another way. The chief military station on the lower Rhine was at this time Castra Vetera, situated not far from the mouth of the Lupia. Starting from here in spring, the legions crossed the Rhine, subdued once more the unruly Usipetes, threw a bridge across the Lupia, and entered the land of the Sugambri. In order to advance eastward, it was necessary to secure the tranquillity of these troublesome tribes in the rear. Then following the course of the Lupia, Drusus advanced into the land of the Cherusci, the modern Westphalia, as far as the banks of the Visurgis. It was thought that the Sugambri might have thrown obstacles in the way of this achievement, but they were fully occupied by a war with their southern neighbours, the Chatti, who dwelled about the Taunus mountains. Want of supplies and the approach of winter prevented the Romans from crossing the Visurgis. In returning, they fell into a snare, which, but for the skill of the general and the discipline of the soldiers, would have proved fatal. At a place named Arbalo, which cannot be identified, they were surrounded in a narrow pass by an ambushed enemy. But the Germans, confident in their own position, and regarding the Romans as lost men, took no precautions in attacking, and the legions cut their way through, and reached the Lupia in safety. On the banks of that river, at the point where it receives the waters of the Aliso, Drusus erected a fort, as an advanced position in the country, which was yet to be thoroughly subdued. This fort, also named Aliso, perhaps corresponds to the modern Elsen, the river being the Alm. About the same time another fort was established on Mount Taunus, in the territory of the Chatti, whom the Romans drove out of their own land into that of the Sugambri. The following year, 10 B.C., seems to have been occupied with the subjugation of the Chatti, who who were fighting to recover their old homes between the Laugonna and the Moenus (Main). During this year Drusus possessed the proconsular power, that is, the secondary imperium, as it is called, subordinate to that of the Emperor, which had been conferred upon him by designation in the previous year. Soon afterwards, perhaps in the following year, along with his brother Tiberius, he received the title of imperator. While Drusus was thus actively accomplishing his great design of a Roman Germany, he was not neglectful of the defence of the Rhine, which was secured by a line of 50 forts on the left bank, between the sea and Vindonissa. The chief station of the lower Rhine was Castra Vetera; of the upper, Moguntiacum (Mainz), probably founded by Drusus. Among the most important stations, which were established either at this time or not much later, were Argentoratum, the southern Noviomagus, which corresponds to Speyer, Borbetum Magus, Bingium, Bona; the northern Noviomagus, which is still Nimeguen; and the northern Lugudunum on the Rhine, which was become Leyden, in contrast with its southern namesake on the Rhone, which has been transformed into the softer Lyon. In the following year the victorious young general, who might now lay claim to the title of subduer of Germany, entered upon his first consulship. Bad omens at Rome in the beginning of the year did not hinder the consul from setting forth in spring, to carry on his work beyond the Rhine. This time he was bent on a further progress than he had yet achieved. Hitherto he had not advanced beyond the Visurgis; it seemed now high time to press forward to the Albis itself. Starting probably from Moguntiacum, he passed through the subject land of the Chatti and entered the borders of the Suevi. Then taking a northerly direction, he reached the Cherusci and the banks of the Visurgis, and crossing that river marched to the Albis, hitting it perhaps somewhere in the neighbourhood of the modern Magdeburg. Of his adventures on this march nothing is definitely recorded, except that the Romans wasted the land, and that there were some bloody conflicts. On the bank of the Albis he erected a trophy, marking the limit of Roman progress. A strange and striking story was told of something said to have befallen him there, and to have moved him to retreat. A woman of greater than human stature stood in his way and motioned him back. "Whither so fast, insatiable Drusus? It is not given to thee to see all these things. Back! for the end of thy works and thy life is at hand." And so it fell out. The days of Drusus were numbered. Somewhere between the Sala, a tributary of the Albis, and the Visurgis, he fell from his horse and broke his leg. The injury resulted in death after 30 days' suffering. There seems to have been no competent surgeon in the army. The alarming news of the accident was soon carried to Augustus, who was then somewhere in Gaul. Tiberius, who was at Ticinum, was sent for with all haste, and with all haste he journeyed to the recesses of the German forest, and reached the camp in time to be with his brother in the last moments. The grief at this misfortune was universal. Both the Emperor and the soldiers had lost their favourite, and the state an excellent general. Drusus was not yet 30 years old. He had accomplished a great deal, and he looked forward to accomplishing far more. Perhaps nothing will enable us so well to realize his importance in history, as the reflection that, if he had lived to fulfill his plan, his work could not have been easily undone, the events which are presently to be related could not have happened, and the history of Central Europe would have been changed. The corpse was carried to the winter quarters on the Rhine and thence to Rome, where it was burned. The ashes were bestowed in the mausoleum of Augustus. 2 funeral speeches were pronounced, one in the Forum by Tiberius, the other by Augustus himself in the Flaminian Circus. Besides these solemnities, more lasting honours were decreed to the dead hero. The name Germanicus was given to the conqueror of Germany, and to his children after him. A cenotaph was built at Moguntiacum, and a triumphal arch erected to record the founder of the new province. It would seem that Moguntiacum was in some special way associated with Drusus. These monuments in stone have not come down to us, but there has survived a monument in verse, an elegy addressed to his mother, the Empress Livia. We could wish that the author of the Consolatio ad Liviam had given a more distinct picture of the qualities of the young general whom he deplores. SECT. II. — TIBERIUS in Germany. The Pannonian Revolt. It now devolved upon Tiberius, who possessed the proconsular power and the title of imperator, to carry on his brother's work. He took the place of Drusus as governor of the three Gauls and commander of the armies on the Rhine, and maintained the Roman supremacy over the half-subdued German tribes between that river and the Albis. The pacification of the Sugambri was at length effected by strong measures, and they were assigned territory on the left bank of the Rhine. Each summer the Roman legions appeared in various parts of the new province, the Roman general dealt out justice, and Roman advocates appeared beyond the Rhine. There was still much to be done to place Germany on the level of other provinces. It would have been perhaps unsafe as yet to require the Germans to contribute auxilia, or to impose on them a regular tribute. Tiberius possessed the confidence of the army, but he did not, like Drusus, possess the affection of the Emperor. In 7 B.C., the year of his second consulship, he received triumphal honours, but he did not return to Germany, and in the following year he retired to Rhodes. Little is recorded of his successors, but it is not to be assumed that they were idle or incompetent. The courtly writers of the day had eyes only for the exploits of Drusus and Tiberius, the princes of the imperial house. The consolidation of the conquests of Drusus was doubtless carried on amid frequent local rebellions, such as that in 1 B.C., which was put down by M. Vinicius. Another legatus, L. Domitius of Henobarbus, built a road, called the Pontes Longi, connecting the Amisia with the Rhine. These commanders, however, were not entrusted, like Drusus and Tiberius, with the government of the three Gauls. After the deaths of Gaius and Lucius Caesar, Tiberius was reconciled with his stepfather, and undertook the command of the armies on the Rhine once more. The legions were delighted to be commanded by a general whom they knew and trusted, whose ability was proved, and who was now marked out as the successor to the Empire. And there was a need of a strong hand, for there had been many tokens of an unruly spirit. In the first campaign, 4 A.D., Tiberius advanced beyond the Visurgis, and reduced the Cherusci who had thrown off the Roman yoke. And for the first time the Roman army passed the winter beyond the Rhine, in the fort of Alisio on the Lupia. In the following year, 5 A.D., the lower Albis was reached, and an insurrection of the Chauci was suppressed. The Langobardi, who dwelled in these parts, and of whom we hear now for the first time, a people destined in a later age to rule in Italy, and to become famous under the name of Lombards, were also reduced. This expedition was carried out by the joint operations of a fleet and a land army. Tiberius repeated on a larger scale what Drusus had done 18 years before. But while on the earlier occasion the Roman fleet had not advanced beyond the mouth of the Visurgis, if so far, under the auspices of Tiberius it reached the Albis, and even sailed to the northern promontory of the Cimbric peninsula. Some peoples east of the Albis, such as the Semones, the Charides, and the Cimbri, in Denmark, sent envoys seeking the friendship of the Emperor and the Roman people. The authority of Tiberius had thus pacified the trans-Rhenane dominion of Rome, and in the following year, 6 A.D., a new enterprise of conquest was entrusted to his conduct. When Drusus in his last expedition marched up the Monus, he entered the land of the Marcomanni, and they, under the leadership of their chief Maroboduus, retreated before him into that lozenge-shaped, mountain-girt country in central Europe, which has derived its name Boiohamum, Bohemia, from the Celtic Boii, who then inhabited it. The Marcomanni dispossessed the Celts, and Maroboduus established a powerful and united state, which extended its sway eastward and northward over the neighbouring German tribes. The ideas of this remarkable man were far in advance of his countrymen. He had a leaning to Roman civilization, and he was ready to learn from it the methods and uses of political organization. He formed and disciplined in Roman fashion an army of 70,000 foot and 4,000 horse. But his policy was essentially one of peace. He desired to avoid a war with Rome, and yet to make it plain that he was quite strong enough to hold his own. He was willing to be a friendly ally, but he was not disposed to be a vassal. Geography, however, rendered a collision unavoidable. For Rome, possessing Germany in the north, and Noricum and Pannonia in the south, it would have been impossible to allow the permanent presence of an independent German state wedged in between these provinces. The actual occupation of the territory between the Dravus and the Danube, if it had not already taken place, was merely a question of time, and it was obviously necessary to have a continuous line of frontier from the Albis to the Danube. Policy demanded that the empire should absorb the realm of Maroboduus, and advance to the river Maris, now the March, which flows into the Danube below Pressburg. The legions of the Rhine under an experienced commander, Sentius Saturninus, advanced from the valley of the Moenus, breaking their way through the unknown depths of the Hercynian forest to meet the legions of the Illyricum, which Tiberius led across the Danube at Carnuntum. Both armies together numbered 12 legions, nearly double of the troops mustered by Maroboduus. And under the command of a cautious and experienced leader like Tiberius, the success of the enterprise seemed assured. But it was not to be. Before the armies met, sudden tidings of a most alarming kind imperatively recalled the general. A revolt, caused by oppressive taxation, had broken out in Dalmatia and Pannonia, and of so serious a nature that not only were the Illyric legions obliged to return, but the troops of Moesia and even forces from beyond the sea, probably from Syria, were required to assist in suppressing it. This would have been an excellent opportunity for Maroboduus to take the offensive, but he clung to his policy of neutrality, and accepted terms of peace which were proposed by Tiberius. The army of Sentius Saturninus hastened back to the Rhine to prevent a simultaneous outbreak there. The Pannonian revolt lasted for 3 years, the Dalmatian for 1 year longer. In Dalmatia the leader of the insurgents was one Bato. He made an attempt to secure Salone, but was obliged to retire severely wounded, and had to content himself with ravaging the coast of Macedonia as far south as Apollonia. The legatus of Illyricum, M. Valerius Messallinus, son of the orator Messalla, contended against him with varying success. In Pannonia another Bato, chief of the Beruci, was the most prominent leader. As the Dalmatian Bato failed to take Salone, so the Pannonian Bato failed to take Sirmium, and was defeated before its walls by Aulus Caecina Severus, the legatus of Moesia, who had hurried to the scene of action. After this the 2 Batos seem to have joined forces and taken up a strong position on Mount Almus, close to Sirmium. Tiberius passed the winter in Siscia, and made that place the basis of his operations in Pannonia. As many as 15 legions were ultimately collected in the rebellious provinces under his command, and the royal princes of Thrace had also come to the rescue. An unusually large number of auxiliary troops, fully 90,000, were employed in this war. Terror was felt not only in Macedonia, but even in Italy and Rome. Augustus himself had hastened to Ariminum, to be near the seat of war. Levies were raised in Italy and placed under Germanicus, the son of Drusus, a youth of 21 years. In 7 A.D. the course of the hostilities was desultory. The rebels avoided engagements in the open field. Germanicus advanced from Siscia along the river Una into western Dalmatia, and conquered the tribe of the Mese, who dwelled in the extreme west of modern Bosnia. Subsequently, 7 to 8 A.D., he captured 3 important strongholds, which seem to have been situated on the borders of Liburnia and Iapedia. The next serious event was the long siege of Arduba, in southeastern Dalmatia, which was marked by the heroic obstinacy of the women, who, when the place was captured, threw themselves and their children into the fire. But in the following autumn the Pannonian Bato was induced to betray his cause. He surrendered in a battle fought at the stream of Bathinus, August 3rd, and handed over his colleague and rival Pinnes to Tiberius, who in turn recognized him as prince of the Breuci. But his treachery did not go unpunished. He was caught and put to death by his Dalmatian namesake. Germanicus hastened in person to carry the news of the Bathinus to Augustus at Ariminum, and the Emperor returned to Rome, where he was received with thank offerings. But although this victory practically determined the end of the war, Tiberius was obliged in the following year to bring his forces again into the field against the Dalmatians, and Bato, besieged in his last refuge, Antitrium, near Salone, at length gave up the desperate cause, and was sent as a prisoner to Ravenna, where he died. When he was led before Tiberius, and was asked why he had rebelled, he replied, "It is your doing, in that ye send not dogs or shepherds to guard your sheep, but wolves to prey on them." Germanicus, who had taken part in the suppression of this dangerous and tedious war, the hardest, it was said, since the war with Hannibal, showed high promise of future distinction, and, like his father, was a universal favourite. Triumphal ornaments were granted to him, and he was placed first in the rank of praetorians in the Senate. To Tiberius himself the Senate decreed a triumph, but it was not destined to be celebrated. The people had hardly time to realize the successes of the legions of the Danube when the news came of a terrible disaster which had befallen the legions of the Rhine. End of chapter 9, sections 1 and 2. Chapter 9, sections 3 to 4 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 9, The Winning and Losing of Germany, the Death of Augustus, sections 3 and 4. Section 3. The German Rebellion and Defeat of Varus. The Emperor seems to have entertained few fears of the possibility of a rising in his new German province, for he named as commander of the Rhine armies a man distantly related to himself by marriage, who had no experience of active warfare and was quite incompetent to meet any grave emergency. This was Publius Quinctilius Varus, who, as imperial legatus in Syria, had won wealth, if not fame. It was said that when he came to that province he was poor and Syria was rich, but when he went, he was rich and Syria was poor. His experiences as governor of Syria proved unlucky for him as governor in Germany. He utterly misconceived the situation. He imagined that the policy which he had successfully pursued in Syria might be adopted equally well in Germany. He failed to perceive the differences between the two cases, and to mark the weak grasp with which Rome, as yet, held the lands between the Rhine and the Albis. He seems to have felt himself perfectly safe in the wild places of Germany under the shield of the Roman name. He imposed taxes on the natives and dealt judgment without any fear of consequences. But a storm was brewing under his very eyes. It seemed to those German patriots, who could never brook with patience the rule of a foreign master, that the moment had come when a struggle for the liberty of their nation might be attempted with some chance of success. In this enterprise only 4 prominent German peoples were concerned, the Cherusci, the Chatti, the Marsi, and the Bructeri, the same who had before distinguished themselves by their opposition to Drusus. The Frisians, the Chauci, the Suevic peoples who acknowledged the overlordship of Maroboduus, took no part in this insurrection. The plotter and leader of the rebellion was the Cheruscan prince Arminius, son of Sigimer, then in the 26th year of his age. He and his father Flavius had received the privilege of Roman citizenship from Augustus. He had been raised to the equestrian rank, and had seen military service under the Roman standard. He was not only physically brave, but it was thought that he possessed intellectual qualities unequal in a barbarian. The Romans naturally trusted his loyalty, and the insinuations of Segestes his countryman, who knew him better, received no attention. Sigimer, the brother, and Segimund, the son of this Segestes, threw themselves into the enterprise of Arminius, and Thusnelda, the daughter of Segestes, married the young patriot against the wishes of her father. It was the policy of the contrivers of the insurrection to keep the design dark until the last moment, and in the meantime to lull Varus, already secure, into a security still more complete. Of the 5 Germanic legions, 2 had their winter quarters at Moguntiacum, the other 3 at Castra Vetera on the lower Rhine, or at the fortress of Aliso on the Lupia. In summer they used sometimes to visit the interior parts of the province, and in 9 A.D. Varus, with 3 legions, occupied summer quarters on the Visurgis, probably not far from the modern town of Minden and the Porta Westphalica. The camp was full of advocates and clients, and the chief conspirators were present, on intimate terms with the governor and constantly dining with him. Autumn came, and as the rainy season approached, Varus prepared to retrace his steps westward. There can be no doubt that a line of communication connected his summer station with Aliso, and, if the army had returned as it came, Arminius could hardly have been successful in his plans. But a message suddenly arrived that a distant tribe had revolted, and Varus decided to take a roundabout way homewards in order to suppress it. This news was suspiciously opportune for the rebels. The Romans had to make their way through a hilly district of pathless forests, and their difficulties were increased not only by the encumbrances of heavy baggage and camp followers, but by the heavy rains, which had already begun and made the ground slippery. The moment had come for the German patriots to strike a desperate blow for independence. Segestes warned Varus of the impending danger, but the infatuated governor trusted the asseverations of Arminius. As the legions were making their laborious way through the Saltus Teutoburgiensis, they were assailed by the confederate insurgents. This Teutoburg forest cannot be identified with any certainty, but it seems to have been somewhere between the Amisia and the Lupia, northeast of Aliso. It is impossible to determine how far the circumstances of the case and how far the incompetence of the general were to blame for the disaster which followed. For 3 days the Romans continued to advance, resisting as well as they could the attacks of the foe, and if Varus had possessed the confidence of his soldiers and known how to hold them together, it seems probable that he might have passed through the danger in safety. But both officers and soldiers were demoralized under his command. The prefect of the horse deserted his post, taking all the cavalry with him, and leaving the foot soldiers to their fate. Varus was the first to despair. He had received a wound, and he slew himself. Others followed his example, and the rest surrendered. The prisoners were slain, some buried alive, some crucified, some sacrificed on the altars. The forces of Varus consisted of 3 legions, 17th, 18th, 19th, 6 cohorts, and 3 squadrons of cavalry. The army had been weakened by the loss of detachments, which, at the request of the conspirators, had been sent to the territories of various tribes to preserve order. These detachments, taken chiefly from the auxiliary cohorts, were slaughtered when the insurrection broke out. Of the troops which were entrapped in the Teutoburg forest, numbering probably almost 20,000 men, only the cavalry escaped and a few individual foot soldiers. The 3 eagles of the 3 legions fell into the hands of the victors. Such a disaster had not befallen since the day of Carrhae. The peoples of central Germany from the Rhine to the Visurgis had thus thrown off the Roman yoke. The cause of freedom had been victorious. 2 results, fraught with great danger to the Roman Empire, seemed likely to follow. It was to be feared that the triumphant Germans would push across to the left bank of the Rhine, arouse a revolt there, and perhaps shake the fidelity of Gaul. And seemingly it was to be feared that Maroboduus, lord of the Marcomanni, and chief of the Suevic confederacy, would declare himself on the side of the insurgents, now they were successful. But neither of these dangers were realized. The first was foiled by the bravery of Lucius Caedicius, commander of the garrison in Aliso, and the promptness of Lucius Nonius Asprenas, who commanded the 2 legions stationed at Moguntiacum. The first movement of the rebels after their victory was to attack Aliso, but Caedicius defended it so bravely that they were obliged to blockade it. When provisions ran short and no relief came, the garrison stole out on a dark night, and made their way, harassed by the attacks of the enemy, to Castra Vetera. Thither Asprenas, when the news of the disaster reached him, had hastened with his 2 legions to hinder the Germans from crossing the Rhine. The other danger was frustrated by the peculiar temper of Maroboduus himself. Arminius had triumphantly sent him the head of Varus as a token of his own amazing success, hoping to persuade him to join the confederacy against Rome. But the message was ineffectual. Maroboduus refused to link himself with the insurgents or to depart from his policy of neutrality. When the news of the defeat reached Rome, Augustus met the emergency with spirit and energy. The citizens seemed indifferent to the crisis. Many of them refused to place their names on the military roll, and the Emperor was obliged to resort to fines and threats of severer punishment. Troops hastily levied from the veterans and freedmen were sent with all speed to the Rhine, and the Germans, who served as an imperial bodyguard, were disarmed and driven forth from Rome. In the following year, 10 A.D., Tiberius assumed the command of the Rhine army, which was increased to 8 legions. 4 of these were doubtless stationed at Moguntiacum and 4 at Vetera, and it was probably the Emperor's intention that when the immediate crisis was past, the command of the Germanic armies should be divided between 2 generals. During the first year Tiberius seems to have been engaged in organizing the defense of the Rhine, restoring the confidence of the old legions, and establishing discipline among the new. In the next year, 11 A.D., he crossed the river and spent the summer in Germany, but he does not seem to have ventured far into the country, or to have attempted any hostile enterprise. He was accompanied by his nephew Germanicus, to whom proconsular powers had been granted. In the following year the duties of his consulship retained Germanicus at Rome, but in 13 A.D. he succeeded Tiberius in the sole command on the Rhine. During these years nothing was done against the Germans, though the state of war still continued. But Germanicus was not long content with inactivity. Upon him seemed to devolve the duty of restoring his father's work, which had been so disastrously demolished, and he burned to do it. But his efforts to recover the lost dominion and reach the Albis once more must form the subject of another chapter. Section 4. The Death of Augustus. The slaughter of the Varian legions in the wilds of Germany tarnished the luster of Roman arms, and cast a certain gloom over the last days of the Augustan age. The Emperor himself, now stricken in years, felt the blow painfully. He let his hair and beard grow long. It is said that he dashed his head against the walls of his chamber, crying, "Varus, Varus, give me back my legions." Every year he went into mourning on the anniversary of the defeat. He knew that his end must soon come, and he began to set his house in order. In 12 A.D. he addressed a letter to the Senate, in which he commended Germanicus to its protection, and commended the Senate itself to the vigilance of Tiberius. In the following year he assumed once more the proconsular power for a period of 10 years. At the same time, as has been recorded in Chapter 4, Tiberius was raised to a position almost equal to that of the Emperor himself, and his son Drusus received a privilege of standing for the consulship in 3 years, without the preliminary step of the praetorship. A census was held in 14 A.D., and after its completion Tiberius set out for Illyricum, where he was to resume the supreme command. Augustus accompanied him as far as Beneventum, but in returning to the Campanian coast was attacked by dysentery and died at Nola, August 19. Tiberius had been sent for without delay, and came, perhaps in time to hear the parting words of his stepfather. There is no good reason to believe the insinuation that the Emperor's death was caused or hastened by poison administered by Livia. Her son's ascension was sure, and Augustus was old and weak, so that it would hardly have been worth while to commit this crime. Both contemporaries and posterity had good cause to regard Augustus as a benefactor. He had given them the gift of peace. They also esteemed him fortunate, felix, and his good fortune became almost proverbial. Yet it has been truly remarked that luck was the one thing that failed him. Both points of view are true. He was unusually fortunate. When he entered upon his career as a competitor for power, his motives were probably as vulgar as those of his rivals. There is no reason to suppose that in the pursuit of ambition he had large views of political reform or an exalted ideal of statesmanship. His actions throughout the Civil War indicate the shrewd, cool, and collected mind. They give no token of wide views, no promise of the future greatness. "But his intellect expanded with his fortunes, and his soul grew with his intellect." When he came to be supreme ruler, he rose to the position. He learned to take a large view of the functions of the lord of the Roman world. And there was born in him a spirit of enthusiasm for the work which history set him to accomplish. He knew, too, how to bear his fortune with dignity. But he was unlucky when his fortune was most firmly established. It was not given to the founder of the empire to leave a successor of his own blood, and, as we have seen, his endeavors to settle the succession were doomed to one bitter disappointment after another, and led to domestic unhappiness. And it was not given to him to establish a secure frontier for the northern provinces of the empire. The efforts in that direction, which were made under his auspices and seemed on the eve of being crowned with success, were undone by a stroke of bad luck. Yet, reviewing his whole career as a statesman and reflecting on all that he achieved, we may assuredly say that the divine Augustus was fortunate with a measure of good fortune that is rarely bestowed on men who live out their life. The written memorial of his own acts, which Augustus composed before his death, may be spoken of here. It has been incompletely preserved in a Latin inscription, which covers the walls of the pronaos of a temple of Augustus at Ancyra. Owing to this accident it is generally known as the Monumentum Ancyranum, but its proper title was Res Gestae Dini Augusti. Fragments of the Greek text of the same work have also been found in Pisidia, and have helped scholars in restoring the sense, where the Latin fails. In this document, the Emperor briefly describes his acts from his 19th to his 77th year, with remarkable dignity, reserve, and moderation. The great historical value of this memorial, composed by the founder of the empire himself, need hardly be pointed out. An extract will give an idea of the way in which the great statesman wrote the brief chronicle of the history which he made. "I extended the frontiers," he says, "of all those provinces of the Roman people, on whose borders there were nations not subject to our empire. I pacified the provinces of the Gauls, and the Spains, and Germany, from Gades to the mouth of the Albis. I reduced to a state of peace the Alps, from the district which is nearest the Adriatic Sea to the Tuscan Sea, without wrongful aggressions on any nation. My fleet navigated the ocean from the mouth of the Rhine eastward, as far as the borders of the Cimbri, whither no Roman before ever passed either by land or sea; and the Cimbri, the Charides, and the Simones, and other German peoples of the same region, sought the friendship of me and the Roman people. By my command and under my auspices 2 armies were sent, almost at the same time, to Ethiopia and to Arabia, called Eudaemon Felix, and very large forces of the enemies in both countries were cut to pieces in battle, and many towns taken. The invaders of Ethiopia advanced as far as the town of Nabata, very near Meroe. The army which invaded Arabia marched into the territory of the Sabbae, as far as the town of Mariba." Another work compiled by Augustus was the Breviarium Imperii, containing a short statement of all the resources of the Roman state, and including the number of the population of citizens, subjects, and allies. It was in fact a handbook to the statistics of the Roman Empire. At the end of this work he recorded his solemn advice to succeeding sovereigns, not to attempt to extend the boundaries of the empire. End of chapter 9, sections 3 and 4.
Chapter 10 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 10. Rome under Augustus. His buildings. The Augustan age marks a new period in the history of the city of Rome. Augustus boasted that he found it a city of brick and left it a city of marble. For the change consisted not only in the large number of new buildings which were erected under his auspices, but in the material which was used. The white marble quarries of Luna had been recently discovered, and this rich stone was employed in many of the public edifices, while the aristocrats, stimulated by the example of the Emperor, used bright travertine to adorn the facades of their private houses. The most striking change that took place in the appearance of the city during the reign of Augustus was the transformation of the Forum, and the opening up of the adjacent quarters. In this, as in so much else, Julius Caesar had suggested innovations which he did not live to carry out himself. The Roman Forum extends from the foot of the Capitol to the northwest corner of the Palatine. Adjoining it on the north side, but separated from it by the rostrum, was the Comitium, a small enclosed space in which the Curia stood. The first step to the transformation of the Forum was the removal of the rostrum (42 B.C.), so that the Forum and Comitium formed one place. The Curia had been burnt down 10 years before, and Caesar began the building of a new one, which was finished by Augustus and dedicated under the name of Curia Julia. But this was only the beginning of the new splendour that was to come upon the great centre of Roman life. A short description of the chief buildings which adorned it at the death of Augustus will show how much it was changed under the auspices of the first Princeps. At the northwest corner, close under the Capitoline, where the ascent to the Arx begins, stood the Temple of Concord, rebuilt by Tiberius in 10 A.D., and dedicated in the name of himself and his dead brother Drusus as Aedes Concordiae Augustae. Owing to the nature of the ground, this temple had a peculiar cramped shape, the pronaos being only half as broad as the cella. Adjacent on the south side was the Temple of Saturn, between the Clivus Capitolinus and the Vicus Jugarius. It was built anew in 42 B.C. by the munificence of Munatius Plancus. The 8 Ionic pillars which still mark the spot where it stood date from a later period. This temple served as the state treasury, which was therefore called the Serarium Saturni. Between the Vicus Jugarius and the Vicus Tuscus, occupying the greater part of the south side of the Forum, stood the Basilica Julia, which, like the Curia, the elder Caesar had left to his son to finish. Begun in 54 B.C., it was dedicated in 46, but after its completion, some years later, it was burnt down. Then it arose again on a larger and more splendid scale, and was finally dedicated by Augustus a few months before his death, in the name of his unfortunate grandsons Gaius and Lucius Caesar. East of the basilica, on the other side of the Vicus Tuscus, was situated the Temple of Castor, of which 3 Corinthian columns and a splendid Greek entablature still stand. Founded originally in memory of the help which the great twin brethren were said to have given to the Romans at Lake Regillus, it was renewed for the second time by Tiberius, under the auspices of Augustus, and, like the Temple of Concord, dedicated in the name of the 2 sons of Livia. The Temple of the Divine Julius, built on the spot where his body had been burned by the piety of his son, stood at the eastern end of the Forum, facing the new rostra which had been erected at the western side in front of the Temple of Concord. Behind the Aedes Divi Julii, and on the north side of the venerable round temple of Vesta, was the Regia, a foundation of high antiquity, ascribed to Numa, and used under the Republic as the office of the Pontifex Maximus. It had been often destroyed by fire, and in 36 B.C. it was rebuilt in splendid style by C. Domitius Calvinus, and there Lepidus transacted the duties of his pontifical office. But when Augustus himself became chief pontiff (12 B.C.), he resigned the Regia to the use of the Vestal Virgins. On the north side, east of the Curia, stood a building originally designed in 179 B.C. by the censors Fulvius and Aemilius, but built anew by L. Aemilius Paulus in 54 B.C., and since then known as the Basilica Aemilia. Burnt down 40 years later, it was rebuilt by Augustus, with pillars of Phrygian marble. The Temple of Janus, which Augustus thrice closed, stood somewhere — the exact position is uncertain — near the point where the Argiletum entered the Forum, between the Curia and the Basilica Aemilia. The Argiletum, a street famous for booksellers, traversed the populous and busy region north of the Forum, which was densely packed with houses and threaded only by narrow streets. Caesar formed the design of opening up this crowded quarter and establishing a free communication on this side between the Forum and the great suburb of Rome, the Campus Martius. In order to effect this he constructed a new market place. It was owing probably to this scheme that the Curia Julia, whose building began about the same time (54 B.C.), was built nearer to the Forum than the old Curia. The Forum Julium, as it was called, lay north of the Curia, and, like it, was dedicated (46 B.C.) before completion, and finished after Caesar's death. The chief building which adorned it was the temple of Venus Genetrix, mother of the Julian race, which Caesar had vowed at the battle of Pharsalia. As the elder Caesar had made a vow at Pharsalia, so the younger Caesar made a vow at Philippi. The vow was to Mars Ultor, and was duly fulfilled. The house of Mars the Avenger likewise became the centre of a new forum. This temple, dedicated by its founder on the first of his own month, in 2 B.C., served as the resting place of the standards which his diplomacy had recovered from the Parthians. The Forum Augustum adjoined that of Caesar on the north-east side. It was rectangular in shape, but on the east and west sides there were semicircular spaces with porticos, in which the statues of Roman generals in triumphal robes were set up. It became the practice that in this forum the members of the imperial family should assume the toga virilis, and when victorious generals were honoured by statues of bronze, they were set up here. These fora of the first Caesars, father and son, were the beginning of a rehabilitation of this quarter of the city, which was resumed a century later by the Emperors Nerva and Trajan, and they established an easy communication between the Forum and the Field of Mars. Hitherto the way from the Campus to the Forum had been round by the west and south sides of the Capitoline, through the Porta Carmentalis. The Campus Martius itself, whether taken in the wider or the narrower sense, put on a new aspect under the auspices of the Caesars. The Campus, in the stricter sense, was bounded on the south by the Circus Flaminius, and on the east by the Via Lata. It was the great rival of Caesar who set the example of building on this ground. In 55 B.C. Pompey erected his marble theatre. Caesar began the construction of a marble septa, an enclosure for the voting of the centuries, which was finished by Agrippa. The name of Agrippa has more claim to be associated with the Field of Mars than either Caesar's or Pompey's. The construction of the Pantheon, which is preserved to the present day, was due to his enterprise. This edifice is of circular form and crowned with a dome, which was originally covered with tiles of gilt bronze. The dome is an instance of the extraordinarily skilful use of concrete by the Romans. It is cast in one solid mass, and is as free from lateral thrust as if it were cut out of one block of stone. Though having the arch form, it is in no way constructed on the principle of the arch. The building is lighted only from the top. The interior measures 132 feet in diameter as well as in height. The walls are broken by 7 niches, 3 semicircular, and alternating with them 3 rectangular, wherein, at a later period, splendid marble columns with entablatures were introduced. Above this rises an attica with pilasters, the original portion of which has undoubtedly been changed, since we know that Diogenes Caryatides once rose above the entablatures of the columns, and divided the apertures of the great niches. Above the attica rises in the form of a hemisphere the enormous dome, which has an opening in the top 26 feet in diameter, through which a flood of light pours into the space beneath. Its simple regularity, the beauty of its parts, the magnificence of the materials employed, the quiet harmony resulting from the method of illumination, give to the interior a solemnly sublime character which has hardly been impaired even by the subsequent somewhat inharmonious alterations. These have especially affected the dome, the beautiful and effectively graded panels of which were formerly richly adorned with bronze ornaments. Only the splendid columns of yellow marble (giallo antico), with white marble capitals and bases, and the marble decorations of the lower walls, bear witness to the earlier magnificence of the building. The porch is adorned with 16 Corinthian columns. Agrippa also built the adjacent baths called after him, Thermae Agrippae (27 and 25 B.C.), and a basilica which he dedicated to Neptune in memory of his naval victories, and enclosed with a portico, which from the pictures adorning it was called the Portico of the Argonauts. Another wealthy noble of the day, Statilius Taurus, constructed the first stone amphitheatre in Rome, and its site too was somewhere in the Field of Mars. The first Princeps himself seemed content to leave the adornment of the campus chiefly to the munificence of his lesser fellow citizens. But much further north than all the buildings which have been mentioned, where the campus becomes narrow by the approach of the Via Flaminia to the river, he built a great mausoleum for the Julian family, a round structure surmounted by a statue of himself. On the south side of the Flaminian Circus, in the Prata Flaminia, a region which might be included in the campus, in a wider sense of the name, Augustus erected the Porticus Octaviae in the name of his sister, and attached to it a library and a collection of works of art. It was close to the Templum Herculis Musarum, built by Fulvius Nobilior, the patron of the poet Ennius, and renewed under Augustus, and surrounded by a portico which was dedicated as the Porticus Philippi, in honour of L. Marcius Philippus, the stepfather of the Emperor. Near the portico of Octavia were the theatres of Balbus and Marcellus, both dedicated in the same year, 11 B.C. The first was one of those works which the rich men of the day executed through the influence and example of Augustus. The second had been begun by Caesar, but was finished by Augustus, and dedicated in the name of his nephew Marcellus. The Porticus Octavii, close to the Flaminian Circus, which was dedicated by C. Octavius after the victory over Perseus, was burnt down and restored under Augustus. It was remarkable as the earliest example of Corinthian pillars at Rome. From the Forum the Clivus Capitolinus, passing the temple of Saturn, led up to the saddle of the Mons Capitolinus, the smallest of all the mountains of Rome. Thence it ascended to the southern height, called specially the Capitolium, the citadel of Servian Rome, where the treaties with foreign nations were kept, and triumphal spoils were dedicated. Another path led up to the northern height, the Arx, which underwent little change under the Empire. But on the southern hill it was otherwise. There new buildings arose under the auspices of Augustus. The highest part of the hill was occupied by the great temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, in which the senate used to meet on certain solemn occasions. This temple, burned down in 83 B.C., had been rebuilt, but it required and received costly repairs in the time of Augustus. Ranged around it on lower ground were many lesser temples, of which that of Jupiter Feretrius, to whom Romulus dedicated his Spolia Opima, and that of Fides, founded by Numa, may be specially mentioned. Augustus increased their number. In 20 B.C. he dedicated the round temple of Mars Ultor, and in 22 B.C. that of Jupiter Tonans, in memory of an occasion during his Cantabrian expedition, on which he had narrowly escaped death by lightning. This temple, marvellous for its splendour, attracted multitudes of visitors and worshippers, and its position at the point where the Clivus reached the Area Capitolina might suggest that Jupiter Tonans was a sort of gatekeeper for the greater Jupiter on the summit. But the Palatine Mount was the centre from which the development of Rome went out. It was the original Rome, the Roma Quadrata, where were localized the legends of its foundation. There were to be seen the Casa Romuli, the Lupercal where Romulus and Remus were fed by the wolf, the cornel tree, and the Mundus, receptacle of those things which at the foundation of the city were buried to ensure its prosperity. Under the Republic, the Palatine was the quarter where the great nobles and public men lived. Augustus himself was born there, and there he built his house. So it came about that the name, which designated the city of Rome in its earliest shape, Palatium, became the name of the private residence of its first citizen. The palace of Augustus was a magnificent building in the new and costly style which had only recently been introduced in Rome. Ovid, standing in imagination by the temple of Jupiter Stator, where the Palatine hill slopes down to the Via Sacra, could see the splendid front of the palace, worthy of a god. Singula dum miror video fulgentibus armis conspicuos postes tectaque digna Deo. The other great building by which Augustus transformed the appearance of the Palatine was the Temple of Apollo, begun in 36 B.C., after the end of the war with Sextus Pompeius, and dedicated 8 years later. It was an 8-pillared peripteros, built of the white marble of Luna, and richly adorned with works of art. The chief sight was the Colossus of bronze, representing Augustus himself under the form of Apollo. Between the columns stood the statues of the 50 Danaids, and over against them their wooers, the sons of Aegyptus, mounted on horseback. Under the statue of the god were deposited in a vault the Sibylline books. In the porticos were two libraries, one Latin and one Greek. On the northern slope of the Palatine, facing the Capitol, stood the temple of Augustus, which Tiberius and the Empress Livia erected in his honour after his death. On the south side the Palatine looks down on the Circus Maximus, which was restored by Augustus. Opposite rises the Aventine, a hill long uninhabited, and afterwards chiefly a plebeian quarter, on which the chief shrine was the temple of Diana, whence the hill was sometimes called Collis Dianae. This temple was rebuilt by L. Cornificius under Augustus, who himself restored the sanctuaries of Minerva, Juno Regina, and Jupiter Libertas on the same hill. Livy was hardly guilty of exaggeration when he called Augustus the founder and restorer of all the temples of Rome. A word must be said here about the triumphal arch, Arcus Triumphalis, which was a characteristic feature in the external appearance of Rome and other important cities of the Empire. Under this name are included not only arches erected in honour of victories, but also those which celebrate other public achievements. A triumphal arch was built across a street. It consisted either of a single archway, or of a large central and two side ones, or sometimes of two of the same height side by side. There were generally columns against the piers, supporting an entablature, and each facade was ornamented with low reliefs. Above all rose an attica with the inscription, and upon it were placed the trophies in case the arch commemorated a victory. The arch of Augustus at Ariminum, erected in memory of the completion of the Via Flaminia, and his arches at Augusta Praetoria and Susa, still stand. The general appearance of the arch resembles that of the gate of a city, and it seems to have owed its origin to the triumphal gate through which a victorious general led his army into Rome to celebrate his triumph. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on March 21st, 2009. Chapter 11, Section 1 of J. B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 11, Section 1. Literature of the Augustan Age. Latin Poetry. Latin literature was affected seriously and in many ways by the fall of the Republic and the foundation of the Empire. The Augustan age itself was brilliant, but after the Augustan age literature rapidly declined. The most conspicuous figures in the world of letters under Augustus had outlived their youth under the Republic. Some of them had served on the losing side. But these soon became reconciled to the new order of things. The Emperor drew men to himself by virtue of the peace and security which he had established, cunctos dulcedine oti pellexit, and it was his special object to patronize men of literary talent and engage their services for the support of his policy. His efforts were successful. He won not only flattery but sympathy for the new age which he had inaugurated. He enlisted in his cause not only time-servers, but the finest spirits of the day. Although the Augustan literature is certainly marked by a vein of flattery to the court, and by a lack of republican independence, yet we cannot but recognize a genuine enthusiasm for the new age, for the peace which it had brought after the long civil wars, and for the greatness of the Roman Empire. And from a literary point of view the Augustan age ranks among the most brilliant in the history of the world, below the Periclean, perhaps below the Elizabethan, but certainly far above that of Louis XIV. It is true that the cessation of the political life of the Republic necessarily meant the decline of oratory. It is true that historians could no longer treat contemporary events with free and independent criticism. It is true likewise that the severe style of old Latin prose begins to degenerate, and that poetry lays aside its popular elements and becomes more strictly artificial. In fact, the poets deprecate popularity and despise the public. Horace's cry, Odi profanum vulgus et arseo, is characteristic of the age. But for literary excellence, and for the perfection of art, the best of the Augustan writers had a clear judgment and a delicate taste. The tendencies of the new age inevitably led to a decline, but as an ample compensation we have Virgil, Horace, Tibullus, Livy. Augustus, as we have said, concerned himself with the promotion of literary activity and the patronage of men of letters. He fostered in all ways the talents of his age. He founded 2 libraries, one in the portico of Octavia, the other at the temple of Apollo on the Palatine. He was an author himself, both in prose and verse. He wrote Exhortations to Philosophy, and a poem in hexameters entitled Cecilia. The Monumentum Ancyranum and the Breviarum Totius Imperii have been mentioned elsewhere. The 2 chief ministers of Augustus were authors likewise. Agrippa wrote memoirs of his own life, and edited an Atlas of the World. Maecenas composed occasional poems of a light nature, and also wrote some prose works. But he is more famous as a patron of poets than as a poet himself. His literary circle included Horace, Virgil, Varius, Tucca, Domitius Marsus, besides many lesser names. The orator M. Valerius Messala (64 B.C. to 9 A.D.) also drew round him a group of men of letters, among whom the most distinguished were the poets Tibullus, Valgius Rufus, Aemilius Macer, and perhaps Ovid. This circle seems to have held quite aloof from politics. Messala's own literary work chiefly consisted in translations from the Greek, both prose and verse. C. Asinius Pollio (75 B.C. to 5 A.D.) held a unique position. Having been on the side of Antonius, he withdrew after Actium from political life, and, holding himself aloof from the court, devoted himself to literature with a certain independence and perhaps antagonism to the spirit of the age. He was very learned and a very severe critic. He wrote tragedies, which are praised by Virgil, and a history of the civil wars (Historiae), reaching from 60 to about 42 B.C. He was a friend of both Virgil and Horace. Publius Vergilius Maro was born in 70 B.C. at Andes, near Mantua. His rustic features bore testimony to his humble origin. His father was an artisan. He went to school at Cremona, afterwards he studied at Mediolanum, and finally at Rome, where Octavius, afterwards to be Caesar and Augustus, was his fellow student in rhetoric. He studied philosophy under the Epicurean Ciro. After his return home, he and his family experienced the calamities of the civil war. Octavius Musa, who was appointed to carry out the distribution of land to veteran soldiers in the district of Cremona, transgressed the limits of that district, and encroached upon the neighbouring territory of Mantua (41 B.C.). Virgil's father was among the sufferers, but Asinius Pollio, who was then legatus in Gallia Transpadana, and the poet Cornelius Gallus, interested themselves in his behalf. At their suggestion, Virgil betook himself to Rome, and obtained from Caesar the restitution of his father's farm. The first eclogue is an expression of gratitude to Caesar for this protection. Deus nobis haec otia fecit. But Virgil and his father were not permitted to remain long in possession of their recovered homestead. The same injustice was repeated a year or two later, and the poet was even in danger of his life. Again he went to Rome, and the influence of Maecenas, to whom he had probably become known by the publication of some of his bucolics, secured him not restitution, but compensation, perhaps by a farm in Campania, where he spent much of his later life. Virgil's first work, the Bucolics, consisting of 10 eclogae, or idylls, was composed in the years 41 to 39 B.C. Inspired by Theocritus, they are written in the same metre, and are in great part imitations from his idylls. But most of them contain references to contemporary persons and events, especially to the hardships in Transpadane Gaul, from which Virgil himself had suffered so sorely. Caesar, Cornelius Gallus, Alfenus Varus, the successor of Pollio as legatus, and above all Pollio himself, have their places in the woods of Tityrus. The fourth eclogue, written for the year of Pollio's consulship (40 B.C., treats a theme which hardly belongs to bucolic poetry. Virgil feels that he has to make his woods worthy of a consul. si canimus silvas silvae sint consule dignae. He salutes the return of the Saturnian kingdoms, and the Golden Age. The salutation was premature by 10 years, and when peace at length came to the Roman world, Pollio, instead of being its inaugurator, was rather an opponent. But it is interesting to observe that the idea of some great change for the better was in the air. The Bucolics were written in the north of Italy (not yet Italy at that time). His next work was written in the south, chiefly at Naples. It was Maecenas who suggested the subject of the Georgics, a didactic poem in hexameters, dealing with the various parts of a farmer's work. The first book treats of agriculture, the second of the plantation of trees, the third of the care of livestock, the fourth of bees. No subject was more congenial to Virgil's muse, his rustic muse, as he says himself, and from some points of view the Georgics may be regarded as his masterpiece. He has here achieved a task which is the hardest that a poet can undertake, to write true poetry in a didactic form. Rare artistic instinct and genuine love of his subject were happily joined to produce this unique poem, in which Virgil seems to be more truly himself than either in the Bucolics or the Aeneid. The composition and revision of this work occupied the years from 37 to 30 B.C., when it was read aloud to Caesar on his return from Actium. It is interesting to note that the latter part of the fourth book was originally devoted to the praises of the poet's friend Cornelius Gallus, but that after his execution (27 B.C.) this passage was cut out by the wish of the Emperor, and replaced by the story of Orpheus. In the Georgics, Virgil promises that he will soon gird himself to a greater task, and sing the deeds of Caesar. But his poem took the form of an epic, in which, not Caesar, but Aeneas, the founder of the Julian gens, was the hero. The work was begun about 29 B.C., and occupied the remaining 10 years of the poet's life. He died at Brundusium in 19 B.C., leaving the Aeneid unfinished. His wishes were that the great manuscript should be burnt, but Augustus, that such a great work should not perish, committed its publication to Varius and Tucca, friends of Virgil, on the condition that they should make no alterations. Though Augustus was not the hero, there were opportunities, in a poem dealing with the origin of the Latin race and the Alban fathers and the walls of lofty Rome, to look forward over the ages of Roman history and celebrate the glories of him who was to found a golden age. The Aeneid has suffered from the premature death of its creator. It was neither finished nor revised. Yet it would hardly be an injustice to Virgil to say that its excellence and charm lie in particular episodes, in delicate and subtle details of language and rhythm, and not in the poem regarded as a whole. But it must always stand beside the Iliad and Odyssey as the third great epic of antiquity. The Roman dignity and magnitude of the subject, and the wonderful power of the narratives in the second, fourth, and sixth books have exalted the Aeneid far above the Georgics in the estimation of posterity. Yet it might be argued that Virgil had more in common with Wordsworth than with Milton or with his worshipper Dante. The note of Virgil is natural piety. Perhaps he cannot be better described than by the happy expression which his friend Horace applied to him, anima candida. Virgil was buried close to Naples, on the road to Puteoli, and the inscription on his tomb, said to have been dictated by himself before his death, ran thus: Mantua me genuit, Calabri rapuere, tenet nunc Parthenope, Cecini Pasqua, Rura, Dutses. In connection with Virgil, it is natural to mention his elder contemporary and friend, L. Varius Rufus (B.C. 74 14), celebrated for his epics on Caesar and Octavian, and more celebrated for his tragedy, the Thyestes. Another poet of about the same age was Aemilius Macer of Verona, also a friend of Virgil, and disguised in the Bucolics under the name of Mopsus. He wrote poems on natural history, Ornithogonia and Theriaca, but they have been less lucky than his models, the Greek poems of Nicander, which survive to the present day. The unfortunate Cornelius Gallus (69 B.C. 27) must also be mentioned here, though his name has its place rather in the age of Catullus and Cinna. It was he who transplanted the erotic elegy of the Alexandrine Greeks to Roman soil, and founded the school of Euphorion, to which Catullus and Cinna belonged. He translated Euphorion into Latin, and wrote 4 books of original elegies on his own mistress Cytheris, under the name of Lycoris. His death has already been noticed. The great lyric, like the great epic poet, of Rome was of humble birth. Q. Horatius Flaccus was the son of a freedman, and was born at Venusia, on the borders of Apulia and Lucania, in 65 B.C. After the death of Julius Caesar (44 B.C.), he joined the cause of Brutus, and served under him in Asia and Macedonia, until the battle of Philippi (42 B.C.). On that occasion he took part in the general flight, as he tells us himself, and afterwards returning to Rome obtained a post as a quaesior's secretary. During the next 10 years he wrote his Satires and Epodes, which brought him fame, and secured him the friendship of Virgil and Varius, who introduced him to Maecenas. In 37 B.C. we find him accompanying Maecenas on the journey to Brundusium, of which he has left us a pleasant description. The intimacy with Maecenas ripened. The Epicurean views of life which both held were a bond between the poet and his patron. Horace had a taste for country life, and in 33 B.C. Maecenas bestowed upon him a farm in the Sabina territory, which he preferred to royal Rome. Independence was one of the chief characteristics of Horace, and he felt more independent in the country than in the immediate neighbourhood of the court. The first book of the Satires appeared about 35 B.C., the second book about 5 years later. In this style of composition the predecessor of Horace was Lucilius. But while Lucilius criticised persons and politics freely, Horace prudently confined himself to generalities on society and literature, owing to the altered circumstances of the time. Lucilius had imitated the Greek writers of old comedy, such as Cratinus and Aristophanes, and Horace stood in somewhat the same relation to his predecessor as the new comedy stood to the old. From these talks, sermones, as Horace calls them himself, written like those of Lucilius in hexameter verse and in colloquial style, we learn much about the personality of Horace and about his friends. In the Epodes, which were published about the same time as the second book of the Satires, Horace imitated Archilochus and attacked persons in coarse language. All these poems, except the last, are written in couplets consisting of a longer and a shorter line, generally an iambic trimeter followed by an iambic dimeter. They are the least interesting work of Horace, but they were a good exercise in handling metres and in the imitation of the Greek models, and they led to the Odes. The greatest monument of poetry that Horace has bequeathed to posterity is the collection of lyrical poems in our books known as the Odes. The first 3 books were published in 24 B.C., the fourth 11 years later. In lyric composition he does not claim originality, he only adapted Aeolian song to Italian measures. But he claims priority. He was the first, except Catullus, to make the attempt Princeps Aeolium Carmen at Italos deduxisse modos. For this he bids the Muse crown him with Delphic laurel. But though the Greek lyric poets, especially Sappho and Alcaeus, were his models, it was an original idea on the part of Horace to turn away from the Alexandrine poets who were then in vogue, and go back to the older singers. It required true genius and wonderful artistic instinct to tune the borrowed lyre to the accents of another tongue. Horace was supremely successful. In the Odes his poetic judgment is, with few exceptions, faultless. The happiest word comes almost inevitably. His felicity, curiosa felicitas, was praised by Roman critics. Some of these poems are probably free translations from the Greek, but many refer to contemporary people and events. Some deal with Roman history, and the victories won under the auspices of Augustus. The fourth book of the Odes is said to have been published at the instance of the Emperor. But in the interval between his earlier and later lyric works, Horace wrote epistles. The first book appeared about 20 B.C. After the strict technical constraints to which he had subjected himself in the Odes, it was a relaxation for the poet to expand himself in the easy and familiar style of the sermones. But the urbane epistles though written in the same colloquial language, are very different from the satires. They are more mature, less polemical, and they have a charm of serenity which is wanting in the earlier work. It might be said that if the genius of Virgil found its truest expression in the Georgics, so that of Horace was best expressed in his epistles, and in this form of composition he has never been equalled. The second book of the Epistles, written in the later years of his life, includes a treatise on poetry, the Ars Poetica, in the form of a letter to his friends, the Pisos. Horace died in 8 B.C., surviving by a few months his benefactor Maecenas, beside whom he was buried. Though he had at first stood aloof, he became reconciled, as time went on, to the Empire, was on good terms with Augustus, and did what was required of him as an Augustan poet. And independent though Horace was, he had a decided weakness for friendships with great people. The influence of Maecenas probably did much to stimulate his poetic activity, for Horace was by no means one of those who cannot help singing. He was not inspired; his poetry is marked by lucidity and judgment. Many poets whose works have not survived, but famous in their own day, are mentioned by Horace. His friend Valgius, who wrote epigrams and elegies, was actually compared to Homer. Aristeus Fuscus and Fundanius composed dramas, Pupius doleful tragedies. Here may be mentioned also C. Melissus, who wrote a jest book, and originated the Fabula Trabeata, and Domitius Marsus, famous chiefly for his epigrams, in which field he was the predecessor and master of Martial. Of the elegiac poets of this period whose works have come down to us, the most charming is Albius Tibullus, 54 19 B.C. Adopting the form of Alexandrine elegy, he breathed into it a fresh spirit of Italian country life. In his love poems to Delia, whose true name was Plania, there is a certain tender melancholy which we do not find in the rest of classical literature. By his deft handling of the pentameter he made an important technical advance in the development of Latin elegy. Along with his works, and under his name, were published after his death some poems which were not by him, but by a certain Lygdamus, perhaps a fictitious name. Also included in the collection of his elegies are some which were written by Sulpicia, the niece of his patron Messala. The Umbrian poet Sextus Propertius, probably born at Assisium about 49 15 B.C., did not emancipate himself like Tibullus from the influence of his Alexandrine models, Callimachus and Philetus. On the contrary, he prides himself on his Alexandrinism, and calls himself the Roman Callimachus. He was very learned, and his elegies are full of obscure references to out-of-the-way myths. Nevertheless, no works of the age are so thoroughly impressed with the individuality of the writer as the passionate poems of Propertius. The passion which inspired his song was his love for Hostia, a beautiful and accomplished courtesan, whom he disguised under the name of Cynthia, as Catullus had disguised Clodia under Lesbia, and Tibullus Plania under Delia. His first book of elegies brought him fame, and probably secured him an admission into the circle of Maecenas. The imagination of Propertius was eccentric, his nature melancholic. He looked at things on their gloomy side, and perhaps his special charm is his skilfulness in suggesting vague possibilities of pain or terror. He loved the vague, both in thought and in expression. In his metaphors, the image and the thing imaged often pass into each other, and the meaning becomes indistinct. He seems to have been a man of weak will, and this is reflected in his poetry. It has been noticed by those who have studied his language that he prefers to express feelings as possible rather than real. His thoughts naturally ran in the potential mood. His connection with Cynthia lasted for about 5 years, and after it was broken off, Propertius wrote little. It was Cynthia who had made him a great poet. The third of the great Roman elegiac poets, P. Ovidius Naso, of equestrian family, was born at Sulmo, in the Pelignian territory, 43 B.C. Trained in rhetoric and law, he entered upon an official career, and by the favour of Augustus received the latus clavus, and held some of the lower equestrian posts, such as vigintiver and decemvir. But he gave his profession up for the sake of poetry. He has said himself, in a verse which probably suggested a familiar line of Pope, that verse writing came to him by nature. Quid tentabam dicere versus erat. He is the only one of the great Augustan poets whose literary career belongs entirely to the Augustan age. His works may be classified in three periods. The extant works of the early period are all on amatory subjects and in elegiac verse. The Amores, in 3 books, celebrate Corinna. The Ars Amatoria, likewise in 3 books, give advice to lovers of both sexes as to the conducting of their love affairs, while the Remedia Amoris prescribes cures for a troublesome passion. But the best work of this period is the Heroides, a collection of imaginary letters of legendary heroines such as Penelope, Dido, Phaedra, to their lovers. Here Ovid has shown his poetic power at its best. The 2 works of the second period, the Metamorphoses and the Fasti, are the most ambitious of Ovid's works. They deal respectively with Greek and Roman mythology. For the Metamorphoses, or Transformations, composed in hexameter verse, Ovid obtained his material chiefly from the Alexandrine poets Nicander and Parthenius. The Fasti, a sort of commentary on the Roman calendar, in elegiac metre, should have consisted of 12 books, one for each month of the year, but only 6, March to August, were completed. The third period begins with Ovid's banishment to Tomi in Scythia in 9 A.D. The cause of this banishment is one of those historical mysteries which can never be decided with certainty. The poet himself only ventures on dark hints. He mentions a poem and an error, carmen et error, as the 2 charges which led to his fate. He also said that his eyes were to blame, cur noxia lumina feci. The poem probably refers to his licentious Ars Amatoria, which was so opposed in spirit to the attempts at social reform made by the framer of the Julian laws. But the true cause must have been the mysterious error. It has been conjectured, with considerable probability, that Ovid had witnessed some act of misconduct on the part of a member of the Emperor's family, and was punished for not having prevented it. This may have been connected with the adultery of the younger Julia and D. Silanus. The poet perhaps was made the scapegoat. In his exile on the shores of the Euxine, he composed the letters Ex Ponto in 4 books, and the Tristia in 5 books, in which he laments his fate and implores to be forgiven. The Ibis, a bitter attack on some anonymous enemy, on the model of a poem which Callimachus wrote against Apollonius of Rhodes, and an unfinished poem on fishing, Halieutica. He also wrote a Getic poem in honour of Augustus, but neither Augustus nor his successor Tiberius revoked the sentence of the unhappy poet, and Ovid died at Tomi in 17 A.D. In handling the elegiac metre, Ovid bound himself by stricter rules than his predecessors. He had wonderful facility in versification, but he was more of a rhetorician than a poet, and he is most successful where rhetoric tells, as in the Heroides. He lived in ease and luxury, and rejoiced that he lived in the age of Augustus, when life went smoothly. Haec saetas moribus apta meis. His love poetry was distinguished by lubricity, and in this he contrasted unfavourably with Tibullus and Propertius. The tragedy of Medea, which he composed in his early period, is not extant, but it and Thyestes of Varius were the 2 illustrious tragedies of the day. 2 poems, Nux, an elegy, and the Consolatio ad Liviam, were falsely ascribed to Ovid, but were probably written by some contemporary of inferior talent. Among the friends of Ovid, who were likewise poets, may be mentioned Sabinus, who wrote answers to the Heroides, Ponticus, author of Thebaid, Cornelius Severus, who treated the Sicilian war with Sextus Pompeius in verse, the starry Albinovanus Pedo wrote a Theseid, and also an epic on contemporary history. The Georgics of Virgil and the Haliotics of Ovid belong to the kind of poetry known as didactic. Other works of this class are the Synagetica of Gratius on the art of hunting, and the Astronomica of Manilius in 5 books. Of the author of this astronomical poem we know nothing, even his name is uncertain, but he possessed poetical facility of no mean order and considerable originality. Most of the short occasional pieces, of a light and humorous nature, which were collected under the title of Priapeia, belong to the Augustan age, and many of them to the best poets. End of Chapter 11, Section 1. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on March 4th, 2009. Chapter 11, Sections 2 and 3 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 11. Literature of the Augustan Age. Sections 2 and 3. Latin Prose Writers. The History of Rome by Titus Livius, 59 B.C. to 17 A.D., stands out as the greatest prose work of the Augustan period. Livy was born at Patavium, and a certain patavinity has been remarked in his diction. But most of his life was spent at Rome, where he studied rhetoric, wrote philosophical dialogues, and enjoyed the friendship of Augustus. He began his history (Ab urbe condita libri was the title) soon after the foundation of the Empire, and carried it down as far as the death of Drusus (9 B.C.). The work consisted of 142 books in all, originally distributed in decades and half-decades, which appeared separately according as they were completed. But only 35 books have been preserved to us, namely books 1 to 10 and books 21 to 45. We have, however, short epitomes of the contents of almost all the lost books. Livy was a mild and amiable man, who held no extreme views, liked compromise and conciliation, hated violence and turbulence, and could be indulgent to men of all parties. This fair and equable temper can be traced in his history. The one thing which is unpardonable in his eyes is harsh fanaticism. Ancient Rome is his ideal, and he regards his own age as degenerate, destitute of the virtues, simplicity, and piety which made the old time so great. His heroes are Cincinnaus, Camillus, Fabius the Delayer. The general view of the course of Roman history he states in strong language in the general preface to his work. He invites his readers to learn by what men and by what policy at home and abroad the empire of Rome was won and increased, then to follow the gradual decline of discipline and morals, then witness that decline becoming more and more marked, and ending in a headlong downward rush, until his own times are reached, in which we cannot endure our vices nor submit to remedies. We cannot doubt his honesty as a historian, but his views of writing history were such that his statements must often be received with caution. For though he wished to tell the truth, he cared much more for style than for facts. He had little idea of historical method or of historical research. He gave himself no trouble to ascertain the truth in doubtful cases. For the early history he simply worked up into an artistic form the narratives of Polybius and of late Roman annalists, especially Valerius of Antium, and did not exert himself to consult all the available sources, or even the best. His knowledge of constitutional matters was unsound, nor was he at home in military history. He approached his subject rather as a rhetorician than as a historian, and as a literary work his history takes rank among the great histories of the world. His style was prolix. Ancient critics observed that he used more words than were necessary, and his abundance (lactea ubertas) was contrasted with the conciseness of Sallust. Pompeius Trogus wrote a universal history in 44 books, beginning with the Assyrian Ninus, and ending with his own time. It was entitled Historiae Philippicae. The original work has not come down to us, but in a later age it was abbreviated by a certain Justinus, and this abridgment is extant. Other historians of the Augustan period were L. Arruntius, who wrote an account of the Punic War in the style of Sallust, and Fenestella, an antiquarian, who, in his Annales, paid special attention to social and constitutional history. C. Julius Hyginus, a freedman of Augustus and a librarian of the Palatine Library, was an interesting figure in the literary history of his time. He may be regarded as the successor of Varro, as an antiquarian and polymath. He wrote on the cities of Italy, De situ urbium Italicarum, on illustrious Romans, De viris claris, on agriculture, also a commentary on Virgil. All these books are lost, but a mythological Fabulae and an astronomical work have come down under his name, and perhaps are really his. Of other antiquarians, many of whose names we know, must be mentioned M. Varius Flaccus, who wrote a book on the calendar (Fasti), and an important lexicographical work entitled De Verborum Significatu. Most valuable, as the only work of the kind that has been preserved, is the treatise of Vitruvius Pollio, De Architectura, in 10 books. It was dedicated to Augustus, and finished before 13 B.C. Of the many philosophers, rhetors, and orators, who talked and wrote at this period, there is none of any interest to posterity. Among philosophical writers may be mentioned Q. Sextius Niger, and his son of the same name. Among the rhetors, M. Porcius Latro, of whose declamations some extracts are preserved, and among orators, the fluent Haterius, the rabid Labienus, the biting Cassius Severus. The two great jurists of the Augustan age were M. Antistius Labeo, 59 B.C. to 12 A.D., and his younger rival C. Ateius Capito, 34 B.C. to 22 A.D., who founded schools afterwards, known as the Proculian and Sabinian respectively. Section 3. Greek Literature. From the year 146 B.C. forward, Greek literature begins to hold a place in Roman history along with the advance of Roman sway over the Greek world. By the time of Augustus nearly all the Greeks of Europe, Asia, and Egypt have become either immediate or federate subjects of Rome. Their literature, therefore, on this grounds, claims the attention of the student of Roman history, but still more because many Greek writers busied themselves with the history and antiquities of their new mistress. Polybius is the first and most famous example of a Greek writing Roman history, but under the Empire Greek books on Roman subjects are numerous. Dionysius of Halicarnassus came to Rome soon after the battle of Actium, and lived there for more than 20 years, studying Latin literature and writing in his own language on Latin subjects. While he was at Rome he associated with men of the senatorial class, and his writings are animated with republican sentiments. He continued the work of Polybius in endeavouring to reconcile his countrymen to Roman sway. Polybius had expounded the role which Rome was destined to play in history. Dionysius is concerned to show that she was worthy to play it. In his work on Roman archaeology, which he finished in 8 B.C., he seems to prove, by tracing out mythical connection between Rome and Greece, that the Romans were not really barbarians. It was a mark of gratitude for the kind treatment which he experienced at Rome. This work consisted of 20 books, but only the first 11 are preserved entire. The style is wordy and rhetorical, very unlike that of Polybius. He used good sources, but he has no appreciation of the meaning or methods of history. He even puts long rhetorical speeches into the mouths of legendary persons. He defines history as philosophy by examples. In questions of literary criticism, however, he is quite at home, and his various literary treatises, in which he shows thorough appreciation of the old masters, are of considerable value. More interesting in some ways than the literary treatise of Dionysius is that of a certain Longinus, of whom personally nothing is known, on the sublime, or more correctly, on loftiness of style, which seems to have been written in the early years of the 1st century A.D. It contains much enlightened and suggestive criticism. The author had some acquaintance with the Hebrew Scriptures. Nicolaus of Damascus, born about 64 B.C., was a great friend of King Herod, whom he assisted in his work of Hellenism. He had been the teacher of the children of Antony and Cleopatra. He was a very prolific author, and wrote on philosophical, rhetorical, and historical subjects. His greatest work was a universal history, planned on a very large scale, which Herod stimulated him to compose. Of it we have only fragments, but his panegyrical life of Caesar Augustus, a declamatory rather than historical work, has come down to us complete. The long Geographica of Strabo (63 B.C. to 23 A.D.), in 17 books, is of great historical importance as giving a picture of some of the subject lands of Rome in the Augustan age. Strabo was of a good Cappadocian family, a native of Amasea, and lived at Alexandria. He came to Rome about the same time as Dionysius, but soon left it. He describes the whole known world, but in many cases his information was mainly derived from older books, and cannot be taken as representing the condition of things which prevailed in his own time. Books 1 and 2 deal with physical geography, books 3 to 10 describe Europe, books 11 to 16 Asia, book 17 Africa. His accounts of Asia Minor and Egypt are especially valuable, as he knew these lands himself, and mentions many of his own experiences. His description of Spain is also valuable, for though he had not been there, he had evidently received recent information about it, probably at Rome. From Strabo's work we get a very distinct impression of the blessings of the Pax Augusta, and the safety which travellers now enjoyed both by sea and land. He also wrote a work entitled Historical Memoirs, in over 40 books, but it has not been preserved. End of Chapter 11, Section 3. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on March 4th, 2009.
Chapter 12, Sections 1 to 2 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie van Mollegem. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 12. The Principate of Tiberius, Sections 1 to 2. Section 1. Accession of Tiberius. It was generally regarded as a matter of course that Tiberius should step into the place of Augustus. The Roman world did not dream of a revolution, and it was felt that a monarchy naturally fell to him, who stood in the same relation to the now divine Augustus as Augustus himself to the divine Julius. Men universally acquiesced in the succession of Tiberius as the heir, the adopted son, the chosen cohort of the deceased emperor. But though such feelings moved men's minds, constitutionally the empire was elective, not hereditary, and the Senate and the people could, without infringing the constitution, have conferred the Principate on someone wholly unconnected with the Julian family. Augustus had himself named 3 nobles who might possibly compete with Tiberius: Lepidus, who was equal to the position but despised it; Asinius Gallus, who might desire it but was unequal to it; and Arruntius, who was not unworthy of it and would dare to seek it if a chance were offered. But even from Arruntius, Tiberius had nothing to fear. The only possible rival seemed to be his own kinsman, his nephew Germanicus, who was absent in Gaul, and Agrippa Postumus, who was still pined in the island to which his grandfather had banished him. The unlucky Agrippa was slain by his Gauler immediately after the death of Augustus, and there can be no doubt that the order for his execution was given either by Tiberius or by Livia. When the death of Augustus was announced, Tiberius, by virtue of the tribunician power which he had received in the preceding year for an indefinite period, convoked the Senate. He had already given the watchword to the praetorian cohorts, and sent dispatches to the legions as if he were formally emperor. It is not quite clear whether this was formally an act of usurpation, for it might have been held that the proconsular imperium, which Tiberius possessed before the death of Augustus, having been bestowed by a decree of the Senate and not being merely derived from the imperium of the Princeps, did not cease on the death of the Princeps. In any case, the act seemed an anticipation of his election to the Principate, and Tiberius afterwards made a sort of apology for it to the Senate. But Senate and people, consuls and prefects, took an oath of obedience to him without a sign of hesitation. The proconsular imperium was renewed or confirmed, and the various rights which had been granted to Augustus by separate enactments were conferred upon him, doubtless by single comprehensive law, lex de imperio. Tiberius, indeed, adopting the maxims of statecraft which he had learned from his predecessor, feigned reluctance to assume the immense task of directing such a vast empire, and suggested that the functions of government should be divided among more than one ruler. But it was easily seen that the suggestion was not intended seriously. It was part of the transparent comedy which was played henceforward between the Senate and the Princeps. It is important to observe that the practice adopted by Augustus of assuming the empire for a defined period of years was now abandoned. On the other hand, Tiberius would not assume it for life. No term was fixed, but he intimated his intention of resigning the Principate when the state no longer needed him. Here again no one took his words as seriously meant. The first care of Tiberius was the funeral and deification of Augustus. The dead body was borne by senators to the Campus Martius, where it was burned and the ashes were bestowed in the imperial mausoleum. Funeral orations were pronounced both by Tiberius and by his son Drusus. The Senate decreed temples and priests to the Divus Augustus, who was thus raised to place beside his father, the Divus Iulius. His will, which had been deposited in the charge of the Vestal Virgins, was read before the Senate and thus published abroad. It bequeathed 2/3 of his fortune to Tiberius, and the remainder to Livia, who was to be adopted into the Julian family and bear the name Augusta. If these heirs failed, 1/3 of the property was to descend to Drusus, the son of Tiberius, and the remainder to Germanicus and his 3 sons. But these legacies were considerably diminished by the large donations which were left to the citizens and to the praetorian and legionary soldiers. Along with his fortune, the old emperor bequeathed, in his Brevarium Imperii, some councils of government. He deprecated the admission of provincials to the privileged position of Roman citizens. He condemned the further extension of the frontiers of Roman dominion, and he advised that as many men of ability as possible should be engaged in the administration of public affairs. It seems probable that the second of these councils specially regarded the conquest of Transrhenane Germany, and we shall see how Tiberius acted on it. Section 2. Germanicus on the Rhine. The first weeks of the reign of Tiberius were disturbed by mutinies in the Rhine and Danube armies. Discontent had long been smouldering, and had only been hindered from bursting forth by respect for the old emperor. The soldiers who defended the German frontiers contrasted the hardships which they were obliged to endure in harsh climates and remote regions, the small pay which they received, the unduly long term of service, and the inadequate provision awaiting them at its expiration, with the easy life and the higher pay of the praetorian guards, who could look forward to gifts of land in Italy itself. On the news of the death of Augustus, mutinies broke out simultaneously on the Danube and on the Rhine. The Pannonian army, consisting of 3 legions, under the command of Julius Blasis, threw off the authority of their general, and demanded that the term of service should be reduced from 20 to 16 years, and that the veterans should receive their pensions in money. Blasis was forced to send his son to Rome, to bear these demands to the new emperor, and in the meantime the troops vented their pent-up wrath on the centurions, whom they most detested and refused to perform their military duties. Tiberius dispatched some praetorian cohorts under his son Drusus to treat with the mutineers and restore order, but sent no definite message of concession. The soldiers were enraged when they discovered that Drusus was instructed to evade rather than comply with their demands, and the young prince was with difficulty rescued from their fury. But an eclipse of the moon opportunely took place. The superstitious soldiers were alarmed, and, seized with a fit of remorse, They listened to the indefinite promises of Drusus and returned to their allegiance. The ringleaders were given up and put to death. The revolt of the Rhine legions was a more serious danger. In Pannonia there was no question of setting up a rival emperor, but this danger existed on the Rhine. Germanicus Caesar, governor of Gaul and general of the 8 legions stationed on the German frontier, was marked out as the successor of Tiberius, his adoptive father, and the troops of Lower Germany conceived the design of hastening his reign. They not only demanded shorter service, higher pay, and lighter labour, but proclaimed their intention of carrying Germanicus to Rome and making him emperor. Germanicus was at the time absent in Lugudunum, occupied with the census of Gaul. Aulus Caecina, an experienced officer, was in command of the legions of the Lower Province, while Upper Germany had been assigned to C. Silius. When the news reached Germanicus, he hastened to the camp on the Lower Rhine, which lay in the land of the Ubii, and appeared in the presence of the mutineers. An exciting scene then took place, the soldiers beseeching their popular commander to right their wrongs, showing him the marks of their wounds and stripes, finally urging him to march to Rome and seize the sovereign power. Germanicus expostulating and praising the virtues of Tiberius. The excitement reached such a pitch that it was necessary to withdraw the general from the presence of the troops. It was a critical moment. The mutineers talked of destroying the town of the Ubii, Oppidum Obiorum, and plundering the cities of Gaul. The German foes beyond the Rhine would not fail to take advantage speedily of the broken discipline of the army. To restore order, Germanicus was forced to concede, in the name of Tiberius, the demands of the troops. He promised that the terms of service should be shortened and that large donatives should be distributed. The legions then returned to their winter quarters, 2 under Germanicus to Oppidum Obiorum, the other 2 under the legatus Aulus Caecina to Castra Vetra. But at this moment messengers arrived from Rome for the purpose of investigating the causes of the discontent, and when the soldiers saw that concessions might fail to be ratified, the mutiny broke out more furiously than ever. Germanicus decided that his wife and children should leave the camp. It does not appear that he apprehended any serious danger on their account, for no measures were taken to conceal their flight. They departed in broad daylight, and in view of the whole camp. The sight of Agrippina carrying in her arms the little boy Gaius, who had been born and reared in the camp, and whom they had nicknamed Caligula, boots, from the Caligulae or military boots which they made him wear in sport, moved their hearts to remorse. The memory of her father Agrippa, her grandfather Augustus, her father-in-law Drusus, stirred their pride, and when they learned that her destination was the city of the Treveri, jealousy prompted them to make peace with their general. Germanicus seized on the propitious moment to work on their softened feelings, and recalled them to their duty. They fell on their knees before him, begged for forgiveness, and zealously delivered their ringleaders to punishment. It seems likely that this scene was expressly devised by Germanicus as a last resource for appealing to the nobler sentiments of the insurgents. Thus was the danger averted in the Euboean camp. In Castra Vetra, the skilful management of the experienced Caecina restored discipline, while at Mogontiacum the agitators who tried to stir to rebellion the army of the Upper Province seemed to have totally failed. The only peril which threatened the succession of Tiberius was thus hindered, and for this he had to thank the unshaken fidelity of his nephew. Germanicus had refused to listen when the troops tempted him to disloyalty. He declined to take the flood of the tide which might have led him to fortune. If he had marched to Rome at the head of the Germanic legions, he would have plunged the state once more in civil war. But it is not certain that he would have been the survivor. Germanicus was a man of considerable ability, and his affable manners and urbanity won him friends everywhere. In the camp he associated freely with the soldiers, and they idolized him. He had his father's gift of making himself popular, but he had not his father's genius. It was his dream, however, to restore the work which Drusus had so brilliantly begun, and carry the eagles of Rome once more to the Albis. Immediately after the suppression of the mutiny, the young Caesar decided to employ the discontented legions, who were themselves anxious for active service. Hostilities against the Germans had been slumbering for the past few years, but no treaty had been made since the defeat of Varus, so that in making a sudden incursion the Romans were formally justified. It had been questioned whether Germanicus was not exceeding his powers in taking the offence without the express permission of the emperor. But as he had been entrusted by Augustus with his large command for the purpose of conducting the war and defending the frontier against the Germans, it must clearly have been left to his discretion when he might advance and when he should retire. In the late autumn, 14 A.D., the legions and cohorts of the lower province crossed the Rhine, cut their way through the Silver Caesar, and through the rampart which Tiberius had constructed after the Varian disaster as the limes of Roman territory. Thus they reached the land of the Marsi, who dwelt between the rivers which are now called Lippe and Ruhr. Caecina advanced in front with some light cohorts to reconnoitre and clear the way. It was discovered that the Marsi were to spend the night in solemn festivities, and when the Romans approached their villages after sunset, the inhabitants, unsuspicious and inebriated, offered an easy prey. The legions were divided into 4 wedges cunei, which devastated the country for 50 miles with fire and sword, sparing neither sex nor rage. The holy places of the Marsi, especially the sacred precinct of the deity Tamphana, were levelled with the ground. The fate of the Marsi roused to arms neighbouring tribes, the Bructeri, who lived northward, the Tubantes, who dwelt on the Ruhr, and the Usipetes, between the Loppia and the Manus. They stationed themselves in the woods through which the Romans had to return, but the zeal of the legions and the skill of the commander shook off the enemy, and the winter quarters were safely reached. The revolt on the lower Rhine had caused serious anxiety at Rome, and especially to Tiberius, coming as it did in conjunction with the mutiny in Pannonia. The Pannonic army was nearer Italy. On the other hand, the Germanic army was far larger, and the emperor, uncertain in which of the camps his presence was more needful, and afraid of giving the preference to either, ended by remaining in Rome and watching the issue of events. The news that Germanicus had quelled the mutiny was a great relief, but it was suspected that the military success which he gained in his brief campaign was not so agreeable to Tiberius. If so, the emperor dissembled his jealousy, praised the achievement of his nephew in the presence of the Senate, and granted him the honour of a triumph. The following year was marked by 2 distinct invasions of Germany, which, however, hung closely together and were parts of a common design. Of all the German tribes, the Cherusci, the tribe of Arminius, were the most formidable and the most hostile. They had been the leaders in the fight for freedom, which ended in the Varian disaster. Against them, above all others, policy and revenge excited the spirit of Germanicus. His plan was to prevent the neighbouring peoples from assisting them, and then attack them alone. Their most powerful neighbours were the Chatti, and the first expedition was directed against them. 1. In the spring the 4 legions of the lower Rhine crossed the river from Castra Vetra, under the command of Caecina, who was to prevent the tribes in that quarter, especially the Marsi and the Cherusci, from marching to aid the Chatti. Caecina's army was augmented by bands of the cis-Rhenine German tribes, Batavians, Ubii, Sugambri. Meanwhile Germanicus himself, at the head of the 4 legions of the Upper Rhine, advanced into the territory of Mount Taunus, and attacked the Chatti so suddenly that no serious resistance could be made. Their fortress Actium was destroyed. By this means the Chatti were prevented from making common cause with the Cherusci. That people was distracted at this time by domestic discords. Segestes was invoking the help of the Romans against his enemy and son-in-law Arminius, the hero of the Teutoburg forest. The messengers of Segestes reached Germanicus as he was returning to the Rhine, and besought him to relieve their master, who was blockaded by his enemies. The Roman army retraced their steps, entered the borders of the Cherusci, and delivered their ally, who was able in return to restore some of the spoils of Varus and hand over some important hostages, among these his daughter Thesselda, the wife of Arminius. That warrior, infuriated at the capture of his wife, left nothing undone to stir up the passions of his nation, and he succeeded in winning over Inguomer, an influential noble who had hitherto sided with the Romans. 2. Germanicus and Caecina, who had signally defeated the Marsi, having returned to the Rhine, prepared for a grand expedition against the enemy, conceived on the same plan which Drusus had formerly adopted with success. The army was divided in 3 parts. Caecina led his legions through the land of the Bructeri to the banks of the upper Armisia. Germanicus and the 4 legions of the upper province embarked to coast along the shore of the North Sea and enter the river at its mouth, while the cavalry under Peter Albinovanus, the poet, marched to the same goal through the land of the Frisi. Successfully united, the combined army laid waste far and wide the land between the Armisia and the Lupia. Here they were near the Saltus Teutoburgiensis, where the remains of Varus and his legions lay unburied, and Germanicus could not resist the desire of visiting the spot, erecting a mound over the white bones, and honouring with funeral rites the slaughtered Romans. The lonely and melancholy scene produced a deep impression on the legions, but they were soon required to extricate themselves from a trap similar to that which had ensnared the Varian army. Arminius had hidden his forces in the forest, and the Romans had not secured themselves sufficiently against surprise. But Germanicus and Caecina were more skilful than Varus, and though he did not defeat the enemy, he retreated to Amygia with some difficulty. The return to the Rhine was not easy. The cavalry of Pedo reached their quarters without mischance, but the country through which the way of Caecina lay was heavy and marshy, and the Germans of Arminius and Inguima sought to surround him as they had surrounded Varus. The experienced Caecina was cool and collected in these perils, and knew how to maintain discipline, but he might have failed to extricate his army but for a false move of the foe. The Germans had made a successful attack on the cavalry and baggage of the Romans, and, elated by their luck, proceeded, contrary to the counsels of Arminius, to assault the Roman camp. Waiting until they had reached the rampart, Caecina suddenly threw open the gates and poured out his troops on the besiegers. The Germans suffered a decisive defeat. Inguima was severely wounded, and the Romans were able to proceed on their way. A false rumour of their destruction had gone before them to Castra Vetra, and it was proposed there to break down the Rhine bridge, but the humanity and courage of Agrippina saved the means of retreat for the fugitive army. She stood at the head of the bridge and would not move until the remnant should reach it, and she was repaid by seeing the arrival of the 4 legions safe and whole. The return of Germanicus himself was attended with ill luck and serious losses. He found it necessary to lighten his ships amid the shallow waters of the Phrygian coast, and disembarked 2 legions, directing them to march along the shore. The treacherous equinoctial tides swept away a large number of the soldiers and much of their baggage. On the whole, the campaign could hardly be regarded as a success. the dangers and losses of the return march threw a cloud over the expedition, and Tiberius had some reason to murmur at the little results obtained at such expense. The advantages won by Germanicus were only momentary, for he had done nothing to effect a permanent occupation of the country which he had laid waste. He had built no fort, and established no lines of communication. His wisdom in visiting the battlefield of Varus was open to question. Tiberius, naturally distrustful, nourished some jealousy and perhaps fear of his popular nephew, and there were enemies of Germanicus at Rome who were eager to encourage such feelings. But the emperor had not yet decided to interfere with the plans of Germanicus for the subjugation of Germany, and he professed to regard the achievements of the year as worthy of a triumph. He seems not to have fully made up his mind yet whether the conquest of Germany was really desirable or its permanent occupation possible. The next and last campaign of Germanicus, 16 A.D., was planned on a larger scale. This time he hoped to reach the Elbe and break the last resistance of the Cherusci. A fleet of 1,000 ships was collected, with the Rhine broadened and branches into the Verhalis, and the whole army embarked and sailed down the Fossa Drusiana, where Germanicus invoked the spirit and recalled the memory of his father. Before starting, he had taken the precaution to send his legatus, C. Silius, to make a demonstration against the Catti, and had himself, with 6 legions, marched up the valley of Lupia, to secure strongholds and make provisions for the return of his army. The fleet reached the mouth of Amisia safely, and, leaving the ships anchored and guarded, the Romans advanced in a south-eastern direction to the banks of the Visurgis, where the Germans, prepared for their coming, had concentrated their forces under the leadership of the indefatigable Arminius. Here, at length, the Roman invader and the champion of German freedom were to fairly try their strength in a field of battle. The reserved historian Tacitus rises to the occasion as he describes the campaign which decided both the destinies of Germany and the fortunes of his hero Germanicus. He embellishes his Germaniad with tales which have a ring of legend and throw over the young general a halo of romance which his deeds hardly deserved. The colloquy of Arminius and his renegade brother Flavus, standing on the opposite banks of the Visurgis, is, if not true, well imagined. Flavus had lost an eye in the service of the Romans, and Arminius, when he had inquired and learned the cause of the disfigurement, asked, "What was thy reward?" "I received," said Flavus, "increase of pay, a gold chain and crown, and other military distinctions." "Vile badges of slavery," sneered his brother. Flavus continued to praise the greatness of Rome and the emperor, while Arminius appealed to ancestral freedom and the national gods of Germany. At length such bitter words were bandied, and the wrath of the brothers rose so high that they were about to plunge into the stream and grip each other in mortal struggle. But the Romans intervened and dragged Flavus from the bank. The night adventure of Germanicus has the same epic flavour as the converse of the German brethren. The Romans crossed the Visurgis in the face of the enemy, who had retreated into the recesses of a sacred wood, and news was brought that Arminius contemplated a night attack on the Roman camp. Tacitus tells us how Germanicus, like our own Henry V, was seized with the desire to ascertain the spirit of his soldiers, and how for this purpose he disguised himself, and with the skin over his shoulders, attended by one companion, he went round to camp and listened to near the tents. He was pleased to hear his own praises loudly sung, and to observe that the men were eager to punish the perfidious foe. As he traversed the camp, a German horseman rode up to the rampart, and in the Latin tongue invited deserters in the name of Arminius, with promises of lands, wives, and a daily sum of money. Scornful was the answer, "Let the day break, let battle begin, we will ourselves seize your wives and lands." The battle was fought in the plain of Edistaviso, which probably lies to the south of the Porta Westphalica on the right bank of the Visurgis. The Germans had occupied the lower slopes of the mountains and were protected in the rear by wood, unencumbered with brushwood, and thus offering an easy retreat. The Cherusci placed themselves on the higher hills, intending to rush down upon the Romans in the midst of the battle. While the legions and auxiliaries advanced to attack the German position in the open plain, Germanicus sent a body of cavalry round to outflank the enemy and fall on their rear. This movement was completely successful. The German forces, which were stationed in the wood, were driven out of their cover into the plain, while at the same time the ranks which were drawn up in the plain were beaten back before the onset of the legions into the wood. The confusion was increased by the Cherusci, who were forced by the attack of the cavalry to descend from the hills into the midst of the battle. Arminius essayed bravely to sustain the fight, but he and his fellows were surrounded by the Roman forces, and their doom seemed sealed. Arminius, however, and Inguiomer managed to escape, perhaps owing to the treachery of some German auxiliaries. The rest were slain. This decisive victory was gained by the Romans without any serious loss. The soldiers saluted Tiberius as Imperator, and erected a trophy of the arms of the enemy, subscribing the names of the conquered nations. The defeated and dejected Germans were, it is said, preparing to cross the Albis and leave their country to the victor, but this trophy excited their rage and decided them to make another desperate attempt. It may be suspected, however, that the battle of Edistaviso was less decisive than it has been represented. In any case, the enemy once more collected large forces and occupied a place protected by woods and a deep swamp, and on one side by an old rampart. But Germanicus discovered their position and did not fall into the trap. He attacked them on the side of the earthwork, and forced his way into the small space in which they were thickly packed together. Their position was desperate. If they retreated, they must perish in the march, and with their long swords they could sustain no equal combat with the legions at such close quarters. Germanicus, it is said, was in the thickest of the fray, crying that the Germans must be exterminated, but the barbarians fought it well. Arminius escaped, and the cavalry engagement was indecisive. At nightfall the Romans returned to their camp, victorious indeed, but without having exterminated or routed the foe. The angry Varii were the only tribe who sued for peace. Germanicus erected a second trophy, which told how the army of Tiberius Caesar, having subdued all the nations between the Rhine and the Albis, dedicated this monument to Mars and Jupiter and Augustus. It was now the middle of summer, and Germanicus, notwithstanding his successes, resolved to retrace his steps. Some of the legions returned by land, others by sea on the ships which awaited them at the mouth of the Amisia. The voyage was disastrous, owing to the violent gales which agitate the North Sea in the autumn season. The fleet was scattered, and Germanicus himself wrecked on the shore of the Corsi. The losses, however, were not so great as was at first thought, and on his return to the Rhine, some successes gained against the Marsi and the Catti partly restored the spirit of the troops, which the sea disaster had damped, and the last of the captured eagles of Varus were recovered. Germanicus deemed that he was now near the goal of his ambition. One more campaign would suffice, he thought, for the complete subjugation of Germany. But destiny decreed, and Tiberius judged, otherwise. It is clear enough that the victories of the last campaign were far less important and complete than Tacitus has tried to make them out. Their results were only temporary, and the emperor, perhaps wisely, decided that no abiding result was likely to be achieved by Germanicus. There was indeed reason for disappointment. Nothing had been accomplished in proportion to the magnitude of the expeditions. Accordingly Tiberius offered the consulship to his nephew, and this was equivalent to a recall. How far the sovereign was influenced by a lurking jealousy of the popular general, how far he deemed it inexpedient that a close connection between Germanicus and the Rhine army should continue, we cannot say, but it is only fair to point out that the recall of Germanicus can be completely explained by political considerations without taking into account any personal motives. Tiberius may have come to the conclusion that annual invasions of Germany were too slow and costly a method of winning the new province, even though it was certain that this method must ultimately succeed. A different policy was suggested by the intestine feuds of the barbarians. If the Romans retired from the field, a deadly contest must soon take place between the Saxon and the Suevian tribes, and when the enemy had enfeebled themselves in domestic war, the Romans might step in and take possession of their country. This was a plausible policy, and was perhaps seriously entertained by Tiberius. But it is possible that he had really come to regard the advance to the Albis as a visionary idea which it would not be expedient to realize. If the Rhine troops changed their station to the banks of the Albis, would not another army be required to watch Gaul, and would the state be able to support another army? These were the questions which a statesman had to consider, and they may have decided Tiberius, as they seem to have decided Augustus, that the Rhine was roughly the limit. In any case, financial considerations had probably much to do with the disappointment of the dreams of Germanicus. From the year 17 A.D. forward, we never find one man uniting under his single authority both the government of the Gallic provinces and the command of the Germanic armies. Henceforward, the 3 provinces of Gaul are administered by 3 praetorian governors, and the 2 frontier districts, Upper and Lower Germany, are kept strictly separate under 2 consular legati, who are always, up to the time of Hadrian, strictly military commanders, legati exercitus inferiores et superiores, not legati provinciae, though often loosely spoken of as such. The financial administration of these military districts was at first combined with that of Belgica, like that of Numidia with Africa. It is to be observed that for many years yet the province of Lower Germany extended beyond the Rhine and as far as the Lower Amisia. The young general celebrated a brilliant triumph, 26th of May, 17 A.D., over the conquered nations between the Rhine and Albis. Thusnelda, the wife of Arminius, with her infant son Themelichus, whom she had borne in captivity, was among the captives who adorned the procession. It is said that in the midst of the festivities people felt a gloomy presentiment, comparing the young Caesar with his father Drusus and his uncle Marcellus, who like him had been so popular but had died so early. Brief and unlucky, they said, have been the loves of the Roman people. After his triumph, Germanicus was appointed to an honourable mission in the East. At the same time his cousin Drusus was sent to Illyricum to observe the course of affairs in northern Europe. Arminius and his Cherusci, with their Saxon federates, having no longer to oppose the invasions of the Romans, hastened to deal with the Suevian state in the south, over which Maroboduus held sway with the title of king. It will be remembered that this chief had refused to join Arminius after the defeat of Varus. He was an admirer of Roman civilization, having spent part of his youth in Rome, and he tried to introduce Roman manners and government among his countrymen. Throughout this struggle for freedom he had remained persistently neutral. The centre of his power and his palace lay in Boiohaemon, but he was recognized as the head of a large and loose Suevic confederacy. Of these tribes, the Semnones and Langobardi deserted his cause on the first attack of the Cherusci. On the other hand, the Cheruscan Inguiomir went over to Maroboduus. A decisive battle was fought, in which the Suevians were defeated, and many more of his allies deserted the Suevic king, who then applied for aid to the Roman emperor. Tiberius immediately sent Drusus to confirm peace, perhaps really to effect the downfall of Maroboduus. The unlucky king was finally overthrown and driven from his realm by Catualda, chief of the Cadones, a people who lived on the lower Vistula. They invaded the land of the Marcomanni and stormed the town and stronghold of Maroboduus, who was forced to flee to the refuge of the empire and throw himself on the emperor's mercy. Ravenna was assigned to him as a dwelling place, where Tilsnelda and her son had been also doomed to live. It was a curious historical coincidence that the city of the marshes, which was destined 5 centuries later to be the capital of the great German hero, the Ostrogothic King Theodoric, should have been selected as the habitation of Maroboduus, his predecessor, in attempting to spread Roman ideas among his countrymen. Maroboduus lived 18 years at Ravenna, vainly expecting to be restored to power. He had the satisfaction to see Catualda overthrown, and like himself seeking a refuge from the Romans. He had the satisfaction to see his younger rival Arminius succumb to the guile of a domestic enemy, 21 A.D. After the defeat of the Suevians, the hero of Germany had been false himself to the freedom for which he had fought, and tried to establish a monarchical power. He was undoubtedly, says the Roman historian, the deliverer of Germany, and not one of those who attacked the Roman people at the beginning of its power, but when it was at the height of its prosperity. He lost battles, but in war he was unconquered. He died at the age of 37 in the 12th year of his power, and he is still sung among the barbarians, although to the annals of the Greeks he is unknown, and among the Romans not as celebrated as he deserves. End of chapter 12, section 1-2.
Chapter 12, sections 3 and 4 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 12, Section 3-4. Section 3. Germanicus in the East. His death and the trial of Piso. In the East several affairs demanded the attention of the government, but not so imperatively as to require an extraordinary command like that which Tiberius assigned to Germanicus after his triumph. The dependent principalities of Cappadocia, Commagene, and Cilicia Aspera had to be transformed into provinces, for Archelaus of Cappadocia had been recalled to Rome, and informed that he had ceased to reign, while the peoples of Commagene and Cilicia had, on the death of their princes, begged for a direct Roman government. The inhabitants of Judea and Syria were murmuring loudly at the heavy taxation, and demanding a reduction. New difficulties had also arisen with the Parthian kingdom. Vonones, son of Phraates IV., who had been kept by Augustus as a hostage and brought up at Rome, was elected to the throne by the Parthians after the death of their king. He did not, however, reign long. His Roman manners gave offence, and he was forced to surrender his throne to Artabanus of Media, and fly to Seleucia. The Armenian throne was at this moment vacant, and the people accepted the fugitive Vonones as their sovereign, but Artabanus, who could not endure the rule of his rival in a neighbouring kingdom, called upon them to surrender him. Meanwhile Silanus, legatus of Syria, got possession of the person of Vonones, and detained him in Syria. All these affairs might have been arranged by ordinary imperial legati, but Tiberius may have had a good reason for sending a near kinsman and a Caesar, invested with special powers and representing the imperial majesty, to deal with the eastern countries, where pomp always produces its effect. Such a plan had been successful before, when Gaius Caesar received a like mission from Augustus. The sphere of the command of Germanicus was all the provinces beyond the Hellespont. He travelled thither at leisurely speed, visiting Nicopolis, Athens, and Lesbos on his way, and lingering in the cities of the Hellespont. The affairs of Armenia he arranged without difficulty, and established friendly relations with the Parthian king. the favour of the Armenians inclined to Zeno, son of Polemo, former king of Pontus, who had been brought up as an Armenian from his infancy, and was popular by his excellence as a huntsman and a trencherman. Germanicus visited the city of Artaxaea, and solemnly crowned Zeno there under the royal name of Artaxes. This arrangement also satisfied Artabanus, who regarded Vonones as the Roman candidate, and had put forward his own son Orodes as the Parthian candidate. The election of Artaxes was a satisfactory compromise, and Artabanus sent a courteous message to the Roman general, proposing a personal meeting on the Euphrates, and only requiring him to remove Vonones from Syria so as to prevent communications with the disaffected party in Persia. Germanicus readily acceded to the request, and Vonones was removed to Pompeiapolis in Cilicia. Thus excellent relations were established between the Roman and the Parthian powers, and continued to exist during the lifetime of Artaxes, until the last years of the reign of Tiberius. Cappadocia and Commagene were at the same time incorporated in the provincial system, and thus the direct rule of Rome extended now to the Euphrates. Germanicus had speedily and satisfactorily accomplished the main object of his mission, but he had other difficulties to contend with. It was not the intention of Tiberius that the ample authority of the young Caesar should be as completely unchecked in the east as it had been in the north. Consequently Silanus, who was a personal friend of Germanicus, was replaced as proconsul of Syria by C. Calpurnius Piso, a proud, self-asserting nobleman, who would not hesitate to hold his own against his superior. The position of Piso was strengthened, and his independent spirit encouraged by the bonds of intimacy which existed between his wife Plancina and the Emperor's mother Livia. The dissensions of Piso and Germanicus were doubtless embittered by the rivalry of Plancina and Agrippina. Piso had been instructed to lead or send a portion of the Syrian army to join Germanicus in Armenia. He disobeyed this command, and the ill feeling between the Caesar and the legatus became very bitter. It is not clear why Germanicus did not invoke the intervention of the Emperor, but instead of asserting his authority in Syria he made an excursion to Egypt, not for any political purpose, but from a curiosity to visit the antiquities of the land. This expedition was imprudent in two ways, for it left the field clear to Piso, and it violated the law of Augustus, that no senator should set foot on Egyptian soil without the express permission of the Emperor. On returning to Syria, Germanicus found that Piso had disregarded and overthrown his own regulations. This discovery roused him into asserting his authority, and Piso prepared to leave the province. Suddenly Germanicus fell ill at Antioch, and Piso postponed his departure. The attendants of Germanicus suspected and circulated their suspicions that poison had been administered to him by Piso or his wife. Messages inquiring after the health of the prince arrived from Piso, who was lingering at Seleucia, but Germanicus, distrustful of their genuineness, wrote a letter to the governor, renouncing his friendship, and commanding him, perhaps, to leave the province. Piso sailed to Cos, and there received the news of his rival's death (19 A.D.). Germanicus himself believed that he was the victim of foul play, for on his deathbed he charged his friends to prosecute Piso and Plancina, and his friends determined that he should be avenged. Agrippina, with her children and the ashes of her husband, immediately set sail for Rome. The staff of the dead prince chose C. Sentius Saturninus to take charge of Syria until a new governor should be appointed. Piso, however, determined to make a bold attempt to resume his command in that province, and for this purpose collected some troops in Cilicia. But Sentius was victorious in an engagement, and besieged Piso in the Cilician fortress of Celenderis. The ex-governor was finally forced to submit, and take ship for Rome, where an unpleasant reception awaited him. The feelings of sympathy awakened by the death of Germanicus were intense, both in the provinces and at Rome. Triumphal arches were erected in his honour, and his statues were set up in cities. Inscriptions recorded that he had died for the Republic. Correspondingly bitter was the rage felt against Piso and Plancina, who were generally believed to have been guilty. Nor were there wanting hints and murmurs that Tiberius himself and Livia were privy to the supposed crime of Piso and Plancina. It was thought that Tiberius regarded his nephew with jealousy and hatred, and rejoiced at his death, and it was apparently this idea that encouraged Piso to act as he had done. The reserve of Tiberius in regard to the funeral ceremonies of Germanicus, at which he and Livia were not present, was interpreted in the same way, and the Emperor even went so far as to show displeasure at the excess of the public lamentations. He issued a characteristic edict, enjoining on the people to observe some moderation in their sorrow. "Princes are mortal, the Republic is eternal. Resume your business, resume your pleasures," he added, for the Megalesian games approached. By this contempt for popular sentiment, Tiberius, it has been remarked, was sowing the seeds of a long and deep misunderstanding between himself and his people. Men contrasted the behaviour of Augustus on the death of Drusus. But the Emperor had no intention of protecting Piso, who had been guilty of the serious offence of trying to recover a province from which he had been dismissed by a superior in authority. The friends of Germanicus vied in undertaking the prosecution, but it was hard to find advocates to plead the cause of Piso. His friends wished the accused to come before the tribunal of the Emperor, but Tiberius did not like to undertake the decision of such a delicate case, and he referred the judgment of it to the senate. He opened the proceedings in the senate house in a very impartial speech. The charges of political misconduct were clearly proven, but the charge of having made attempts on the life of Germanicus by magic and poison broke down. The senators, however, who in general sympathized with Germanicus, felt convinced that the prince's death had been due to foul play, while the political offences of the culprit weighed with Tiberius. At the close of the second day of the trial, Piso saw in the cold look of the Emperor that his doom was fixed. His conclusion was confirmed by the behaviour of his wife Plancina, who had pleaded for him with the Empress Livia, but, as his chance of escape seemed to grow less, tried to sever her own cause from his. He anticipated the sentence by piercing his throat with his sword. The senate expunged his name from the Fasti and banished his eldest son for 10 years, but Tiberius interfered to mitigate the sentence of the senate, and conceded Piso's property to his son. The influence of Livia shielded Plancina from prosecution. Thus ended a domestic tragedy. It must be observed that even if it were certain that Germanicus was the victim of foul play, there is not the smallest reason to suspect that the Emperor was in any way concerned, as malicious rumours hinted. But there is no proof, and there can be no certainty that the death of Germanicus was brought about by unfair practices of Piso or his wife. Another malicious report which gained belief was that Piso had not died by his own hand, but had been assassinated by the orders of the Emperor. The qualities of Germanicus have been painted in such bright colours by the great Roman historian who has recorded his career, that we cannot help feeling deeply prepossessed in his favour. He appears as one of the ideal heroes who die young. But it is not clear that he would have become a great man if he had lived. His exploits have been exaggerated by the enthusiasm of his admirers. Tacitus, with more regard to art than truth, has selected him as the brilliant hero to set beside the dark figure of Tiberius. Germanicus is generous and virtuous, Tiberius suspicious and stained with crime. The uncle is the ideal tyrant, the nephew is the magnanimous prince. This picture of Tacitus in some measure reflects the general feeling which seems to have prevailed on the death of the popular Germanicus. Tiberius was misunderstood and maligned; the virtues of the son of Drusus were exaggerated. In the year 16 A.D. a plot was detected, which, though not of a formidable nature, attracted considerable attention. It shows that there was dissatisfaction in patrician circles, and illustrates the character of Tiberius. A young man, named Libo Drusus, of the Scribonian family, was accused of revolutionary projects. Scribonia, the second wife of Augustus, was his great aunt, Livia was his aunt, and he was the grandson of Sextus Pompeius through his mother. These connections with the imperial house seem to have turned his brain and suggested perilous ideas, which were encouraged by a senator named Firmius Catus, who was his intimate friend. Catus induced him to consult Chaldaean astrologers and dabble in magic rites, practices which were then very dangerous, as they were regarded as a presumption of treasonable designs. He also treacherously led Drusus into extravagance and debt. Having collected sufficient proofs of guilt, Catus sent a messenger to the Emperor, craving an audience and mentioning the name of the accused. Tiberius refused the request, saying that any further communications might be conveyed to him in the same way. Meanwhile he distinguished his cousin Libo by conferring the praetorship on him, and often inviting him to table, showing no unfriendliness either in word or look, but he kept himself carefully informed of the daily conduct of the suspected man. At length a certain Junius, whom Libo had tampered with for the purpose of invoking the dead by incantations, gave information to a noted informer, Fulcinius Trio, who immediately went to the consuls and demanded an investigation before the senate. Libo meanwhile knowing his peril, arrayed himself in mourning, and accompanied by some ladies of high rank, went round the houses of his relatives entreating their intervention. But all refused on various pretexts. When the senate met, Tiberius read out the indictment and the accusers' names with such calmness as to seem neither to soften nor to aggravate the charges. Some of them were of a ridiculous nature. For example, he was accused of having considered whether he would ever have wealth enough to cover the Appian road as far as Brundusium with money. But there was one paper in which the names of Caesars and senators occurred with mysterious, and therefore suspicious, signs annexed. Libo denied the handwriting, and the slaves who professed to recognize it were examined by torture. As an old decree of the senate forbade the evidence of slaves to be taken in cases affecting their master's life, Tiberius evaded the law by ordering the slaves to be sold singly to the actor publicus, or agent of the aerarium, so that Libo might be tried on their testimony. The accused begged for an adjournment till the following day. On going home he committed suicide, seeing that his case was hopeless. Tiberius said that he would have interceded for him, guilty though he was, if he had not destroyed himself. Libo's property was divided among the accusers, and some of the senators proposed decrees reflecting on his memory, for example, that no Scribonian should bear the name of Drusus, in order to please Tiberius. Days of public thanksgiving were appointed, and it was decreed that the day on which Libo killed himself should be observed as a festival. Such sycophancy on the part of the senate became in later times a matter of course. SECT. 4. Rebellions in the provinces and dependencies. We must glance at the troublesome, though unimportant war, which was waged at this time on the southern borders of the Empire, and at the career of Tacfarinas, who played in Africa the same part which the more famous Arminius played in the north. This Numidian had served in the Roman army, and had thus gained a knowledge of Roman discipline and military science. He then deserted, placed himself at the head of a band of robbers, and was finally elected as their leader by the Musulamii, who dwelt on the southern side of Mount Aurasius. The insurrection was not confined to these peoples of Numidia. It spread westward into Mauretania and eastward to the Garamantes. The discipline and drill which Tacfarinas enforced rendered the rising formidable, for his organized bands were able to give battle and attempt sieges. The commanders, whom the senate elected by lot, were incompetent to deal with the insurgents, and the resulting war was protracted for 7 years (17 to 24 A.D.). The single legion which protected Africa was reinforced by a second from Pannonia, and by the Emperor's intervention an able proconsul, Q. Junius Blsesus, was at length appointed. Tacfarinas had demanded from Tiberius a grant of territory for himself and his rebel army. Tiberius haughtily refused, and instructed Blsesus to hold out to other chiefs who supported Tacfarinas the prospect of a free pardon if they laid down their arms. Many surrendered, and then Blsesus attempted to meet Tacfarinas by tactics similar to his own. He divided his army into 3 columns, one of which he dispatched eastward under Cornelius Scipio to act against the Garamantes and protect Leptis. In the west the son of Blsesus commanded a second column and defended the territory of Cirta, while in the centre Blsesus himself established a number of fortified positions, and thus embarrassed the enemy, who found wherever he turned Roman soldiers in his face or on his flank or in his rear. When summer was over, Blsesus continued hostilities, and by a skilful combination of forts and flying detachments of picked men, who were acquainted with the desert, he drove Tacfarinas back step by step, and finally captured his brother and occupied the district of the Musulamii (22 A.D.). Tiberius permitted the triumphal ornaments to be awarded to Blsesus, and also granted him the distinction of being greeted Imperator by the troops, the last occasion on which this honour was granted to a private person. But even the success of Blsesus was not the end of the insurrection. There were 3 laurelled statues at Rome for victories over the Musulamian chief, those of Camillus, Apronius, and Blsesus, and yet he was still ravaging Africa, supported on the one hand by the king of the Garamantes, on the other by the Moors. His boldness was increased by the circumstance that after the campaign of Blsesus the 9th legion had been recalled from Africa. In 24 A.D. he laid siege to Thubursicum, a Numidian town lying a little to the north of Mount Aurasius. The proconsul of the year, Publius Dolabella, immediately collected all his troops and raised the siege. Knowing by the experience of previous campaigns that it was useless to concentrate his heavy troops against an enemy which practised such desultory warfare as Tacfarinas, Dolabella adopted the plan of Blsesus, and divided his forces into 4 columns. He also obtained reinforcements from Ptolemy, king of the Mauritanians. Presently he was informed that the Numidian marauders had taken up a position close to Ozea (Aumale), a dilapidated fort, surrounded by vast forests. Some light armed infantry and squadrons of horse were immediately hurried to the place, without being told whither they were going. At daybreak they fell upon the drowsy barbarians, who had no means of flight, as their horses were tethered or pasturing at a distance. The dispositions of the Romans were so complete that the enemies were slaughtered or captured without difficulty. The general was anxious to capture Tacfarinas, but that chieftain, driven to bay, escaped captivity by rushing on the weapons of his assailants. His death ended this tedious war. During this period there were also grave disturbances in Gaul and Thrace. In Gaul the fiscal exactions had led to heavy accumulations of debt among the provincials, and the creditors pressed for payment. The provincials resorted to counsels of despair. A conspiracy was formed to organize a rebellion throughout the whole land and throw off the Roman yoke. The leaders were Julius Florus and Julius Sacrovir, 2 Romanized provincials. Florus undertook to gain over the Belgae and Treveri, while Sacrovir, who perhaps held some priestly office, intrigued among the Aedui and other tribes. The secret was well kept, and the revolt broke out in western Gaul in the consulship of Tiberius and Drusus (21 A.D.). But the first rising was premature. The Andecavi and the Turones, whose names still live in Anjou and Tours, moved too soon, and were crushed by the garrison of Lugudunum, under Acilius Aviola, the legatus of Lugudunensis. This false move put the Romans on their guard, and the subsequent risings of the Treveri were easily foiled by the governors of the 2 Germanic provinces. Florus slew himself to escape capture. The Aedui had seized the important city of Augustodunum (Autun), but they too were easily defeated by C. Silius, legatus of Upper Germany, at the 12th milestone from that town. Sacrovir escaped from the field to a neighbouring villa, where he fell by his own hand, and his faithful comrades slew one another, having first set fire to the house. A triumphal arch was erected at Orasio (Orange) to commemorate the defeat of Sacrovir. The dependent kingdom of Thrace, after the death of Rhœmetalces, who had loyally stood by the Romans in the Dalmatian revolt, was divided between his brother Rhascuporus and his son Cotys. Their jealousies and feuds, which ended in the murder of Cotys, led to Roman interference and the execution of his uncle (19 A.D.). 2 years later a formidable insurrection of the western tribes broke out. The rebels besieged Philippopolis, but were defeated by P. Velleius, the governor of Moesia. They rebelled again in 25 A.D., and of this rising we have more details. The mountaineers refused to submit to levies and to supply their bravest men to the armies of Rome. A rumour had spread that they were to be dragged from their own land to distant provinces, so that, mixed with other nations, they might lose their own nationality. They sent envoys to the governor of Achaia and Macedonia, Papaeus Sabinus, assuring him of their fidelity, if no fresh burden were laid upon them. Otherwise they gave him to understand that they would fight for their freedom. He gave mild answers until he had completed his preparations, but when he had concentrated his forces and was joined by a legion from Moesia and reinforcements from Rhœmetalces, son of Rhascuporus, he advanced on the rebels, who had taken up a position in some wooded defiles in the mountains, in the neighbourhood of a strong fortress. Sabinus fortified a camp and occupied with a strong detachment a long narrow mountain ridge which stretched as far as the enemy's fortress, which it was his object to capture. After some skirmishing in front of the stronghold, Sabinus moved his camp nearer, but left his Thracian allies in the former entrenchments, with strict injunctions to pass the night vigilantly within the camp, while they might harry and plunder as much as they wished in the daytime. Having observed this command for some time, they began to neglect their watches, and gave themselves up to the enjoyment of wine and sleep. Learning this, the insurgents formed 2 bands, of which one was to surprise the pillagers, the other to attack the Roman camp, in order to distract the attention of the soldiers. The plan was successful, and the Thracian auxiliaries were massacred. Sabinus then laid regular siege to the stronghold, and connected his positions with a ditch and a rampart. The besieged suffered terribly from thirst, and their cattle were dying for want of fodder. The air of the place was polluted with the stench of the rotting carcasses of those who had perished by wounds or thirst. In this situation many followed the advice and example of an old man named Dimmus, who surrendered himself with his wife and children to the Romans. But two young chieftains named Tarsa and Turissus had determined to die for their freedom. Tarsa plunged his sword in his heart, and a few others did likewise. But Turissus and his followers decided to prolong the struggle, and planned a night attack on the camp during a storm. Sabinus was prepared, and the brave barbarians were beaten back and compelled to surrender. The triumphal ornaments were decreed to Sabinus (26 A.D.). Against a revolt of tributaries on the northern boundary of the Empire, the arms of Rome were not so successful. The Frisians, who had been subdued by Drusus in 12 B.C., had for 40 years paid the tribute which he imposed on them. This tribute consisted in ox hides, which were required for military purposes, and officers who levied it never examined too curiously the size or thickness of the skins, until in 28 A.D. Olennius, a primipillar centurion, who was appointed to exact the tribute, chose the hides of wild bulls as the standard. As the domestic cattle of the Germans were of small size, the Frisians found this innovation hard. In order to meet the demands of Olennius, they were forced to give up first their cattle, then their lands, finally to surrender their wives and children as pledges. As their complaints led to no redress, they rose in revolt. The soldiers who were collecting the tribute were impaled on gibbets, and Olennius himself was obliged to flee to the fortress of Flavum, probably in the island of the same name, now Vlieland, near the Texel, which was a Roman coastguard station. When the news reached L. Apronius, the governor of Lower Germany, he summoned some veteran legionaries, and chose auxiliaries from the upper province to reinforce his own legions, with which he sailed down the Rhine and relieved Flavum, which the Frisians were besieging. He then constructed roads and bridges over the adjoining estuaries, in order to transport his legionaries into the heart of the Frisian territory, and in the meantime sent some auxiliary cavalry and infantry across by a ford to take the enemy in the rear. The Frisians beat these forces back. More cohorts and squadrons were sent to the rescue, but these too were repulsed, and soon all the auxiliary forces were engaged. The legions were at length able to intervene, and just saved the cohorts and cavalry, who were completely exhausted. A large number of officers had fallen, but Apronius did not attempt to take vengeance, or even to bury the dead. Two other disasters completed the ill luck of the Romans. 900 soldiers were destroyed by the enemy in the wood of Baduhenna, and another body of 400, who had taken possession of a country house, perished by mutual slaughter, to avoid falling into the hands of the enemy. No further steps seem to have been taken against the Frisians. These events probably confirmed Tiberius in his determination to regard the Rhine as the limit of the Roman Empire, and he thought it a good opportunity to abandon the last relic of the conquests of his brother beyond that river. The reign of Tiberius was very nearly being marked by a slave war in southern Italy, but by a lucky accident the movement was crushed in its very beginning, 24 A.D. The organizer of the rebellion was Titus Curtisius, who had once been a praetorian soldier. He held secret meetings at Brundusium and other towns in the neighbourhood, then posted up placards, and incited the slave population in Calabria and Apulia to assert their liberty. 3 vessels happened to come to land just then, and from them the quaestor Curtius Lupus, who had charge of the saltus, or forests and pastures in those parts, obtained a force of marines and crushed the conspiracy. Curtisius and his chief accomplices were sent prisoners to Rome, where, says Tacitus, men already felt alarm at the enormous number of the slave population, which was ever increasing, while the freeborn population grew less every day. The great marvel is that combinations among the slaves were not more common, and that it was not thought necessary to keep considerable garrisons in the towns of Italy to meet such emergencies. End of Chapter 12, Section 4. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on March 21st, 2009.